the passenger and the driver, and then the MNS goons were set to intervene. They forced the migrant to apologize, raising the question, is the Marathi pride narrative now being hijacked by political violence, whether it's assembly corridors or the streets? This is the latest coming in. MNS goons have intimidated a rickshaw driver who was threatened for speaking in Hindi. There was a fight that broke out between the passenger and a driver, and MNS goons then intervened. In fact, these MNS forces had actually told the migrant to apologize, highlighting the question whether Marathi pride, whether the narrative of Marathi pride is being hijacked by violence politically, both in the assembly corridors and the streets. My colleague Sujata is tracking the latest for us. She joins us live at the moment. Sujata, episode after episode, now the MNS attempting to threaten rickshaw drivers for not speaking in Marathi. What's really going on?
Well, certainly, and as we know that a rickshaw driver who earlier refused to speak in Marathi was later absconded by the MNS workers, taken to their party office in Bhiwandi, where he was made to apologize, and thereafter also threatened that if a person belonging to a non-Marathi speaking community, and if they refuse to speak in Marathi, they must know that who will they deal with. So this is a clear warning by the MNS workers, stating that it is important for people to learn Marathi, and if they don't, then they will be treated the MNS style, that is the MNS way, where they'll be hit and then later no video recorded, but they'll themselves go and complain about it. As we know, Raj Thackeray had earlier also instructed his workers that if they go and they do some sort of violence to anybody where it's concerned to the language of Marathi, they shouldn't record any videos. Instead, they must go and let the person who was hit complain himself. So we saw a similar case happening in Bhiwandi, whereas earlier it was seen in Virar as well, where a rickshaw driver was seen arguing over the language of Marathi, and the matter only seems to be escalating when it comes to this sort of political activism that MNS has come up to, where they believe that this sort of rage and hitting people would gain them votes in the upcoming elections, because of which such strategy is being adopted by the party, which definitely seems to not be working, because this is only agitating people in multiple ways. Over to you.
Sujata, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest update. Meanwhile, let's turn our attention now to the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic tour in 10 years. He's on the last leg. He has just touched down in Namibia. Lots on the agenda, whether it's critical minerals, diamonds, uranium supply, or cheetah conservation. Visuals coming in of the Prime Minister touching down in Namibia, which happens to be the last stop of his longest diplomatic tour in 10 years. After concluding his two-day visit to Brazil, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached Namibia, which is actually his first visit to the country. This visit to the African country also marks the last stop of Prime Minister Modi's five-nation tour. Now, this state visit, the third ever to be taken by an Indian Prime Minister, it comes at the invitation of President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, and Prime Minister Modi will hold bilateral talks with him while he's in Namibia. He's also likely to actually deliver an address at the parliament there, just like his address to the parliament in Ghana.
Pressure on the Indian Air Force to get fighters, forget about stealth aircraft. The Indian government has made it clear that we're going to bet on the AMCA, which is India's own fighter. But getting these 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale, which you've already sunk an enormous amount of money into, even the Indian Navy has signed on for them recently, and there are still these delays. But with this announcement, Vishnu, and that's my next question now, I'm wondering whether this means that things are much clearer as far as the MRFA, or we still can't jump the gun on that? I know as far as Indian procurement is concerned, nothing is over until it's over, right? Nothing is over until it's over, especially when the Rafale is theoretically competing against American fighters like the F-15 Eagle II.
Yeah.
You've got Putin's Sukhoi 35s. You've got the Typhoon theoretically as well. So it ain't over until it's over, and I completely agree with you on that. But by putting out this partnership, and this is not an MOU. This is an agreement which I'm assuming is going to fructify into a joint venture.
Yeah. 2028
is when the first fuselages will roll out. Which again, I'm assuming means that, work begins now. 2028 is 2 years 100%. Away. That's like more than just a foot in the door?
No, I would suggest that they are leading in this competition. Yeah. All the Indian Air Force officers that we speak to, and they couch this language carefully, so I'm going to be responsible in how I report this. They say that they've had an exceptional experience with the Rafale. The Rafale is the aircraft of
Let's get you the latest lowdown as far as the Prime Minister's last touchdown of his longest diplomatic tour in the last decade is concerned. After concluding his 2-day visit to Brazil and after signing 6 crucial pacts there, Prime Minister Modi has touched down in Namibia. Take a look at the warm welcome he received. The visit to the African country marks the last stop of his 5-nation tour. And this state visit, the third ever to be taken by an Indian Prime Minister, it comes at the invitation of President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. Prime Minister Modi will hold bilateral talks with him while he is in Namibia, and he will also address the parliament there, just like his address to the parliament in Ghana. We spoke to India's High Commissioner to Namibia, Ambassador Rahul Srivastava, earlier regarding the key points to look out for as the Prime Minister touches down in Namibia. Also about India's focus as far as African outreach is concerned. Here's what you need to keep your eyes peeled for. First visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Namibia in about 27 years. Take us through the strategic and diplomatic significance of this touchdown.
Well, yes, it's a milestone because this is happening, as you said, after 27 years. And the visit also takes place when we have the first female president of Namibia. She has just taken office in March this year. And over the years, since Namibia's independence, we have made steady progress in our relationship. However, the visit will provide an opportunity to elevate this relationship to a higher level. And also the PM's visit, PM Modi's visit reaffirms that Africa is a priority for us.
So, minerals and diamonds are expected to be central to the discussions that are expected to be held. What kind of agreements are likely, and if you could just take us through how they could benefit both our nations?
Indian companies and mostly the public sector units, they are interested in investing in the critical mineral sector of Namibia. For some time, we have had discussions, but we are looking at a visit from an Indian delegation with all these PSUs after PM Modi's visit to concretize the discussions during the visit. We are also in the process of discussing an agreement on mineral resources, and presently we have just a few Indian companies in Namibia. Nevertheless, these companies, they employ approximately 5,000 locals. And you can imagine when some of our large PSUs, they invest in critical mineral sector of Namibia. We are also interested in the heavy rare earth sector of Namibia. And when these large PSUs come, this figure that I mentioned, 5,000 employment of locals, this would increase tenfold, and this will make a significant impact on the current high unemployment in Namibia. The companies, the Indian companies, when they come and invest in the critical mineral sector and also the rare earth mineral sector, would also do value addition and beneficiation in Namibia, and this will also boost the Namibian economy. On uranium, yes, way back in 2009, we signed an agreement with Namibia on civil nuclear cooperation. However, we have not been able to import uranium from Namibia yet. And I'm very hopeful that the Prime Minister's visit will break the logjam so that discussions can on the export of uranium from Namibia to India can come in soon.
Well, we certainly hope so too. We'll be keeping a close eye on those developments as well. So then in what ways, Ambassador, does this visit reflect India's broader outreach to the global south, especially in Africa?
In Africa and for the global south also, for us it's very important that we build that capacity. And as I said, we would want to share our experience, expertise and knowledge with India. I can give you one example about the digital transformation that is happening in India. And it is our Prime Minister's wish that we share this experience also with the countries in the global south, especially with Africa. And Namibia, this has had a good start. We have the UPI-like digital payment system that is being developed in Namibia with cooperation from NIPL. So these are the areas that would open up with the visit.
Well, as always, news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. We're slipping into a very quick break. Back in a moment with the latest updates for you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Vishnu, 9 years till the AMCA comes online, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, which is India's own stealth fighter project. 9 years is an eternity in fighter technology, especially given what we've been seeing in the last few years, whether it comes to, drone tech, drone warfare, manned, unmanned teaming, which we've spoken about in a previous episode, the sheer scale of the network and how it's becoming very much part of the future battlefield. I'm wondering whether 9 years from now, what we perceive to be
In a very shocking video that has surfaced, this is Sanjay Gaikwad, the Shiv Sena MLA. We're talking about the Eknath Shinde faction MLA hitting out at a canteen worker for serving him dal that was smelly. And here we have Maharashtra thug leaders exposed by NDTV, whether it is the sweet shopkeeper who was thrashed by M&S workers, and now a toll plaza employee has also been thrashed in Washington. And protest politics peak in Patna. This is the opposition joining forces ahead of elections that are coming up in the state of Bihar later this year. The Mahagathbandhan and the stir as far as the Chakka Jam is concerned, with Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav leading the way. A bridge has collapsed in Gujarat. A tanker just moments away from falling. The bridge to Vadodara has crumbled. There were cars that just got swept away into that river, but rescue operations are underway. Prime Minister Modi lands in Namibia. Well, the Prime Minister's bilateral with the President of Namibia is going to be taking place. This is the third ever visit of an Indian Prime Minister to the nation. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Sena thugs slapping their way, whether shopkeepers, canteen boys or toll staffers. This is the gutless and spineless Senas of Maharashtra. As far as the violence that's erupting on the streets of Maharashtra, no thappars for the rich and the powerful, but the VIP cowards of Maharashtra, as far as the Senas are concerned. Violence that you can see that is erupting in the state, starting with the shopkeeper of a sweet shop in Thane district who was thrashed by 7 M&S workers. On the other side, we have Sanjay Gaikwad of the Shiv Sena faction, MLA, who has thrashed the canteen boy for serving him dal, which was smelly. On the other side, we have M&S workers now thrashing a toll plaza in charge who has been thrashed, a staffer who has been thrashed in the Washim area. We will be getting you all the details of the MLA there slapping and punching over food to elected Neta or the rowdy street thug. Well, is the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, watching? And what is the action that the government will take in this regard? 3 slapstick Senas. This is as far as what we've seen play out over the last couple of days. We have Radhika and Anuj joining us to get us the very latest. Abhishek Avasti joining us as well. Abhishek, over to you first. You went to the canteen, you spoke to the customers who said that the food quality needs improvement, but questioning the way the MLA assaulted the canteen staffer. You also spoke with Sanjay Gaikwad, who's been defiant. In fact, he's been bragging about bashing that poor canteen chap. Take us through the details of what happened here and what does Sanjay Gaikwad have to say?
Yeah, definitely, as the video was viral on the social media, definitely from there we started to track it out. And we'll have to understand, firstly, when we spoke to Sanjay Gaikwad, he clearly pointed out that he ordered rice, dal and 2 rotis at his room. When he consumed it, he thought that it's not of good quality. And he came down, we're right present outside that same canteen, right in the lobby of the canteen. He took that dal and he made every person standing over there to smell it and identify that it is not good to consume. And at the same time, when he said that, who is the manager around? Call him. Then Yogesh Anna, his nickname is Yogesh Anna, which we have found right now. He came and he also said that yes, it is spoiled and it should not be consumed. Then he's like, then why it was served to me? And we see that he started hitting him badly. Just because there were certain other staff members around, they intervened and told them, leave the matter for now. Please don't take it further. And somehow we can see he was very afraid, and and the staffers over here, as I spoke to them, they narrated, we could manage to speak to 2 of the waiters who were present yesterday night and were part of this entire incident. They also told me that it was not only MLA, there were certain people along with the MLA who were also present who also hit Yogesh Anna. So not only MLA, the people present along with him also attacked him, and somehow by the intervention of staff members whom I spoke with, somehow Yogesh Anna was managed to, escaped out of this canteen and somehow was saved. You can clearly see in the video how afraid is he. And then we tried to confront the MLA himself. He has no regret. He went on to say that, I have been facing this trouble of spoiled food of this canteen from so many years. I've made several complaints, but no cognizance was taken about it. And later he said that yesterday, after the yesterday incident, he took the law in his own hand and started beating the manager, Yogesh Anna. So definitely he said that he has no regret. Being an MLA also, he will continue to do so, and this is the style of Shiv Sena style of functioning, is what he said when we confronted him. And again, he said, I will again beat them if such quality of food is being served back to me. So now this is the situation out here. We are trying to speak to more eyewitnesses and also trying to track down where is Yogesh Anna currently. Back to you.
Right, Abhishek, let's just go across to our colleague Radhika Ramaswamy as well, joining us from Mumbai. Radhika, in the state of Maharashtra, multiple incidents have been captured on camera. This is blatant abuse of power. What has the government of Maharashtra been saying, and what is stopping them from taking action?
Absolutely. We are seeking answers from the government of Maharashtra. Multiple incidents of hooliganism, VIP, thuggery and abuse of power have been witnessed over the last few days, not just by MNS leaders, but also from Eknath Shinde Sena leaders and also some from UBT Sena as well. As far as state government is concerned, they've been sort of condemning many of these actions, but at the same time not really ordering for stringent steps or action in the name of FIR or disciplinary action not being taken. So therefore, state government really treading cautiously because, these are political equations that perhaps may be at stake, which is why they are being very, very careful at this point. But the fact remains that this culture of impunity is only continuing and intensifying in the state of Maharashtra. No accountability, no regret, no remorse, and this will only continue if, these people are not punished or no action is taken. If this goes on and if there are no consequences to their actions, they will continue to abuse their power and there will not be any accountability. So we'll really have to see, at least in the matter concerning the Buldhana MLA, will Eknath Shinde faction look into it? Will a disciplinary action be taken against this man, or will he be just forgiven for what has happened? And there have been other instances of gundaism that we saw, of toll plaza being destroyed and damaged by MNS goons, and of course in the name of language, the number of people they assaulted and harassed. So therefore all these are being taken into consideration, and there is cognizance of this matter and there is condemnation as well, but absolutely no real action on the ground in the as far as FIRs or arrests are concerned. So we'll really have to wait and watch out for what Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has to say, considering the number of multiple incidents that have taken place of VIP, thuggery and hooliganism over the last few days.
It's not just over the last few days, Radhika. Let's just take this to Anuj. We've been seeing this time and again. We've been seeing this for years when it comes to the Shiv Sena. And this time around, Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad there, just being defiant about what he's done. In fact, bragging about bashing that poor chap. Anuj, take us through the issues at hand when it comes to the state of Maharashtra, and what really needs to be done here, and what is the kind of action that is required in order to set an example, to set people straight when it comes to getting aggressive, getting violent and taking matters into their own hands, whether it's the rich or the powerful, or even now people belonging to political parties.
Well, you see, this entire matter, especially as far as Sanjay Gaikwad issue is concerned, he's someone who's been in the middle of controversies for quite some time, as we've been covering. And as we speak, although NDTV has already spoken to him, but there we have Sanjay Gaikwad, he's actually carried a bag of dal. That was, that is the point of contention in this matter. So one can see that he's still, we understand that when we caught him, the video had just gone viral. So, the chances of him receiving any sort of a directive from the party is quite less. But But now one can safely assume that there has been some sort of conversation that has happened with the party officials. We've also heard from Minister of State and Home Department who said that this should have been avoided, and a procedure should have been followed in this entire regard. But Sanjay Gaikwad still seems defiant about his ways. No remorse, no guilt, and no apology, of course, given as of yet. But talking about the larger issue about such kind of incidents taking place here in Maharashtra, while on one hand we have the thuggery that we've been highlighting since last 1 week, practiced by led by MNS workers, especially Mira Bhayandar and close by areas. We also have an add-on to that, where in Vashim, because one toll booth was incomplete, did not have the full facilities that it promised, the MNS workers took it on themselves to bring justice to the local people and took down the toll booth, or attempted to take down the toll booth. This is not the first time, as Radhika had said earlier, this is not the first time that MNS workers have attacked toll booths. In fact, from 2014 till 2016-17, the anti-toll booth agitation was one of the longest held agitation led by MNS in different parts of the state, and Raj Thackeray himself was at the forefront of it. So are they trying to bring up all the older agitation, considering that they've started getting bandwidth after the Mira Bhayandar issue, is something that we'll have to look into much detail. But the opposition holds that, especially with in the Sanjay Gaikwad matter, it is the duty of the government, now that it is an MLA from the ruling dispensation who's directly involved in this. It becomes the duty of the government, a duty of the Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, the head of Shiv Sena Shinde faction, and the Chief Minister of the state, to come out clean in this matter, put out the stance of the party. We know that different leaders are given different perspectives. Many of them do not even have a clearer idea of what exactly unfolded, and which is why they want to look at both the sides. But a clear message from the party head and from the head of the state here in Maharashtra, cause in us understanding what the stance of the government is on this matter.
Absolutely. We've been seeing the opposition reacting when it comes to MNS workers and pledging their support when it comes to MNS workers. Take us through, what is the opposition saying to this particular video that's come to light? Take us through, we have spoken about how unapologetic the man has been. In fact, he has gone on to brag that he knows judo, he knows karate, he knows wrestling, and so on and so forth, and saying that he would do this again in this particular regard. He has completely had no remorse whatsoever when asked categorically by our colleague Abhishek. Take us through, in this particular situation, how's the opposition reacting to this?
Gaikwad has been in the line of firing for the opposition for quite some time. Only last week he gave a statement about Chhatrapati Shivaji and Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj, which was again in a very controversial light, and on the basis of that as well we saw the opposition attack him. As of now, there has been no sort of a dharna which usually takes place outside the Vidhan Sabha on the stairs, held by the opposition. But we've spoken to individual leaders who are very adamant on Chief Minister taking an action as soon as possible. Now, only 15 minutes ago, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis made his way to Vidhan Bhavan as the proceedings started only 10 minutes back, and he does come downstairs to interact with the media in the afternoon post lunch. So we are expecting Chief Minister to be present here as well at that point of time. But the opposition, especially led by UBT, who are the arch rivals of Shinde faction of Sena, are pointing out the hypocrisy of Shinde Sena, who are anyways have found themselves in tricky terrain over the ongoing language row, where they do want to go out and extend their support to the language warriors, but at the same time they have to be aware and conscious of the fact that they are still a part of the government. We saw what happened yesterday with Pratap Sarnaik, who Minister and became a part of the rally to which the government themselves hadn't given a permission to. So, this just adds on to the woes of Shinde faction of Sena, and it also highlights in whether there is lack of communication, considering that the inconsistency between the thoughts and actions of the leaders of Shinde faction of Sena has been right on the top. No matter how questionable the actions of certain sections of opposition are, or how it is, or they are on this, at least both of them are following a consistent line of thinking or of action. But with Shinde Sena, you do not have that, right? Half of their leaders claim one thing, while the other half are claiming and doing or getting, or rather participating in a completely different and opposing activity. So this inconsistency in Shinde Sena is something that should be addressed by Eknath Shinde, is what the opposition is demanding from this.
Right, this incident that took place at the Akashvani MLA Canteen in Churchgate was caught on camera. That video clip that you can see that has gone completely viral, raising questions about the conduct of elected representatives in public. The MLA has said that he does not have any regret for what he's done. He's gone on to say that this is the Shiv Sena style. He was asked if such conduct really suits an MLA. He spoke with my colleague Abhishek Awasthi, and he went on to say that he is an MLA who is a warrior too, and when someone chooses not to understand despite repeated attempts, he uses the language of Balasaheb Thackeray. Let's listen in to that interview with my colleague Abhishek Awasthi.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नजर आ रहे। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें खराब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गांव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुँह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? तो बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो कुष्ठ दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15-15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बताता हूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कई चिपकी ले आई, कहीं कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बालासाहेब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेंट कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांडपट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ। इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य तो लोग भी प्रोवोक्ट हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें कोई कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
ये मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है। मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लेंट करने का
शिव सेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा। वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा। और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है। मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे। हम इस वक्त उसी होटल में है, हमारे साथ होटल का स्टाफ है। जिस तरीके से योगेश जी के साथ हुआ, आपके साथ भी हो सकता है। कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? अगर कुछ चीज़ खराब है उसका एक तरीका होता है, लेकिन क्या कहेंगे?
आके करो, हाँ बराबर है, कर सकते हैं। अभी अब मंत्री आके उसके साथ 20-25 आदमी जो रहते हैं, आके एक आदमी को मारना, गरीब आदमी को मारना, एक कौन सा तरीका है? एक कौन सा तरीका है? अभी वो कायदे कानून है, वो खराब है, वो करो, ये करो, कानून कायदे कानून वो छोड़ के मारा मारी। मंत्री बनते क्या मारा मारी करने के लिए बनते?
लेकिन आपने एक और एक महत्वपूर्ण बात बताई कि उनके साथ 10-15 लोग थे जो मिल के मार रहे थे, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था क्या?
बराबर है, वो लोग ही आदमी था ना, वो लोग ही आदमी था, वो लोग ही मारा। पहला वो मंत्री ने वो काली बनीन में था, वो मारा, मारने के बाद दूसरा 2-3 आदमी मारा।
मंत्री नहीं, वो विधायक है सर, विधायक मतलब MLA है।
MLA क्या मालूम, भगवान जानते MLA क्या है।
लेकिन कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? कभी आप भी हो सकते हो, ये भाई भी हो सकते हैं, जो आप मेहनत से काम करते हो, कुछ अगर तकलीफ है तो उसकी बताना चाहिए कि इस तरीके से मारना चाहिए।
अरे मारा मारी नहीं करना चाहिए, जो चीज़ खराब है आके बोलना चाहिए, ये खराब है, ये करो, वो करो करके उसको सजा देना चाहिए। वो छोड़ के मारा मारी, ऐसा होता है क्या मारा मारी?
आप लोग जितने लोग हैं काम कर रहे हैं, दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, रोजी रोटी के लिए काम करते हैं, और इस तरीके का अगर हादसा हो जाता है तो सही है कि गलत है? ये
गलत है, एकदम गलत है,
गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है,
बहुत गलत है।
आप भी हो सकते थे, आपको भी मारा जा सकता है।
मारा जा सकता था, उंगली उठाया जा सकता था मेरे पे। मैं अन्ना को बचाया, मेरे पे हाथ उठा रहा था और मारने के लिए मेरे को हाँ मेरे को बोला।
नहीं, कल जब ये हुआ आप थे क्या?
हाँ थे, मैं था, मैं अन्ना को पकड़ के उठाया, ठीक है, बोलता तू मत बोले तो तेरे को मारूंगा मैं।
Well, let's also get you reactions coming about, and we're talking about Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam, who has in fact reacted, saying that proper complaint should have been made in this regard, should have been filed, and that condemning the attack that has taken place in this assault, saying that law cannot be taken in one's hands. Let's listen in to Yogesh Kadam.
We have Yogesh Kadam here with us. Mr. Kadam, what would we say to Sanjay Gaikwad? We've seen that his video has gone viral of hitting a canteen worker.
I think the due complaint should have been filed. He did not have to take the law in his hand. Thank you.
That was Yogesh Kadam, Minister of State Home Department, in a rush to attend the assembly right now, made it very clear that a due complaint should have been filed and violence should have been avoided. Sanjay गायकवाड का वीडियो सामने आया, उसके ऊपर आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या रहेगा?
उसके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ऐसे गरीबों को मारने का अधिकार नहीं है किसी को, और कानून हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
सर, अभी भी उन्होंने कोई माफ़ी नहीं मांगी है इस चीज़ के बारे में। उन्होंने कहा है कि क्योंकि खाना अच्छा नहीं था इसलिए एक्शन लिया गया। तो ये दिखाता है
अक्सर कानून हाथ में लेके नहीं किया जा सकता ना।
और सर, क्या ये दिखाता है कि जो गवर्नमेंट है वो अपने खुद के आमदार या MLAs के खिलाफ एक तरीके से सॉफ्ट स्टांस रख रहा है? क्योंकि जब MNS या फिर जो बाहर वायलेंस हुआ उसके ऊपर तो वो काफ़ी क्लियरली
सरकार प्रायोजित है। जो महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मराठी का जो झगड़ा शुरू किया गया, ये सरकार प्रायोजित है।
सर, आपकी इमीडिएट डिमांड क्या रहेगी इस संजय गायकवाड केस में?
सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए। कानून हाथ में किसी को लेने का अधिकार नहीं है, कानून सबके लिए समान होता है।
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे जी का भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जल्द से जल्द इस चीज़ पे स्टेटमेंट?
सरकार ने ही एक्शन लेना है। कानून किसी को हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
आपके जैसे अधिकारी या कहेंगे जो मैनेजर थे, कल रात को बैठे थे, जिस तरीके से घटना घटी, पूरा वायरल हुआ, आज पूरा देश उसे देख रहा है, कैसे देखते हैं? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ खराब हो जाता होगा, लेकिन उसका ब्लेम आप लोगों पर आता है।
सर, इसके बारे में मैं अभी कुछ बोल नहीं सकते, प्लीज़ सर।
आपको क्या जायज़ लगता है जिस तरीके से विधायक जी ने हाथ उठाया? कल आप भी हो सकते थे सर।
नहीं सर, ये आपको क्या कैसा लगता है? ये बोलिए।
गलत है सर।
तो गलत ही है ना सर, तब इससे आगे मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता, प्लीज़।
हम इस वक्त उसी कैंटीन में मौजूद है। ये आकाशवाणी कैंटीन है जो कि MLA हॉस्टल के नीचे है, और आपको बता दें ये उसी कैंटीन है जहाँ पर जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ का, जो एकनाथ शिंदे के गुट से आते हैं, जिसमें साफ तौर पर ये दिख रहा है किस तरीके से विधायक जी ने जो मैनेजर है उसको थप्पड़ मारा, घूसे मारे, क्योंकि उसने खराब दाल उनको दी थी। देखिए ये कैंटीन है, यहाँ पर काम चल रहा है और सुबह का वक्त होने से गर्दी भी ज़्यादा है और ऐसे में आरोप ये लग रहा है कि इस कैंटीन में जो खाना परोसा गया था वो सही नहीं था। लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, कब से खा रहे हैं यहाँ पर, किस तरीके का खाना रहता है, क्या यहाँ पर कभी कोई कंप्लेन की है आपने या आई है?
मैं तो यहाँ फर्स्ट टाइम आया हूँ अभी।
फर्स्ट टाइम आया?
नहीं, यहाँ पे तो ठीक है, खाना पीना सब अच्छा है और इतना ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं लग रहा था मुझे।
कल विधायक जी ने यहाँ पर प्रश्न उपस्थित किया था कि दाल खराब मिली थी और बल का प्रयोग भी किया गया था सर्वेंट के ऊपर। ऐसे में एक नागरिक होने के नाते कैसे देखते हैं इस चीज़ों को?
नहीं, ऐसा तो एक्चुअली उतना थोड़ा सा हाइपर होना नहीं चाहिए था उनको, लेकिन ठीक है, मतलब जो सिचुएशन के हिसाब से वो जो होना था वो हो गया। अभी हम लोग तो कल नहीं थे, हम लोग तो इधर।
देखिए ये वही कैंटीन है। कोशिश करते हैं जो यहाँ पर काम करते कर्मचारी, जो मैनेजर दिख रहा था वो फ़िलहाल यहाँ पर अभी नहीं है उनकी ड्यूटी, लेकिन कोशिश ये करेंगे कि बात करें लोगों से और समझने की कोशिश करें कि आखिरकार ऐसा क्या हो गया जिस तरीके से जो वीडियो वायरल हुआ है उसमें विधायक जी इतने भड़क गए कि अपने बल का प्रयोग वो करने लगे। दादा, कितने समय से काम कर रहे हैं? कल जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ, हो जाता होगा कभी कभी इस तरीके से घटना, कैसे देखते हैं आप सर?
नहीं, ये गलत हुआ, ऐसा बोले, सही बोले तो ये क्या है, थोड़ा एक सांबार के लिए, नहीं तो कुछ ऐसा मारता है बोले तो गलत है ना। अभी आमदार मारता तो अच्छा था, ये सब लोग मिल के मारा हुआ गलत है।
हाँ, वो भी देखा गया कि खाली उन्होंने नहीं मारा, बाकी लोगों ने मिल के उस जो कैंटीन के मैनेजर है। आप भी यहाँ कितने सालों से काम कर रहे थे?
1 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, मेरा ड्यूटी नहीं था कल, मैं छुट्टी में था कल।
नहीं, बराबर है, लेकिन इस तरीके की कंप्लेन आई है कभी, या इस तरीके की कंप्लेन?
पहली बार हो गया, पहली बार
हुआ है। देखिए मैं बता रहे, इस तरीके की कंप्लेन पहली बार हुई है और यहाँ के लोग जो यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं वो साफ तौर पे ये भी कहते हैं कि इस तरीके से जो मारा गया, जो वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था। और इनके बात करने से एक और एक चीज़ समझ में आ रही है कि खाली विधायक ने ही नहीं मारा था, उनके साथ जितने कर्मचारी थे उन्होंने भी इस तरीके से हाथ उठाया, वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है।
सर, लगातार महाराष्ट्र के अंदर गुंडा राज देखने को मिल रहा है। कभी एमएलए, कभी एमपी, कोई ना कोई किसी ना किसी के ऊपर हिंसा कर रहा है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ मराठी लैंग्वेज को लेकर।
देखो, गुंडा राज की बातें मत कहो महाराष्ट्र की बदनामी करने के लिए। जो लोग इसी तरीके जो बातें कर रहे हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान में फैला रहे हैं, उसका निषेध मैं करता हूँ। महाराष्ट्र में कायदा और सुव्यवस्था की जो व्यवस्था है बहुत अच्छी तरह की व्यवस्था है, बाकी के राज्यों से बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था हमारे महाराष्ट्र में। आप अपना जो बयान किया है वो पहला वापस लो।
एमएनएस के
आज की बात तो ये मत करो।
एमएनएस के एक नेता के
गलत है,
एमएनएस के बेटे, नेता के बेटे एक किसी को मारते हैं, ये क्या गुंडा राज?
उसका सरनेम क्या है? उसका सरनेम क्या है वो बताओ। सिर्फ एमएनएस का नेता का नाम बोल, उसका सरनेम लो। अगर आपको न्यूज़ मालूम है तो उसका सरनेम आप ले लो, एंकर को आप उसका सरनेम ले लो। क्या है मालूम है आपको?
नहीं तो मराठी लैंग्वेज।
ये देखो, अगर आप बातें कर रहे हैं तो आप उसका सरनेम क्या है वो भी पूछो, आप भी वो भी बताओ। शेख करके कोई तो है जो उन्होंने दारू पी के एक लड़की के साथ, जो मराठी लड़की के साथ जो उन्होंने जो कुछ गैर व्यवहार किया था, उसके ऊपर तो कानूनी कार्रवाई हो गई। तो हर जगह हो रही है, सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है क्या? ये सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है। और उसका सरनेम भी बोलो, मराठी आदमी ने नहीं किया है, उसका सरनेम भी शेख करके है, वो भी आप बताओ। महाराष्ट्र को बदनाम करने के लिए आधी खबर मत बताओ।
नहीं, लेकिन अभी भी वो फ्री घूम रहे हैं, अभी भी कोई भी उनके खिलाफ
नहीं, जिन्होंने गलत काम किया उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
संजय राउत अभी ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि आपके एक नेता थे, कल एक एमएलए थे, उन्होंने थप्पड़ मारा किसी को और उसके खिलाफ होम मिनिस्टर देवेंद्र फडणवीस शांत हैं, कोई कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हुई?
देखो, जो गलत तरीके बातें करेगा, गलत तरीके बर्ताव करेगा, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई जरूर होगी.
And also another such incident that's coming to life now is of MNS workers vandalizing a toll plaza in the Washim area. This is the Washim district. From Mumbai to Washim, vandalism that is continuing in the state of Maharashtra. Radhika joining us. Radhika, take us through the details of what really transpired here, and why is it the poor man who was behind that pole, pole plaza there, the toll plaza there in Maharashtra's Washim district, why was he assaulted by these MNS workers? And, given the fact that Raj Thackeray has, asked them not to talk to media, not to react even on social media sites, but has Raj Thackeray not asked them not to take any action against any sort of violence not to be taking place as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned? And, really that gag order, instead of asking them not to speak to media or not to speak on social media platforms, shouldn't Raj Thackeray be telling his MNS workers not to take matters into their hands?
That's right. Not to resort to violence is not the message given by Raj Thackeray. Unfortunately, he has told his workers not to speak to media. Now, he gave this order sometime yesterday at about 9 p.m. and this incident happened at about 6 p.m. The vandalism and violence at Toll Plaza in Washim, where at least about 5 to 6 workers of MNS vandalized that entire toll plaza and even assaulted a worker there, after which they very brazenly gave out that media bite, also saying that the administration has done nothing for the roads nearby. The road work is not complete, no facilities given to villagers there, which is why they went ahead and took law into their hands. So absolutely no accountability. What we are seeing is fearlessness once again, and hooliganism from the side of MNS, and also not just MNS but also from the side of Sena as well, as far as that whole MLA incident is concerned. In this toll plaza incident, we'll have to see whether any sort of action will be taken, because MNS has done it in the past. They've been in the forefront of anti-toll agitation for the last many years, and they have destroyed several toll plazas in the state of Maharashtra, and also assaulted people working in the East toll plazas as well. And once again, that is being seen. What action will be taken, what messaging will be given by MNS Raj Thackeray, and will the state government finally act and perhaps take some sort of action, because that is something we are not seeing in the past instances, but we will see if any sort of accountability will be fixed, considering the number of incidents that have happened.
Where does the buck really stop, Radhika? Stay with us for our next story, because there's another incident of MNS workers there and, taking matters into their own hands. MNS goons intimidating a rickshaw driver, whether it's the Toll Plaza worker or a rickshaw driver. It doesn't stop, Radhika. Threatening him. Why? Because he was speaking in Hindi and not in Marathi. And they, in fact, forced the poor migrant to apologize to the goons who were, in fact, intimidating the rickshaw driver. Take us through the details of this incident that has now come to light. I mean, one incident after the other, Radhika. This is absolutely shocking.
Very unfortunate. Absolutely shocking, very unfortunate. Once again, series of incidents with respect to the language row. MNS workers going about targeting these poor, weak rickshaw drivers, shopkeepers, clerks, and so on, and asking them to speak in Marathi. Unfortunately, these are all migrant workers. They've come from different states to make a living, to earn their livelihood, and they are being harassed, threatened, and beaten up. And that's what we are seeing. Rickshaw driver being threatened and assaulted by MNS workers. They threatened him to speak in Marathi. He said he doesn't know the language. I mean, the poor guy did not know the language, and therefore he said, I will only speak in Hindi, and rightfully so, justifiably so. But MNS goons there not really sparing him either. So, this definitely has to stop. In the name of language, they are going about beating and bashing people up, and these are poor, weak people who have absolutely no influence or political clout. They will not dare do this to somebody rich and influential. That is something we know. They're obviously doing it for the sake of publicity, and this is just politics at play, no doubt about it. And the fact that state government is not taking any strong action is only driving them more, in fact making them do these acts even more. It is only intensifying with each passing day. So where does the buck really stop is the real question. And today, will Devendra Fadnavis finally speak up and act and give a strict warning to these leaders and goons? That remains to be seen.
Right. Will Devendra Fadnavis please stand up is, really the question here. Radhika, speak up he has been, he's been talking about lawlessness and that it won't be tolerated in the state. But can he please stand up and take action against, these incidents that are now, in fact, like you mentioned, this, of course, is bringing to light, what really happened in Thane. The poor shopkeeper of that sweet shop who couldn't, wasn't speaking in Marathi, was speaking in Hindi. And they were having that conversation regarding the Hindi imposition in the state, which has been revoked by Devendra Fadnavis. I mean, on one side, you might revoke the Hindi imposition in the state, but on the other side, you're coming down heavy, and particularly on the poor class of the people, whether it is a canteen person, whether it is somebody behind the toll plaza, whether it is a rickshaw driver or a poor man, inside a sweet shop. The MNS workers are not stopping. There's just no stopping them, Radhika.
That's right. This is only continuing. This is, political impunity that we witnessed. So a lot happening as far as, MNS goons actions are concerned, but no real act from the side of state government or the police officials there. A lot of FIRs have been registered, weak sections, lenient sections being added in many of these FIRs. No arrests, they are being just called into the police station and they are being released immediately. So therefore, which is why it is really driving them to take law into their hands even more. There is absolutely no fear of law. That is something that we can see. There is impunity, no fear of law, no regret, no remorse, and they are just going about threatening people, beating people up with absolutely no accountability and no fear of consequences. So yes, these acts are continuing. State government is in a fix. Devendra Fadnavis saying that he will act but not doing anything on the ground. Eknath Shinde's party is also divided. Some supporting the MNS, some not. Opposition firmly backing MNS, and there is a lot of politics at play. Many of the leaders want to ally with MNS ahead of BMC polls. So therefore, they are softening their stand as far as the Raj Thackeray is concerned. But what's happening on ground is that poor people, poor workers, poor migrants who come to the state of Maharashtra to earn a livelihood are being targeted, and they are bearing the brunt of this politics of language that's playing out.
Absolutely. What is the common man, really, thinking about and saying about, these kind of incidents that have come to light? Are people in Maharashtra living in fear? Let's, get you an account of people there in Maharashtra talking on camera against these MNS workers and people who are forcing their way and their ideologies on the poor Mumbaikar and people in Maharashtra.
विधायक द्वारा जब दाल सही नहीं परोसी गई तो कैंटीन के आदमी की पिटाई कर दी गई, ये आपको कितना सही लगता है? लेकिन पीटना चाहिए ऐसे नहीं, गलत बात है। गलत बात मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं
मैम? उसके लिए आर्गुमेंट कर सकते हैं, पैसे बिल के लिए हो सकते हैं, पर मारना पीटना गलत है जी।
मारपीट बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गई है महाराष्ट्र में, आपको ऐसा लगता है?
हाँ मैम, छोटी छोटी बातों पे होते रहती है।
भजिया पाव, कई बार ऐसा होता है कि देखिए आपका खाना सही नहीं होता तो आप क्या मारपीट पर उतर जाएंगे सीधा इनके साथ?
नहीं नहीं, ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि भाई इंसान से ही गलती होता है। हाँ, तो कुछ जिस मिस्टेक रहेगा तो उनको बताएंगे कि भाई ये मिस्टेक है, तो उसको सुधार करेंगे। जैसा
व्यवहार किया जाए वैसा, लेकिन अगर सामने वाला शांत है, चुपचाप आपको सॉरी बोल रहा हो,
शांत समझ होगा। ऐसा खाने पीने में ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना, गड़बड़ी खाने पीने का मामला ही है, समझाऊंगा उसको एक दो बार।
एक नेता है शिवसेना के, वो सीधा मारपीट पर उतर गए, कैंटीन वाले को बहुत जोर जोर का मारने लगे
क्या? लेकिन अभी उसके आगे पहले कुछ हुआ होगा ना, अभी क्यों मारा है? अभी कोई नेता किसी के ऊपर हाथ उठा तो कुछ ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा ना, वो भी तो मालूम होना मुझे ना।
तो ऐसा कभी हुआ है कि कुछ कंप्लेंट आई हो दाल को लेकर?
नहीं, हमारे इधर कंप्लेंट नहीं।
एक नेता है संजय गायकवाड़, उन्होंने क्या किया है कि उनकी दाल खराब थी, तो जैसे कैंटीन में काम करने वाले लड़के होते हैं उनसे मारपीट कर ली, बहुत मारा है उन्हें।
अपने इधर खराब दाल सीधा फेंक देते हैं, वेस्ट होता है वो हटा देते हैं।
लेकिन गलत है, जब अगर सपोज कोई आपके पास खराबी आए खाने को लेकर तो आप लोग क्या करते हैं?
वो उस्ताद को रिएक्शन करेगा, उसको बोलेगा ऐसा क्या कैसा हुआ, उसको समझाते हैं, बताते हैं।
लेकिन मारपीट करना ये सही है?
मेरे को सही नहीं लगता.
Right, of course, this really comes at a time when people voicing their concerns when it comes to the law and order situation in the state of Maharashtra. So, Mumbai citizens sick of the Senas after video that is surfacing, that is going completely viral. We're showing you videos on your screen of the violence that has erupted in a matter of a few days in the state of Maharashtra. There are more such incidents that haven't been even reported. But here we have MNS workers there, one beating up a Pole Plaza employee. On the other side, MNS worker intimidating a rickshaw puller. On the other side, we also have a Shiv Sena MLA there in the center, right there. The Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad hitting, assaulting, punching. This is a canteen chap, a poor man, because the dal that he was served was smelly. Sanjay Gaikwad, absolutely unapologetic, and has literally no remorse or regret as to what really happened there. In fact, he's bragging about, being able to do this. Anuj joining us to get us the very latest. Anuj, we have played out some of the reactions coming in regard to these multiple incidents, but when it comes to the government, the action that the government has taken, and basically the stand that the government has taken in regard to MNS workers on one side, but the big question being, what is the stand that the government will take in, when it comes to their own, and that is Sanjay Gaikwad, the person behind all this, and the person who's absolutely unapologetic and has absolutely no regret or remorse, but is in fact bragging about, being able to do this because he knows judo, he knows karate, he even knows how to wrestle, and he's gone on to say that this is the Shiv Sena style of handling things.
Exactly. I mean, when you look at this matter, it's not just an action that was undertaken by the MLA in a fit of rage, right? We've seen that this incident unfolded yesterday, and after that, since today morning, he first spoke to NDTV, then he spoke to the other news channels, and in all of these interactions that Sanjay Gaikwad has had with news channels, one can see that the individual, the MLA, is still very adamant on defending himself, and as you said, just not stops there, but he goes on to brag about all the all the skills that he has, which makes it very clear that number one, there is a possibility of there being a clear directive from the party top officials in Shiv Sena, especially Shinde, Mr. Eknath Shinde himself, that he need not change his stance on it. And secondly, this also raises questions about
And breaking news coming in of DK Shiv Kumar there. He has sought time with Rahul Gandhi. Do remember Rahul Gandhi today is in Patna, but DK Shiv Kumar has asked for time from Rahul Gandhi and is expected to meet him later. That is DK Shiv Kumar there meeting with Rahul Gandhi perhaps later tonight. But DK Shiv Kumar has gone on to say that there will be no cabinet reshuffle, and that really is not on the cards. So all the rumblings and the speculation doing the rounds in regard to a change in guard could perhaps not be taking place is what DK Shiv Kumar at least has gone on record to say, that there will be no cabinet reshuffling and there would be no change in guard. But however, he has sought time with Rahul Gandhi. That's the latest that we have for you. He's also gone on to speak about Siddaramaiah and that the chief minister is going to be in Delhi in order to meet with the defense minister, and it's basically on the lines of basically for development purposes. However, DK Shiv Kumar there saying, to know more on this, we have Aishwarya Jain joining us. Aishwarya, of course, DK Shiv Kumar there clearing the air, putting things in perspective in regard to both, DK Shiv Kumar and then eventually also Siddaramaiah being here in the national capital. But, saying that this is not what it's really being made out to be. This is basically DK Shiv Kumar asking for time. He will be meeting with Rahul Gandhi, not Sonia Gandhi, and it is the chief minister who's going to be meeting with the defense minister, and that is basically for development purposes and nothing other.
Well, that's right. In fact, Amit, the entire chorus that has been growing of a cabinet reshuffle, or probably the supporters of DK Shiv Kumar wanting him to be the next chief minister, it is to four important points that he made during the press conference in the national capital today. He said that, of course, he will meet Rahul Gandhi. He sought an appointment from Rahul Gandhi as he is in Patna, and as soon as he will come back, he'll definitely meet Rahul Gandhi. Perhaps he had not met Sonia Gandhi in Delhi, but Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is also landing in Delhi, and he will be meeting Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and would be giving an invitation and will be proposing for a aero show in Karnataka. It is, of course, on the other side, several important work that needs to be done as far as clearing the official gazette for Kaveri River. Yesterday, D.K. Shiv Kumar met C.R. Patil and other ministers of the central government as well. But the most important point here that has been made by D.K. Shiv Kumar is that it is just speculations. Everything is loud and clearly being said by the party observers, the in charge that came into Bengaluru, that there would be no cabinet reshuffle, and that has been made very clear. We directly asked D.K. Shiv Kumar that now whether after 2.5 years there is going to be reshuffle or not. He clearly stated that it's just the speculation that has been going on in the media. We have made it clear that Siddaramaiah would be the Chief Minister and I would be the Deputy Chief Minister, and that's the consensus that had been made. But certainly for important work of the Karnataka government, both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka is here in Delhi, and they will be meeting several key ministers, including the Deputy Chief Minister. But yes, as it has been all left behind to the High Command, as Mr. Khadge also stated, it would be D.K. Shiv Kumar will be meeting Rahul Gandhi as soon as he will come back from Patna. Tonight or tomorrow is something that D.K. Shiv Kumar has stated.
Right, of course, we also heard D.K. Shiv Kumar saying that the position isn't vacant. So basically, this is not the time to talk about a change in guard, a change of guard as far as Karnataka is concerned. D.K. Shiv Kumar there clearing the air, of course, and going on to talk about how a meeting will be taking place with Rajnath Singh as well.
Well, there is a proposal from the Karnataka government that an aero show is to be conducted in the state, and therefore the reason perhaps Chief Minister Siddaramaiah would be landing in Delhi and he would be meeting Defence Minister this evening, would be inviting him and would be proposing that the next aero show should be in the state of Karnataka as well. But on the other side, importantly, there are several important issues. I mentioned the Kaveri River official gazette needs to be cleared by the central government, and therefore the reason perhaps yesterday he met Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil and also Bhupendra Yadav for that instance. But it is most important meetings within the organization amid the growing chorus. It is D.K. Shiv Kumar who had sought an appointment, and he only confirmed to us that he had sought an appointment from Rahul Gandhi, and he would be meeting him as soon as he will be coming back from Patna. Whether there would be any talks with Rahul Gandhi of D.K. Shiv Kumar of the cabinet reshuffle, which is high demand, be it the supporters of Siddaramaiah or D.K. Shiv Kumar back in Karnataka as well. But everything is good. Everything is fine between D.K. Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah is what he has stated and cleared there.
Right. Let's just get in our colleague Deepak joining us from Bengaluru in regard to, Deepak, this meeting that's going to be taking place in the national capital. I mean, we do know Siddaramaiah is on his way here. D.K. Shiv Kumar there saying that the position is not vacant, and these speculation doing the rounds are absolutely baseless at this particular point in time.
Well, yes, and in fact, when we spoke to Mr. Randeep Singh Surjewala, who's in Bengaluru meeting the legislators, he dismisses any sort of meeting. On the other hand, Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar says he wants to meet Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Whether this is going to be a meeting with all stakeholders here, including the Chief Minister, that is a question mark. But at this point in time, officially they maintain these are visits pertaining to developmental activities in the state, and also Aishwarya was saying that Chief Minister today, of course, is all set to meet the Raksha Mantri. This is for a formal request to be made for an aero display at the Dasara. But after that, whether they're going to meet the High Command, whether the High Command will want to have a chat with them, considering a series of statements that have been coming in from various legislators, ministers, which have put the government in a bit of a fix, be it issues of corruption that they've been flagging, be it talks of leadership change that has been surfacing time and again, how to quell this, and whether there is an attempt to quell or whether there is an attempt to actually do something about it. This is something for the High Command to decide, and whether that decision is going to be made in the next couple of days, well, probably not, because it's a decision that will take some time, and it's something that is in the making probably. But the meeting definitely is raising a lot of interest, considering the fact that here the Congress legislators themselves have been making a lot of hue and cry about the change of leadership and other issues.
Right, of course, Deepak, all eyes on that meeting that's going to be taking place of DK Shiv Kumar with Rahul Gandhi. But Rahul Gandhi is in Patna, so is this meeting going to take place later this evening or perhaps tomorrow early morning is something that we will be tracking. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पूरी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
कि जैसे जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं, वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
A 36-hour non-stop flight by a small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because
Welcome back. Very tragic news coming in fact, from Gujarat, and that is in a very shocking incident. This is a bridge that was in Gujarat connecting Vadodara to Anand that has collapsed. 9 people have died in this incident. 6 others have been injured and taken to the hospital. We have Radhika Ramaswamy joining us to get us the very latest. Radhika, this very shocking incident of this Gambhira bridge that collapsed. What led to its collapse? How old is this bridge? Because from what we're hearing is this isn't a bridge that's been around for too long. And what really caused this collapse as far as this bridge is concerned? Take us through all the very details that you have for us.
What we have been given to understand that there had been multiple complaints as far as the condition of bridge is concerned, but despite that, authorities did not take note of it. Unfortunate incident there. At least 9 people have died and several others are being rescued at this point after many vehicles fell into this river. This was a dilapidated bridge in Vadodara district. It collapsed early this morning. In fact, this is located in Padra Taluka of Vadodara district. In fact, the bridge connects Gambira to Mujpur, and several vehicles were crossing that particular bridge this morning. When the bridge entirely collapsed, we can see in those visuals how there are vehicles dangling precariously from that particular bridge. People are also trapped in the river and crying for help as well. Some of them have been rescued, thankfully, but unfortunately, the news that's coming in is that 9 people have died in this particular incident. The rescue operations are still underway. NDRF emergency services, fire and emergency services have been rushed to the spot. Local police officials also there. But rescue seems to be a little challenging as a result of weather conditions. The injured have been taken to a local hospital. Some of them have been rescued. Some of them are still to be found. And 9 people so far have died in this unfortunate accident.
Very unfortunate there, Radhika. And of course, from what we're hearing is that this was a bridge that was built in 1985, and there were periodic checks that were conducted in order, as and when required, is what the ministry has gone on to say. But 9 people have died and 6 others have been injured in the collapse that has taken place in Gujarat. Radhika with us to get us the very latest. Radhika, take us through, details of how many cars were on this bridge when it collapsed and what really led to the collapse is something that will take time for us to know. But, the initial reports of, bystanders and eyewitnesses, what is it that we are picking up?
What we are being given to understand is that the bridge is about 40 years old and it was repaired last year. In fact, there were some complaints as far as the condition of the bridge is concerned, but there was some repair that was carried out. The authorities are examining the details of this bridge and also as to what exactly led to the collapse as well. There were many vehicles at the time of the incident. There was, a car, a pickup van, a rickshaw, 2 trucks. So there were several vehicles at the time of the collapse, and some of which them fell into that particular river as well. Several vehicles falling into the river and resulting in casualties, 9 people dying and many
very, very unfortunate there. Radhika, thank you so much for getting us all the details. We will keep tracking that story. For now, we're stepping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more with Usama on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है। जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़ और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का मायाजाल है। ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है। बीच में मुद्दे के साथ कौन है, जनता को जवाब चाहिए। इसीलिए सवालों की परेड नहीं, मैं लाऊंगा खबरों की कचहरी। मैं शुभांकर मिश्रा, मेरे साथ देखिए कचहरी रात 8 बजे सिर्फ एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
If it matters to you, 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 it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shiv only on NDTV 24/7.
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100 more. The Indian Navy has just gotten into an order for 26 Rafale M aircraft. There is a generation gap between the Rafale and the stealth. There is a good reason why a stealth platform is called a 5th generation aircraft and a Rafale is a 4th or 4.5 generation aircraft, and that is low observability. So in as much as the Rafale has brilliant sensors, both in terms of its radar, its defensive suite, its electronic warfare suite, its towed array decoy system, it is not typically a low observability platform in quite the same manner in which a stealth aircraft is. Its design form is different. And therefore, if Pakistan does have low observability,
Maharashtra thuggery escalates in Mumbai after a Sena MLA punches a person over food. Is the glorification of violence now a deliberate political strategy for relevance? Maharashtra government's muted response on this brazen display of power. Has Marathi pride become a convenient cover for Marathi gundagiri? Maharashtra thug netas exposed by NDTV. Karnataka Game of Thrones now shifts to Delhi. DK Shivkumar seeks time to meet Rahul Gandhi. The Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is also set to reach Delhi. A bridge collapses in Gujarat. 9 people have lost their lives. Protest politics peaks in Patna. Opposition joins forces ahead of the crucial Bihar assembly elections. The Mahagathbandhan stir on Bihar voter list. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. An FDA team is currently at the canteen where Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad slapped a worker. The FDA team is doing an inspection of the condition in which the food is being prepared. They are taking samples. They are also making videos. And after inspection, a report is set to be submitted by this evening. My colleague Abhishek Avasthi, he's been there on the ground and he has been getting us all the latest. And he in fact went to the canteen. He spoke to the customers who said that the food quality needs to improve. But the way the MLA assaulted the canteen staff was not right. Staff members too have criticized this particular assault. And from what we understand at this moment, and this is breaking information, an FDA team is currently at the canteen. All right, my colleague Anuj Raite joins us to get us more on this. Anuj, take us through what is happening there at the canteen right now. From what we understand, an FDA team is currently at the canteen. They are taking samples, etc.
Osama, I'm here in Vidhan Bhavan, trying to follow the political reactions. But from what I've gathered from Abhishek, who is following this story from the canteen where this incident unfolded, what we got to know is that after this video went viral early in the morning at around 8:30 a.m., one can see that even in that video, which was shot last night, the MLA says that he instructs one of his associates to provide that dal which is in a packet to ask him to submit it to the FDA team. And now from what we know is that the FDA team has officially taken over the incident or over the investigation of this particular matter. From what we've been gathering or picking up here in Vidhan Bhavan, a lot of MLAs, even from the opposition parties and from the ruling dispensation, have of course spoke against the violence and have kind of condemned it pretty much unanimously. but they've also spoken about how, there were multiple complaints being made against the MLA canteen there, the Akashvani MLA canteen, which is a state-run canteen, and that is important to understand, and how, the way the food was served, or, the ingredients that were used were often questionable, or, reports regarding that, letters regarding that were sent to the higher-offs on multiple occasions. But what is important is the fact that the individual in question here, who is the Buldhana member of Legislative Assembly from Shiv Sena, Sanjay Gaikwad, he still continues to stay adamant. There is no apology that we've heard from him after speaking to NDTV earlier today. He also spoke to a lot of other news channels here, and he's maintained the stance throughout on how he's got all the reasons to be angry, and in a way is justifying the violent acts that he perpetrated on this canteen staff last evening. The Minister of State for Home Department, Yogesh Kadam, also very briefly spoke to us before going to the Vidhan Bhavan, and he said that important to understand that Yogesh Kadam is also from Shiv Sena. He also said that how a proper way should have been followed. Often complaints are made and the complaints are looked into by the state machinery, but violence is not an answer, especially when we are covering the VIP hooliganism across the MMR region, talking about how workers endorsed by party leaders, especially by MNS and in some parts UBT as well, have perpetrated violence in the name of language, and now this incident kind of joins the bandwagon of VIP goons, or of VIPs, political VIPs in the state, perpetrating violence on record, even after knowing that their actions are going under the check.
Right, and as I mentioned earlier, the FDA team is there at the canteen. They're taking samples, they're making videos, and after the entire inspection, a report is expected to be submitted by the evening. But Anuj, when you speak about the political messaging of this entire incident, and as I mentioned earlier, is this glorification of violence now a deliberate political strategy?
When we talk about a few parties, especially about the Senas and MNS, the line of action for these three parties, which are again three primary stakeholders of the Marathi voter base here in the MMR region, violence of such nature is nothing new for them, right? They've started movements, and they have kind of fueled their movements with the help of violence, be it MNS's movement or anti-toll agitation, which went on for a couple of years, and we are also seeing that another incident has also come ahead about the same thing, or even the Marathi Manus agitation that happened in the 90s and in the early 2000s, wherein they fought for the sons of the soil against the outsiders, talking about how it is the right of the of the regional people, of the local people over the jobs as compared to the others. So violence as a political tool has always been used by political parties. But an important question to raise here is, how does Devendra Fadnavis look at all of this? Because after the Meera Bhayandar issue kind of flared up, we heard from him on how such kind of acts wouldn't be tolerated, and how the government will be keeping out a stern lookout as far as such actions are concerned. And then we also had other senior ministers from the BJP talking about it. In that particular case, Shiv Sena was holding a very diplomatic view because of the involvement of the Marathi Manus issue as well. But will Devendra Fadnavis go on to reiterate on the same point when it is his own MLA, MLA his own alliance party in the question at the moment? That will be something that we'll have to wait and watch out for.
All right, Anuj Raithu, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In the meanwhile, these are the pictures that you can see on your screen of the FDA team currently there inspecting at that particular canteen. And my colleague Abhishek Avasthi, he was there to get us this report. Take a look.
हम इस वक्त उसी कैंटीन में मौजूद है. आप देख सकते हैं फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट से अधिकारी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, और जिस तरीके से कल कंप्लेन आई थी कि खाने में ख़राब खाना दिया जा रहा है, उसके चलते यहाँ पर सर्वे या कई के जांच की जा रही है. फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट से यहाँ पर आला अधिकारी यहाँ मौजूद है, और कहीं न कहीं जिस तरीके से खाना बनाया जा रहा है, उस खाने में किस तरीके की सब्जियों का उपयोग किया जा रहा है, उसके चलते यहाँ पर इंस्पेक्शन किया जा रहा है. कल जिस तरीके से एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ, उसके बाद हमने देखा किस तरीके से विधायक ने को एक दाल, जो ख़राब दाल दी गई, उसके बाद वायलेंस हुआ इस कैंटीन में. उसके बाद ही सरकार हरकत में आई है, और कहीं ना कहीं फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट के लोग यहाँ पर आकर एक तरीके से इंस्पेक्शन कर रहे हैं, कैसे खाना बनाया जा रहा है, क्या सामान इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है और किस तरीके से उसे परोसा जाएगा, और हाइजीन के बारे में भी यहाँ पर एक तरीके से जांच की जा रही है। आप साफ तौर पे देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र की तरफ से अधिकारी यहाँ मौजूद हैं और तमाम सैंपल्स भी लिए जा रहे हैं, कुछ चीज़ें टेस्ट भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर लगातार जिस तरीके से MLA हॉस्टल की एक कैंटीन है, खाना परोसा जाता है। कल जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ उसका विवाद बना है, MLA ने बल का प्रयोग करके मैनेजर को के साथ बदसलूकी की, वहीं उन्होंने एक मुद्दा भी उपस्थित किया कि किस तरीके का खाना यहाँ पर परोसा जा रहा है वो सही नहीं है। ऐसे में फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट के लोग, अधिकारी यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं ख़ास तौर पर कैंटीन के अंदर मौजूद है और कहीं ना कहीं उन सभी चीज़ों का जायज़ा ले रहे हैं कि कुछ चीज़ें जो यहाँ बनाई जा रही हैं वो उसकी क्वालिटी क्या है, और उसके जांच भी की जा रही है। और वीडियो भी वो बना रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर कैंटीन में खाना बनाया जाता है, किस तरीके के ऑपरेशंस किए जाते हैं, और साथ ही साथ जो क्वालिटी है फूड की, क्लोज कर दें, क्वालिटी है फूड की, वो यहाँ पर बताई जा रही है। किस तरीके की इंस्पेक्शन की जा रही है अगर आप बता पाएँ, क्योंकि ये कैंटीन चर्चा में आ गई जब सोशल मीडिया पे वीडियो वायरल हुआ। साथ ही विधायक जी ने हाथापाई भी कर दी क्योंकि ख़राब दाल परोसी गई थी। क्या इंस्पेक्शन में पाया गया, किस तरीके की जाँच की जा रही है?
अभी तो इंस्पेक्शन हमारा चालू है, वो अन्न सुरक्षा मानदेय कायदा जो है उनके तहत अभी इंस्पेक्शन चालू है वही बेसिस पे। तो हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि किचन में साफ सफाई, ये सब जो कानून के तहत जो मुद्दे रहते हैं इंस्पेक्शन के पॉइंट जो है वो हम वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं।
मतलब ये सब देखकर फिर एक रिपोर्ट बनाई जाएगी इसके चल
बनाएंगे।
सर वीडियो भी आप बना रहे हैं, क्या मापदंड?
हमारी इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए हम फोटो वगैरह निकालते हैं।
और सर अगर आपसे जानना चाहे लोगों को माध्यम से समझने के लिए कि क्या मापदंड होते हैं, किस तरीके का खाना बनना चाहिए, क्या प्रोडक्ट यूज़ करने चाहिए, अगर आप बता पाएं।
अन्न सुरक्षा जो कानून है, अन्न सुरक्षा फूड सेफ्टी एंड स्टैंडर्ड एक्ट, उसके तहत साफ सुथरे वातावरण में सबके लिए, मतलब पब्लिक के लिए हाइजीनिक फूड मिलना चाहिए। मतलब सेफ और हाइजीनिक, मतलब सुरक्षित और स्वच्छता में जो बनाया जाता है वो फूड मिलना चाहिए। तो उसके लिए एक कानून के जो प्रोविज़न है तो वो वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं हम कि मतलब वो पैरामीटर में बैठते कि नहीं बैठते, वो हिसाब से हम इंस्पेक्शन करेंगे।
कितनी जल्दी इस प्रकार की रिपोर्ट सबमिट हो सकती है, पता चल सकता है कि सब सही है या गलत हो रहा है या कुछ समझ में आए?
इंस्पेक्शन तो तुरंत, मतलब आज ही करेंगे तो आज ये रिपोर्ट सबमिट होता है। जो भी एक्शन है इनिशिएट जल्दी होता है उसका।
कुछ बता पाएंगे कि किस तरीके का यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है? अगर प्राइमरी आपने क्या देखा, किस तरीके से सही है या?
इंस्पेक्शन चालू है, सब होने के बाद हम बोल सकते हैं।
सर आपका नाम और डेजिग्नेशन?
मैं बोर्ड के फूड सेफ्टी ऑफिसर हूँ।
फूड सेफ्टी ऑफिसर
बोर्ड के।
धन्यवाद। तो लगातार यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं ये वही विवादित कैंटीन है जहाँ पर सोशल मीडिया में वीडियो वायरल होने के बाद अब फूड एंड ड्रग्स की ओर से अफसर यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और वीडियो लिए जा रहे हैं, जांच की जा रही है किस हाइजीन में यहाँ पर खाना बनाया जाता है या नहीं। सेफ्टी और हाइजीन सिचुएशन जो कहा जाता है, एक मापदंड होते हैं फूड एंड ड्रग्स अथॉरिटी जो महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट के तहत आता है, उसके चलते यहाँ पर इंस्पेक्शन जारी है।
Well, just to remind our viewers, in a shocking show of high-handedness, this Maharashtra lawmaker upset over the quality of the dal served to him at this canteen in Mumbai. He assaulted the canteen operator, hitting him on the face and punching him so hard that he fell on the ground. This incident at the Akashvani MLA Canteen in Churchgate was caught on camera. This video clip, it has now gone viral. It has raised questions about the conduct of elected representatives in public. This MLA, however, said that he does not regret his act and said that this was the Shiv Sena style. Listen in to what he spoke to my colleague Abhishek Avasthi.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नज़र आ रहे। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें ख़राब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गाँव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुंह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? तो बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, नहीं तो ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15-15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बताता हूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कहीं चिपकी ले आई, कहीं कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांड पट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ। इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रोवोक्ट हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कोई कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये एक आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तो सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
जब मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के, कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लेंट करने का प्रयास
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा। वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा। और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है। मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे।
All right, my colleague Abhishek Awasthi, he in fact went back to speak to the eyewitnesses, including the manager. Listen into that conversation first.
हम इस वक्त उसी होटल में हैं, हमारे साथ होटल का स्टाफ है। जिस तरीके से योगेश जी के साथ हुआ, आपके साथ भी हो सकता है। कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? अगर कुछ चीज़ खराब है उसका एक तरीका होता है, लेकिन क्या कहेंगे?
आके करो, हाँ बराबर है, कर सकते हैं। अभी अब मंत्री आके उसके साथ 20-25 आदमी जो रहते हैं, आके एक आदमी को मारना, गरीब आदमी को मारना, एक कौन सा तरीका है? एक कौन सा तरीका है? अभी वो कायदे कानून है, वो खराब है, वो करो, ये करो, कानून कायदे कानून वो छोड़ के मारा मारी। मंत्री बनते क्या मारा मारी करने के लिए बनते?
लेकिन आपने एक महत्वपूर्ण बात बताई कि उनके साथ 10-15 लोग थे जो मिल के मार रहे थे, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था क्या?
बराबर है, वो लोग ही आदमी था ना, वो लोग ही आदमी था, वो लोग ही मारा। पहला वो मंत्री ने वो काली बनीन में था, वो मारा, मारने के बाद दूसरा 2-3 आदमी मारा।
मंत्री नहीं, वो विधायक है सर, विधायक मतलब एमएलए है।
एमएलए क्या मालूम, भगवान जानते एमएलए क्या है।
लेकिन कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? कभी आप भी हो सकते हो, ये भाई भी हो सकते हैं, जो आप मेहनत से काम करते हो, कुछ अगर तकलीफ है तो उसकी बताना चाहिए कि इस तरीके से मारना चाहिए।
अरे मारा मारी नहीं करना चाहिए, जो चीज़ खराब है आके बोलना चाहिए, ये खराब है, ये करो, वो करो करके उसको सजा देना चाहिए। वो छोड़ के मारा मारी, ऐसा होता है क्या मारा मारी?
आप लोग जितने लोग हैं काम कर रहे हैं, दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, रोजी रोटी के लिए काम करते हैं, और इस तरीके का अगर हादसा हो जाता है तो सही है कि गलत है? ये
गलत है, एकदम गलत है।
गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है,
बहुत गलत है।
आप भी हो सकते थे, आपको भी मारा जा सकता है।
मारा जा सकता था, अंगुली उठाया जा सकता था मेरे पे। मैं अन्ना को बचाया, मेरे पे हाथ उठा रहा था और मारने के लिए मेरे को हाँ मेरे को बोला।
नहीं, कल जब ये हुआ आप थे क्या?
हाँ थे, मैं था, मैं अन्ना को पकड़ के उठाया, ठीक है, बोलता तू मत बोले तो तेरे को मारूंगा मैं।
आपके जैसे अधिकारी या कहेंगे जो मैनेजर थे, कल रात को बैठे थे, जिस तरीके से घटना घटी, पूरा वायरल हुआ, आज पूरा देश उसे देख रहा है, कैसे देखते हैं? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ खराब हो जाता होगा, लेकिन उसका ब्लेम आप लोगों पर आता है।
सर इसके बारे में मैं अभी कुछ बोल नहीं सकते, प्लीज़ सर।
आपको क्या जायज़ लगता है जिस तरीके से विधायक जी ने हाथ उठाया? कल आप भी हो सकते थे सर।
नहीं सर, ये आपको क्या कैसा लगता है? ये बोलिए।
गलत है सर।
तो गलत ही है ना सर, तब इससे आगे मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता, प्लीज़।
हम इस वक्त उसी कैंटीन में मौजूद है। ये आकाशवाणी कैंटीन है जो कि एमएलए हॉस्टल के नीचे है, और आपको बता दें ये उसी कैंटीन है जहां पर जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ का, जो एकनाथ शिंदे के गुट से आते हैं, जिसमें साफ तौर पर ये दिख रहा है किस तरीके से विधायक जी ने जो मैनेजर है उसको थप्पड़ मारा, घूसे मारे, क्योंकि उसने खराब दाल उनको दी थी। देखिए ये कैंटीन है, यहाँ पर काम चल रहा है और सुबह का वक्त होने से गर्दी भी ज़्यादा है, और ऐसे में आरोप ये लग रहा है कि इस कैंटीन में जो खाना परोसा गया था वो सही नहीं था। लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर कब से खा रहे हैं यहाँ पर, किस तरीके का खाना रहता है, क्या यहाँ पर कभी कोई कंप्लेन की है आपने या आई है?
मैं तो यहाँ फर्स्ट टाइम आया हूँ अभी।
नहीं, यहाँ पे तो ठीक है, खाना पीना सब अच्छा है और इतना ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं लग रहा था मुझे।
कल विधायक जी ने यहाँ पर प्रश्न उपस्थित किया था कि दाल खराब मिली थी और बल का प्रयोग भी किया गया था सर्वेंट के ऊपर। ऐसे में एक नागरिक होने के नाते कैसे देखते हैं इस चीज़ों को?
नहीं, ऐसा तो एक्चुअली उतना थोड़ा सा हाइपर होना नहीं चाहिए था उनको, लेकिन ठीक है, मतलब जो उस सिचुएशन के हिसाब से वो जो होना था वो हो गया। अभी हम लोग तो कल नहीं थे, हम लोग तो इधर।
देखिए ये वही कैंटीन है, कोशिश करते हैं जो यहाँ पर काम करते हैं कर्मचारी, जो मैनेजर दिख रहा था वो फ़िलहाल यहाँ पर अभी नहीं है उनकी ड्यूटी, लेकिन कोशिश ये करेंगे कि बात करें लोगों से और समझने की कोशिश करें कि आखिरकार ऐसा क्या हो गया जिस तरीके से जो वीडियो वायरल हुआ है उसमें विधायक जी इतने भड़क गए कि अपने बल का प्रयोग वो करने लगे। दादा कितने समय से काम कर रहे हैं? कल जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ हो जाता होगा कभी कभी इस तरीके से घटना, कैसे देखते हैं आप सर?
नहीं ये गलत हुआ, ऐसा बोले, सही बोले तो ये क्या है, थोड़ा एक सांभर के लिए, नहीं तो कुछ ऐसा मारता है बोले तो गलत है ना। अभी आमदार मारता था अच्छा था, ये सब लोग मिल के मारा हुआ गलत है।
हाँ वो भी देखा गया कि खाली उन्होंने नहीं मारा, बाकी लोगों ने मिल के उस जो कैंटीन के मैनेजर है। आप भी यहाँ कितने सालों से काम कर रहे थे?
1 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, मेरा ड्यूटी नहीं था कल, मैं छुट्टी में था कल।
नहीं बराबर है, लेकिन इस तरीके की कंप्लेन आई है कभी, या इस तरीके की कंप्लेन?
पहली बार
हुआ है। देखिए हमें बता रहे इस तरीके की कंप्लेन पहली बार हुई है, और यहाँ के लोग जो यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं वो साफ तौर पे ये भी कहते हैं कि इस तरीके से जो मारा गया जो वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था। और इनके बात करने से एक और एक चीज़ समझ में आ रही है कि खाली विधायक ने ही नहीं मारा था, उनके साथ जितने कर्मचारी थे उन्होंने भी इस तरीके से हाथ उठाया, वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है।
All right, my colleague Anuj Raite joins us to give us some more details about this entire incident. Anuj, this raises a lot of questions on the party culture, the discipline within the party, etc. Is street violence and incidents like this now being institutionalized in these parties, not as a bug, but as a feature?
Sama, such kind of incidents have been on a rise since last 1 week or so, not just in the MMR region, but across the state of Maharashtra. We've seen that even the last time, during the fag end of the Mahayuti 1, which was led by Eknath Shinde, one of the consistent line of attacks by the opposition was about how, leaders who are endorsed by party, leaders who are very close to power, are perpetrating acts of violence, sometimes in an extreme case and sometimes, a slap here and there. In fact, one of the ministers who got, who was told to vacate his position from the from NCP Ajit Pawar faction and ally of Bharatiya Janata Party, Dhananjay Munde, was also, his links with someone who was directly involved with the murder of a Sarpanch in Bid were also unearthed, and that became a topic of contention. Then we have what happened in a school very close to in a school in Kalyan, where two small kids, they were assaulted, they were molested by a school teacher, and then the links of the directors of that particular school with certain political parties were also unearthed later. Of course, the person died while he was in police custody, and that also raised questions about whether it is an attempt by the government to try and safeguard their partisan beliefs. And now what adds on to it, of course, it is not as serious as the case is earlier, but it goes on to adding on to the list of how certain people who hold position or who are closer to power in some way or the other, the trend of them exercising their illegal power and their, without following the most lawful manner, is something that has been up for contention. You can see Sudhir Mungantiwar is speaking here right now, and even before him we had Jitendra Awad and many other leaders speak about how a lot of MLAs in fact have questioned the quality of food that they get in the Akashvani canteen. In fact, the new issue that is coming up, what we are learning right now, is that the contractor who was given the responsibility to make food in the Akashvani MLA canteen, the contract was renewed illegally at least twice from 2018. Now, that because it's a state-run canteen, all of these things become very important. Who was it? Which department was it? And which particular individual was it that was benefit out of this entire, license extension? All of those things will again be looked into with much detail.
All right, Anuj, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, my colleague Sujata Dwivedi also joins us at this moment to get us more. In fact, Sujata, give us a sense of what the Mumbaikars think about these incidents. What is their opinion of the kind of incidents that are taking place in Maharashtra, especially in Mumbai, in the last couple of weeks?
Well, certainly, and talking about the reactions from Mumbaikars, it has been good and bad on both the aspects, and tempers though have fled, and with these episodes on a rise where there are these MNS workers and now the Shiv Sena MLA too hit somebody because of something that was not as per their will, whereas the linguistic tension with MNS and other localites of Mumbai has also been escalating, where we did try speaking to a number of Mumbaikars, the common man who gets up and goes to work to earn a bread and butter. With these linguistic tensions arising, they say that this is going to impact their, their conduct with people. And now that Marathi is also sort of taken up by the MNS as political activism, it can be raised up whenever, and there's no location as such, because we know that this entire case started with a watchman, and then it escalated to banks, schools, stationaries, and now at a shop. So people, there's of course a sense of fearfulness in the minds of people that when and where would these MNS workers would catch them and ask them to speak in Marathi, if not done so record videos and so on. But again, we can see also on social media people have been talking about how these acts by the MNS have led to the linguistic tensions arising. At the same time, they say that the law should not be taken into hand, so to ensure that the law and order situation does not worsen in the state as well as in the city. But we've been seeing that it was yesterday in Virar and then today also in Bhivandi, where there were these two auto rickshaw drivers that were assaulted and later asked to apologize. However, the one in Virar refused to, but the one in Bhivandi was forcefully made to apologize publicly and issue an apology stating that he would always speak in Marathi and never say no to the language. So people though are, also they're furious about the MNS workers hitting people for not speaking the language, and instead they cry that people should be taught and the classes could be taken by these political parties who want to run their agenda on this topic. Instead, taking classes would be a better way for people to learn Marathi. Over to you.
All right, Sujata Dwivedi, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, what do the people of Mumbai, the citizens of Mumbai, think about these actions? We have been getting video after video of such incidents, and the citizens there, the Mumbaikars there, they are sick of their leaders. Listen in to what they have to say.
विधायक द्वारा जब दाल सही नहीं परोसी गई तो कैंटीन के आदमी की पिटाई कर दी गई, ये आपको कितना सही लगता है? लेकिन पीटना चाहिए ऐसे? नहीं, गलत बात है। गलत बात मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं?
मैम उसके लिए आर्गुमेंट कर सकते हैं, पैसे बिल के लिए हो सकते हैं, पर मारना पीटना गलत है जी।
मारपीट बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गई है महाराष्ट्र में, आपको ऐसा लगता है?
हाँ मैम, छोटी छोटी बातों पे होते रहती है।
वजह पाओ कई बार ऐसा होता है कि देखिए आपका खाना सही नहीं होता तो आप क्या मारपीट पर उतर जाएंगे सीधा इनके साथ?
नहीं, ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि भाई इंसान से ही गलती होता है। हाँ, तो कुछ जिस मिस्टेक रहेगा तो उनको बताएंगे भाई ये मिस्टेक है, तो उसको सुधार करेंगे।
जैसा व्यवहार किया जाए वैसा, लेकिन अगर सामने वाला शांत है, चुपचाप आपको सॉरी बोल रहा हो,
ऐसा खाने पीने में ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना, गड़बड़ी खाने पीने का मामला ये समझाऊंगा उसको एक दो बार।
एक नेता है शिवसेना की, वो सीधा मारपीट पर उतर गए, कैंटीन वाले को बहुत जोर जोर का मारने लगे
क्या? लेकिन अभी उसके आगे पहले कुछ हुआ होगा ना, अभी क्यों मारा है? अभी कोई नेता किसी के ऊपर हाथ उठा तो कुछ ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा ना, वो भी तो मालूम होना मुझे ना।
तो ऐसा कभी हुआ है कि कुछ कंप्लेंट आई हो दाल को लेकर?
नहीं, हमारे साथ कंप्लेंट नहीं।
एक नेता है संजय गायकवाड़, उन्होंने क्या किया है कि उनकी दाल खराब थी तो जैसे कैंटीन में काम करने वाले लड़के होते हैं उनसे मारपीट कर ली, बहुत मारा है उन्हें।
अपने इधर खराब दाल सीधा फेंक देते हैं, वेस्ट होता है वो हटा देते हैं।
लेकिन गलत है, जब अगर सपोज कोई आपके पास खराबी आए खाने को लेकर तो आप लोग क्या करते हैं?
उस्ताद को रिएक्शन करेगा, उसको बोलेगा ऐसा क्यों किया, कैसा हुआ, उसको समझाते हैं, बताते हैं।
लेकिन मारपीट करना ये सही है?
मेरे को सही नहीं।
Well, what message does it send when lawmakers, they act like lawbreakers in broad daylight, and all of this is being captured on camera? In fact, we are getting the first official reaction from a Maharashtra minister, Yogesh Kadam, who says that we cannot take law in our hands. Listen in to that conversation and other political reactions that have come in.
We have Yogesh Kadam here with us. Mr. Kadam, what would we say to Sanjay Gaikwad? We've seen that his video has gone viral of hitting a canteen worker.
I think the due complaint should have been filed. He did not have to take the law in his hand. Thank you.
That was Yogesh Kadam, Minister of State Home Department, in a rush to attend the assembly right now, made it very clear that a due complaint should have been filed and violence should have been avoided. संजय गायकवाड़ का वीडियो सामने आया, उसके ऊपर आपका पहला रिएक्शन है?
उसके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ऐसे गरीबों को मारने का अधिकार नहीं है किसी को, और कानून हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
सर, अभी भी उन्होंने कोई माफी नहीं मांगी है इस चीज के बारे में। उन्होंने कहा है कि क्योंकि खाना अच्छा नहीं था इसलिए एक्शन लिया गया, तो ये दिखाता है
अक्षर कानून हाथ में लेके नहीं किया जा सकता ना।
और सर, क्या ये दिखाता है कि जो गवर्नमेंट है वो अपने खुद के आमदार या एमएलएज के खिलाफ एक तरीके से सॉफ्ट स्टांस रख रहा है? क्योंकि जब एमएनएस या फिर जो बाहर वायलेंस हुआ उसके ऊपर तो वो काफी क्लियरली
सरकार प्रायोजित है। जो महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मराठी का जो झगड़ा शुरू किया गया, ये सरकार प्रायोजित है।
सर, आपकी इमीडिएट डिमांड क्या रहेगी इस संजय गायकवाड़ केस में?
सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए। कानून हाथ में किसी को लेने का अधिकार नहीं है, कानून सबके लिए समान होता है।
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे जी का भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जल्द से जल्द इस चीज पे स्टेटमेंट?
सरकार ने ही एक्शन लेना है। कानून किसी को हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
लगातार महाराष्ट्र के अंदर गुंडा राज देखने को मिल रहा है। कभी एमएलए, कभी एमपी, कोई ना कोई किसी ना किसी के ऊपर हिंसा कर रहा है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ मराठी लैंग्वेज को लेकर।
देखो, गुंडा राज की बातें मत कहो। महाराष्ट्र की बदनामी करने के लिए जो लोग इसी तरीके जो बातें कर रहे हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान में फैला रहे हैं, उसका निषेध मैं करता हूँ। महाराष्ट्र में कायदा और सुव्यवस्था की जो व्यवस्था है बहुत अच्छी तरह की व्यवस्था है, बाकी के राज्यों से बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था हमारे महाराष्ट्र में। आप अपना जो बयान किया है वो पहला वापस लो।
एमएनएस के
आज की बात तो ये मत करो।
एमएनएस के एक नेता के
गलत है।
एमएनएस के नेता के बेटे एक किसी को मारते हैं, ये क्या गुंडा राज?
उसका सरनेम क्या है? उसका सरनेम क्या है वो बताओ। सिर्फ एमएनएस का नेता का नाम बोल, उसका सरनेम लो। अगर आपको न्यूज़ मालूम है तो उसका सरनेम आप ले लो, एंकर को आप उसका सरनेम ले लो। क्या है मालूम है आपको?
नहीं तो मराठी लैंग्वेज।
ये देखो, अगर आप बातें कर रहे हैं तो आप उसका सरनेम क्या है वो भी पूछो, आप भी वो भी बताओ। शेख करके कोई तो है जो उन्होंने दारू पी के एक लड़की के साथ, जो मराठी लड़की के साथ जो उन्होंने जो कुछ गैर व्यवहार किया था, उसके ऊपर तो कानूनी कार्रवाई हो गई। तो हर जगह हो रही है, सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है क्या? ये सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है। और उसका सरनेम भी बोलो, मराठी आदमी ने नहीं किया है, उसका सरनेम भी शेख करके है, वो भी आप बताओ। महाराष्ट्र को बदनाम करने के लिए आधी खबर मत बताओ।
नहीं, लेकिन अभी भी वो फ्री घूम रहे हैं, अभी भी कोई भी उनके खिलाफ
नहीं, जिन्होंने गलत काम किया उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
संजय राउत अभी ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि आपके एक नेता थे, कल एक एमएलए थे, उन्होंने थप्पड़ मारा किसी को और उसके खिलाफ होम मिनिस्टर देवेंद्र फडणवीस शांत हैं, कोई कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हुई?
देखो, जो गलत तरीके बातें करेगा, गलत तरीके बर्ताव करेगा, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई जरूर होगी।
Well, was it genuinely about the quality of food, or is this an abuse of power, an excuse under this flimsy excuse? Well, something that we all need to ponder on. But another such incident that we are reporting is that of MNS workers vandalizing a toll plaza, and this is what you can see on your screens. The MNS workers, this brazen display of power caught on camera. This toll plaza was vandalized in the Washim district, and from Mumbai to Washim, this act of vandalism, it continues. All right, shifting our focus to our other big story that we are tracking, and this is the Karnataka Game of Thrones. DK Shiv Kumar, he is... these are the live visuals that you can see on your screens, and he is set to meet Rahul Gandhi. He has asked Rahul Gandhi for time, and he's going to be meeting Rahul Gandhi very soon. These are the latest pictures that have come in of DK Shiv Kumar. He is in Delhi. The big question is, what is brewing in the Karnataka Congress? There is no cabinet reshuffle on the cards, is what DK Shiv Kumar has said. But the purpose of this visit, in fact, Siddaramaiah as well as DK Shiv Kumar, they both will be meeting Rahul Gandhi. This visit is to discuss the appointments to the boards. The Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister is also set to meet the Jal Shakti Minister. The Karnataka Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, he is set to meet the Defence Minister as well. Both the Karnataka Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister, DK Shiv Kumar, they are going to meet the Congress top brass. In fact, Congress's Randeep Surjewala spoke to the media. Listen in.
Yes, my Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister have travelled, as I said yesterday, to Delhi in order to raise issues of government of Karnataka and people of Karnataka with government of India. As we are aware, there is a designed discrimination and hatred in BJP and Modi government against people of Karnataka for voting them out. For example, our various demands for declaring various categories in backward class, scheduled tribe categories, various communities, is consistently denied. It is the duty of Mr. Siddaramaiah and Mr. DK Shiv Kumar to go there and to place facts on behalf of people of Karnataka before them.
All right, my colleagues Aishwarya Jain and Deepak Bopanna, they join us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, to you first. What is the exact purpose of this meeting for both the Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Minister?
But although DK Shiv Kumar on record had stated that it's developmental work that Karnataka has to undergo, and therefore the reason perhaps Deputy Chief Minister yesterday had met Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil regarding the official notification that they're seeking from the centre to be cleared as soon as possible. They also met Bhupendra Yadav yesterday, and Siddaramaiah is landing in Delhi to meet Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to give a proposal for the upcoming Aero show, and these are all Karnataka state government regarding works, and therefore the reason perhaps both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister are here in Delhi. But the speculations that had been raised as far as DK Shiv Kumar meeting Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi or the High Command, it has been stated by Mr. Shiv Kumar that he has sought time from Sonia Gandhi, and he's waiting for that appointment. Rahul Gandhi, whenever he returns from Patna, he would be meeting him tonight or tomorrow. He had met Priyanka Gandhi in Delhi at 10 Janpath as well. But importantly, what he said, why is Randeep Surjewala in Karnataka? Of course, Mallikarjun Kharge in the past stated that there should be an organizational change from the district level to the state level, and therefore the reason perhaps in charge of the Karnataka Congress, Randeep Surjewala is there. He's meeting different office bearers, and there had been earlier meetings that has been held between DK Shiv Kumar, Rahul Gandhi, KC Venugopal regarding the organizational change, and therefore the reason perhaps these kind of meetings are simultaneously happening. But very importantly, one of the questions that we directly pointed out and asked that on the demands of different supporters from DK Shiv Kumar that there should be a cabinet reshuffle or whether there should be chief ministerial position change that can be seen in the next 2-3 months or not. He stated that we are rock solid, we are partners, and we had made it very clear that there is no cabinet reshuffle on the cards as of now, and we are going very strong and working towards the development of Karnataka.
Right. Deepak Bopanna is also here with us. Deepak, both the leaders, DK Shiv Kumar as well as Siddaramaiah, they speak to the media and they say that everything is fine, everything is all right within the Karnataka Congress. But will this meeting also address the ongoing leadership tussle within the Congress, Karnataka Congress there?
Well, yes, they continue to put up a united front. They hold hands in public. They say that all is well within the party. There is no question of change of leadership. But the murmurs continue. Why are they not able to quell the murmurs is the bigger question at a time when the 2.5 period is drawing near. Why are the murmurs growing is the question for the High Command to answer, because they're not able to really quell it. Even yesterday we had, the likes of Iqbal Hussain. We had, the other legislators as well, like CP Yogeshwar. Again, talk about DK Shiv Kumar, taking over the helm of affairs, and that is something that the High Command hasn't been able to really quell, despite the fact that Mr. Surjewala is in Bengaluru. Now, while Mr. Siddaramaiah and DK, of course, have been meeting union ministers, there are official visits. They are also going to meet the High Command. Now, officially, what is being maintained is that there are certain appointments that need to be made for boards and corporations. They need to finalize that. A round of discussions were held with Mr. Surjewala last week as well. That could be finalized after this meeting. Whether this issue of change, the topic that keeps coming up time and again, how to handle this will be discussed or not, time will tell. Rahul Gandhi, of course, is in Patna today. Tomorrow is when he has sought time, and that's when any sort of discussion could happen.
Deepak Bopanna and Aishwarya Jain, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
NDTV exposes the thuggery of the Mahar Netas after shopkeepers, canteen boys and toll staffers were beaten by them. The Karnataka Game of Thrones shifts to Delhi. DK Shiv Kumar seeks time to meet Rahul Gandhi. The Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also to reach Delhi today. A bridge collapses in Gujarat. 10 people have lost their lives. Protest politics peaks in Patna. The opposition joins forces ahead of Bihar elections.
Pressure on the Indian Air Force to get fighters, forget about stealth aircraft. The Indian government has made it clear that we're going to bet on the AMCA, which is India's own fighter. But getting these 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale, which you've already sunk an enormous amount of money into, even the Indian Navy has signed on for them recently, and there are still these delays. But with this announcement, Vishnu, and that's my next question now, I'm wondering whether this means that things are much clearer as far as the MRFA, or we still can't jump the gun on that. I know as far as Indian procurement is concerned, nothing is over until it's over, right? Nothing is over until it's over, especially when the Rafale is theoretically competing against American fighters like the F-15 Eagle II. Yeah. You've got Putin's Sukhoi 35s. You've got the Typhoon theoretically as well. So it ain't over until it's over, and I completely agree with you on that. But by putting out this partnership, and this is not an MOU, this is an agreement which I'm assuming is going to fructify into a joint venture. Yeah.
2028
is when the first fuselages will roll out. Which again, I'm assuming means that, work begins now. 2028 is 2 years away. That's like more than just a foot in the door?
No, I would suggest that they are leading in this competition. Yeah. All the Indian Air Force officers that we speak to, and they couch this language carefully, so I'm going to be responsible in how I report this. They say that they've had an exceptional experience with the Rafale. The Rafale is the aircraft of choice for them, but they will go through this process. It is a legal process. It goes down to pricing, tendering, terms, capability of the aircraft, relevance, weapon systems, integration.
Welcome back. News now from the state of Gujarat, where in a shocking incident, the Gambhira bridge on the Mahisagar river, which connects Vadodara and Anand, it collapsed. 10 people have lost their lives, 6 have been injured, and they have been taken to the hospital. The rescue operation is currently underway. So this entire incident, it took place near Vadodara. This bridge, it connects Vadodara to Anand, and this bridge collapsed and 10 people have now lost their lives, and these are the pictures that you can see on your screen of the rescue operation currently underway. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins us on the phone line to get us more on this. Radhika, take us through the latest updates.
Very tragic incident indeed. At least 10 people have died and several others have been injured, and rescue operations are still undergoing after many vehicles fell into this river in Vadodara. This was a dilapidated bridge which sort of collapsed, as a result of which several of these vehicles fell into the river. Now this is located in Mujpur in Padra Taluk of Vadodara district. The bridge connects two areas which is Mujpur and Gambhira in Anand district, and we can see in that video how some of the vehicles were left dangling from the broken bridge, and some of the people there who unfortunately fell are crying for help from the vehicles. So some of them still trapped is what we have been given to understand, but 10 people have died, many injured, and rescue operations are still undergoing. NDRF and emergency officials are at the spot carrying out the rescue operations. Several officials have been dispatched to the spot. What exactly caused this collapse is something that is a matter of investigation. They are probing, what caused it. Apparently, there were multiple complaints as far as the condition of the bridge is concerned, but certainly a very, very tragic incident of a bridge collapse leading to death.
Right. Radhika, just also give us a sense of as far as the rescue operation is concerned? And also, what are the authorities saying? Is there going to be an inquiry as to why this incident happened in the first place? What have the authorities said so far?
The authorities have said that they will, of course, be probing what exactly caused. We believe that there had been complaints in the past about the condition of the bridge. This was about 40 years old and had been undergoing some repairs, had undergone some repairs last year. And engineers and bridge department officials are at the spot examining what exactly caused this tragic all the details will be examined. Once the rescue work is completed, priority right now is to ensure that it's concluded. We know that some people unfortunately have died, some have been rescued, and rescue operations are still undergoing as more people are believed to be trapped.
Right. This is obviously this is quite unfortunate, but at the same time, this is not an isolated incident as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Something like this, an incident like this took place just a couple of weeks ago as well. And hence, the government, will the government also look at it in terms of, a recurring situation in that sense? Because a similar situation happened near Pune, and again, something like this has happened in Gujarat this time around. So, will the government, the central government, also take a look at the infrastructure situation in the country, especially during monsoon season? All right, we seem to have lost Radhika Ramaswamy there. But this entire incident, it has, raised a lot of questions and serious questions about the safety of the people. These are the pictures that you can see on the left-hand side. You can see this tanker hanging from the bridge. On the other side, the rescue operations are currently underway. And meanwhile, we are also getting information about how the Prime Minister has spoken to the Chief Minister, and we'll get you all that as well. But the latest that we can tell you as far as this particular incident is concerned, 10 people have lost their lives. This bridge collapsed in Gujarat. This tanker, as you can see on your screens, it was just moments away from falling off that bridge. The rescue operations are currently underway. The NDRF team is there on the ground taking care of the situation. The authorities have now stepped in. This bridge, it connects Vadodara to Anand. This incident took place on that route. The local admin is on the spot. The rescue efforts are currently underway. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has taken stock of this entire situation. This tanker that you can see was just moments away from falling into that river. Remember, this bridge connects Vadodara to Anand. The local administration is on the spot. The rescue efforts are currently underway. The NDRF team and the local team are currently taking stock of the situation, trying to help, trying to get as many people out of that situation as concerned. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister, he has spoken to the Chief Minister of Gujarat in a post on social media. Bhupendra Patel, he posted on his social media saying, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to me telephonically during his foreign visit and got complete details about this accident at the Gambhira Bridge connecting Anand Vadodara, and expressed his condolences to the deceased who lost their lives in this accident. He also expressed his concern for the treatment of those injured in this accident and got information about the treatment arrangements. The Prime Minister also got details of the work undertaken by the state government regarding rescue and relief operation. This is what Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister of Gujarat, has posted on X. Meanwhile, the long-standing corporate rivalry between Kalanithy Maran and his nephew of the Sun Group appears to have been resolved thanks to the intervention of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. The Chief Minister's efforts have reportedly brought an end to this bitter family feud which had been affecting the business operations of the Sun Group.
So what sources are telling NDTV Profit is that the tussle between Dayanidhi Maran and Kalanithy Maran over the ownership of Sun TV network seems to have ended. What sources are telling us is that the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin actually mediated a truce between the two brothers after a legal notice was sent last month by Dayanidhi Maran to Kalanithy over the ownership of the company. According to what sources are now telling us, there has been a discussion that Kalanithy will transfer some more shares in Sun TV to Dayanidhi Maran. Of course, the specifics of the deal are not yet out, but as and when details come out, we'll find out exactly how much Dayanidhi Maran will end up owning in Sun TV network. Remember that back in June, Dayanidhi Maran had sent out a legal notice to his brother alleging that the ownership of Sun TV was illegally transferred to Kalanithy Maran's name after the death of their father. And this is why there was a big dispute that has gone on for over 20 years. And now finally both brothers are coming to the discussion table, and it's likely that the deal will be signed very, very soon.
Well, the Battle of Bihar is heating up. Rahul Gandhi is there in Patna. The protest politics, it is now peaking in Patna, the capital of Bihar. With Bihar elections around the corner, the opposition has now joined forces to take on Nitish Kumar and the NDA government there. The Election Commission, in the meanwhile, they have been under the fire of the opposition. The Bihar voters survey has now turned into an entire row. Rahul Gandhi has raked up the voters list charge. The Congress MP has claimed that the voters list is being defrauded.
जिन जिन कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज में वोटर बढ़े वहां पर बीजेपी जीती। सारे के सारे वोट जो नए वोट आए वो सारे के सारे बीजेपी को गए। आज तक महाराष्ट्र की वोटर लिस्ट हमें नहीं मिली। वीडियोग्राफी का कानून बदल दिया क्योंकि वो सच्चाई छुपाना चाहते हैं। महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव चोरी किया गया था और जैसे महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव चोरी किया गया था वैसे ही बिहार का चुनाव चोरी करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। इलेक्शन कमिश्नर बीजेपी और आरएसएस जैसे बात कर रहे हैं, वो भूल गए हैं कि वो किसी राजनीतिक पार्टी के नहीं है।
पूरे बिहार के लोगों में नाराजगी है इलेक्शन कमीशन को लेके। खास तौर पे इलेक्शन कमीशन जो है अब एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का प्रकोष्ठ बन करके रह गया है। उसके इशारे पे ही सारा फैसला निर्णय जो है लिया जाता है। तो कोई भी सवाल का जवाब जो है इलेक्शन कमीशन ने हम लोगों को दिया नहीं, ना एक बार भी आके प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके सभी चीज़ों को जो है स्पष्ट किया। 2 गुजरात के लोग तय करेंगे कौन बिहारी वोटर वोट देगा कौन नहीं देगा।
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
After concluding his 2-day visit to Brazil, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached Namibia, which would be his first visit to the country. The visit to the African country will also mark the last stop of his 5-nation tour. His state visit, the third ever to be taken by an Indian Prime Minister, comes at the invitation of President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves. And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Vishnu, 9 years till the AMCA comes online, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, which is India's own stealth fighter project. 9 years is an eternity in fighter technology, especially given what we've been seeing in the last few years, whether it comes to, drone tech, drone warfare, manned, unmanned teaming, which we've spoken about.
10 people have lost their lives after a bridge collapsed in Gujarat. The vehicles fall into the bridge post the bridge collapse. A Sena MLA punches a canteen staffer over the quality of the food that was being served. Hours after the assault, the FDA team is currently at the canteen. While no action has been taken on the Neta, the canteen staff are under scrutiny. Karnataka Game of Thrones now shifts to Delhi. DK Shiv Kumar seeks time to meet Rahul Gandhi. The Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is also to reach Delhi today. Protests politics ahead of Bihar elections. The opposition protests over the voters' survey. Rahul Gandhi breaks up the Maha voter fraud charge once again. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. The Gambhira bridge collapse in Gujarat's Vadodara district has resulted in a tragic loss of life. And according to the latest reports, at least 10 people have died, while many are injured when this bridge over the Mahisagar River, it gave way, causing multiple vehicles to plunge into the water. This bridge, which connects Vadodara and Anand districts, it collapsed early in the morning today, disrupting traffic and vehicular movement on this particular route. Several vehicles, including a truck, van and a car, it fell into the river after the bridge collapsed. The rescue operations, they're currently underway. The local authorities, fire personnel, the NDRF team, all of them, they have been involved in the rescue efforts. The local swimmers, the boats and teams from the municipal corporation, as well as the emergency response center, they are also part of this rescue of the rescue efforts. The official probe has also been initiated into this entire incident, which involves investigating the cause of the bridge collapse. Remember, this is a 43-year-old bridge that has collapsed. It has raised concerns about infrastructure safety and maintenance. These are the visuals that you can see on your screens of the rescue operations that are currently taking place. This shocking incident, as I mentioned, took place at the Gambhira bridge on the Mahisagar River. This bridge connects Vadodara and Anand. 10 people have lost their lives. 6 have been taken to the hospital.
यहाँ पर जो वाहन गिरे उसकी हमें डिटेल्स मिली है, उसमें 2 ट्रक्स है, एक पिकअप वाहन है, एक इसमें इको था, एक ऑटो रिक्शा था, इतना वाहन अंदर गिरे हैं। 2 व्हीकल ऐसे थे कि ब्रिज पर लिंगरिंग थे, उनको तुरंत ही बाहर निकाला था। कुछ लोग अपने आप वहाँ से बाहर निकल गए थे, तो बाइक वाले 3 सवार थे, वो तुरंत ही बाहर निकल गए थे, वो अपने उनका बचाव हो गया है। अभी कोऑर्डिनेटेड एफर्ट से रेस्क्यू में जो सबसे पहले अगर कोई ह्यूमन बॉडी है उसको बाहर निकालना है, अगर कोई वहाँ पर लाइफ हम सेव करते हैं तो उस दिशा में कोशिश हमारी जारी है। सेकंड प्रायोरिटी उसके बाद जो व्हीकल्स है उसको हम बाहर निकालेंगे। ट्रैफिक डाइवर्ट ऑलरेडी कर दिया है और बाकी यहाँ पर जो ट्रैफिक जाम हुआ है उसको भी हम वहाँ पर धीरे धीरे क्लियर करने की प्रोसेस भी हमने शुरू कर दिया।
अभी टोटल तो पेशेंट तो 5 आए थे, 5 रेफर हुए हैं। अभी तक हमारे पास 8 और 2 10 बॉडी आई है।
All right, my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins us on the phone line to get us more on this. Radhika, as far as rescue and relief efforts are concerned, can you elaborate on the rescue operation, including the number of people that have been rescued so far? What is the current situation?
That's right. A portion of Gambhira Bridge in Vadodara district collapsing early this morning. At least about 4 to 5 vehicles fell. Unfortunately, 9 people have lost their lives. Incident occurred at about 7 a.m. is what we are being told. The vehicles involved in this collapse include a couple of trucks, vans and rickshaws as well. Rescue operations still underway. We know that at least 5 people have been rescued, 9 people have lost their lives, and some of them are injured as well, and they've been sent to a local hospital in Vadodara. So far, several people have been pulled out to safety. Operations are ongoing to locate people who may perhaps be trapped at this point. Now, this has obviously sent shockwaves across the district. The bridge connected Padra in Vadodara district to Anand, and it's been in dilapidated condition. It's been in a sorry state for a long time. Vadodara collector has also spoken, in which he's given details of the rescue operations that's underway. In fact, it started this morning. Swimmers, boats, municipal corporation officials, all of them, and emergency response, NDRF, and several other officials are conducting rescue operations at this time. Police teams are also there. So 9 bodies recovered so far. Now 5 we believe are injured, and perhaps the injuries could also increase, and many people are feared to be trapped at this point, and authorities confirming the deaths of all these people. Rescue operations still ongoing as they continue to search for any remaining victims.
Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us all those details. What has been the exact cause of this bridge collapse? That will be we'll find out after preliminary findings from that investigation comes out. Meanwhile, Manan Hingu, he brings us this report from the accident side. Take a look.
आनंद और वडोदरा को जो जोड़ने वाला जो ब्रिज था, गंभीरा ब्रिज, वो ब्रिज अभी आज सुबह में 8:45 की ओर जो गिर चुका है, और अभी यहाँ पे गिरने से 9 लोगों की मौत सामने आई है। अभी जो यहाँ पे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो चल रहा है। मैं आपको लाइव दिखाई दे रहा हूँ। यहाँ पे मैं कैमरामैन को बोलूंगा जूम करके दिखाए। जो अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो चल रहा है। यहाँ पे जो अभी विगत मिलती है वहाँ से दिखाई दे रहा है कि उसमें 2 ट्रक, 2 इको गाड़ी और 2 2 व्हीलर भी गिरे हुए थे, और उसमें 9 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है। ये जो ब्रिज है वो 38-40 साल पुराना वो ब्रिज था, और ये ब्रिज की जो डेंसिटी है वो भी नहीं थी। कई बार कई ग्रामजनों ने ये ब्रिज के लिए तंत्र प्रशासन के साथ विरोध प्रदर्शन भी किया था, फिर भी तंत्र ने ये ब्रिज कई बार रिनोवेशन भी किया और फिर से जो ये ब्रिज है वो चालू कर दिया था। अभी आप जो देख रहा है वो अभी आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, हम जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं। जो वडोदरा की ओर जो अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, वहाँ पे फायर ब्रिगेड की पूरी टीम, पुलिस प्रशासन और जो कलेक्टर सहित जो लोग हैं वो अधिकारीगण है वो भी वहाँ पे मौजूद है, और जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो लगातार अभी चालू है। आप जो देख रहे हैं वो सीधा दृश्य आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं वडोदरा की ओर से, और जो हम लोग अभी खड़े हैं वो आनंद की ओर पे खड़े हैं, और आनंद और वडोदरा को जुड़ने वाला ये ब्रिज था, और कई जो बोलते हैं कि सौराष्ट्र और मध्य गुजरात को ये जोड़ने वाला एक ब्रिज था, क्योंकि जो सौराष्ट्र से जो व्हीकल्स जो इधर आते थे वो ज़्यादातर इस ब्रिज से सवार होते थे। बस अभी तो आपको मैंने दिखाई दे रहा है कि जो ब्रिज जो था वो ब्रिज आज सुबह में 8:45 की ओर टूट गया और 9 लोगों की उसमें मौत हो गई है और कई लोगों को उसको जो घायल है उसको भी बचा लिया गया है और जो सब लोगों को वडोदरा की सयाजी हॉस्पिटल में अभी एडमिट कर दिया गया है।
All right, breaking news coming in at this time. The National Investigation Agency, the NIA, has filed a supplementary charge sheet against Tahabur Hussain Rana, the key accused in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks in a Delhi court. Rana extradited from the United States in April. He is accused of being an operative of the ISI and Lashkar-e-Toiba, and he faces charges under the UAPA. The charge sheet includes Rana's arrest memo, the seizure documents, and other case-related materials. So this is the big breaking that we are getting at this point of time. Meanwhile, my colleague Nupur Dogra joins us to get us more on this. Nupur, elaborate on the key evidence that have been presented in this supplementary charge sheet that has been filed against Tahabur Rana by the NIA.
Well, for now, the NIA has filed a supplementary charge sheet against Tahabur Rana, and the court is yet to consider the charge sheet. It will take the charge sheet for consideration on August 13. For now, we don't have access to the charge sheet and contents and the major issues framed against Tahabur Rana. And but today, what is important is that his custody has been extended till August 13. Taking note that there were delay on part of replies to be filed, the court has postponed the hearing in the case till August 13, and that's why today, remember, his judicial custody was to be ended today. Now, taking note that there is still replies yet to be filed from his side, and a supplementary charge sheet is also now filed by the NIA, which also will need a response from them. The court has extended the custody till August 13, and the next hearing will be taken up on August 13 itself.
What are the next steps in the legal process for Tahabur Rana following the filing of this supplementary charge sheet now?
Well, yes, first of all, see, whenever a charge sheet is filed and supplementary charge sheets are filed, the court hears the arguments from both the sides. First of all, now the NIA has filed the charge sheet. It will argue on the charges that it is proposing to frame against Tahabur Rana. Similarly, now Tahabur Rana will also get an opportunity in the court to present his side and defend against any charges made by the NIA. And after that, the court will consider whether it wants to take cognizance of the charges framed by the NIA. That is when we get to know where the case will exactly lead to, when the court finally decides if it is going to take any cognizance in the charge sheet or not.
All right, Nupur Dogra, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Well, they claim to be warriors of the streets, but their fists only find the weak. From shopkeepers to toll booth workers, the powerless, they are facing their wrath, while the rich and mighty, these people in power, they watch from their air-conditioned silence. This is not bravery, this is not justice, this is the gutless theatre of Maharashtra's so-called Senas. Remember, 3 parties, 1 playbook, public beatdowns and private arrogance. When lawmakers, they turn lawbreakers. When violence is excused, not condemned, who speaks for the voiceless? There has been no remorse that has been shown by these people. There has been no shame, just raw street power that has been unleashed on these people. This is not leadership. This is legalized thuggery. Remember, in a shocking show of high-handedness, a Maharashtra lawmaker was upset over the quality of the dal that was served to him at an MLA canteen in Mumbai. He assaulted a canteen staff. He hit him on the face and then punched him so hard that he fell on the ground. This incident, it took place at the Akashvani MLA canteen in Churchgate. It was caught on camera. This video clip it went viral. It also raised questions about the conduct of elected representatives in public. The MLA, however, he said that he does not regret his act and said that this was the Shiv Sena style.
हमारे साथ बीजेपी के सीनियर नेता सुधीर मुनगंटीवार है। सर, एक वीडियो हर जगह फैला हुआ है, आप ही के अलायंस पार्टनर के एक एमएलए मारपीट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आपकी पहली रिएक्शन क्या रहेगी उसकी?
नहीं, मैंने जानकारी ली, आमदार निवास में बहुत ही घटिया दर्जे का खाना दिया गया। बार बार विधायक जी ने उस कैंटीन के ओनर को, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बार बार बताया, उसके बाद भी शायद उसने अपने रवैये को सुधारा नहीं। तो शायद कभी कभी उसकी वजह से विधायक जी ने जो गुस्सा है, वो गुस्सा ऐसे तरीके से उसने व्यक्त किया होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता। मुझे पूरी जानकारी नहीं है, मगर दोनों बातें हमें सोचनी चाहिए कि उन्होंने तो कोई रिपोर्ट नहीं दी जिसने मार खाया। इसका मतलब क्या है? उसको अपनी गलती का एहसास होगा।
रिपोर्ट ना देने का कारण ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि विधायक है, उनको उनसे आगे डर लग रहा होगा, शायद रिलेशन।
महाराष्ट्र में तो हजारों लोग केस करते भैया, क्यों किसको डर रहा है? लोग तो मुख्यमंत्री जी के खिलाफ में केस करते हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि डर होगा।
सर, गुस्सा आना लाजमी है, वो बात आपने, आपसे पहले जितेंद्र अवार्ड, उन सब ने यही चीज़ कही कि खाने की क्वालिटी थोड़ी क्वेश्चनेबल है, पर हिंसा किस हद तक जस्टिफाइबल है? क्योंकि वो खुद एक पॉलिसी मेकर है, पूरी देश आज इस चीज़ के बारे में बात करे और महाराष्ट्र का नाम कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज़ की वजह से खराब होते हुए आपको नहीं नजर आ रहा?
नहीं, आपकी बात से मैं सहमत हूँ, मगर इतना गुस्सा भी किसी ने दिखाना नहीं चाहिए। ये भी तो देखना होगा ना। देखो, हम विधायक भी होंगे तो एक आम आदमी है। विधायक होने से कोई भगवान ने हमें कोई स्पेशल कैटेगरी में डाल दिया, ऐसा तो होता नहीं है। तो कभी कभी ऐसी घटनाएं जो होती है, इसका हम समर्थन नहीं करते, मगर हमने इस विषय को लेकर सभी ने गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए। जब कोई विधायक किसी कर्मचारी पे हाथ उठाता है, नहीं उठाना चाहिए, मगर क्यों उठाता है ये भी सोचना चाहिए।
जो संजय गायकवाड़ इसमें जो एमएलए है, उन्होंने कल रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ, आज उन्होंने हमसे बात की, कहीं रिमोर्स, गिल्ट या हल्की सी भी माफ़ी मांगने की उन्होंने कोशिश नहीं की। ठीक है, हम समझ सकते हैं कि खाना शायद बुरा होगा, क्वालिटी बुरी होगी, बट जैसे आपने कहा कि आप समर्थन नहीं कर सकते, कम से कम एमएलए माफ़ी मांग सकते हैं उस गरीब से।
ऐसा है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा गंदा खाना दिया होगा शायद कि वो गुस्सा निकल नहीं रहा होगा। ऐसा होने की संभावना नकार नहीं सकते। बहुत ही गंदा खाना दिया और एक बार, 3 बार, 4 बार, 5 बार कहने के बाद भी दिया, तो ये गुस्सा जो है तो वो निकलता नहीं है कभी कभी।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच।
Well, that was the senior BJP MLA, Sudhir Mungantivar, who was defending that MLA who slapped the canteen staffer. He blamed the food as well as the staff. He justified this anger that the MLA showed. He goes on to say that the staff did not file a complaint, and he called the MLA that he says that the MLA is only human. For showing his anger. My colleague Anuj Raite, who spoke to the leader just a short while back, he joins us to get us more on this. Anuj, these leaders, they are encouraging this behavior. They are encouraging this behavior by not disciplining their MLAs and not questioning their actions.
Osama, Sudhir Mungantivar is a very senior leader. He is the former Home Minister of Maharashtra and is amongst the top-ranking BJP officials here today in the state. Now, he's not alone in saying this. In fact, we've spoken to a lot of MLAs here from all the parties, and there has been a common string of opinion that they've had that the food and the quality of food in the MLA canteen is genuinely bad. I know it's something that the MLAs should write a letter to the speaker, because it's a government or a state-run department. So much could be done about it there as well. But we can see that the ruling dispensation or the leaders from the ruling party are somewhere hesitant on calling out the MLA for the act of violence. Yes, as I was also trying to tell Sudhir Mungantivar a while back about how the fact that the food might genuinely be very bad will have all the truth in it, but does it still justify violence? Number one. Secondly, we know that it's not just fit of rage. It was a very planned thing. The person comes down with the with the bag of dal. Then there's a person shooting, and the MLA very clearly knows that a person is shooting them, and then he just doesn't hit him or push him once, but does it repeatedly. Right, and after the guy is fallen down, we see that the other associates officials of the MLA are also trying to kind of join the bandwagon, try and hit the person because the person is clearly got no one to save or no one to have his back. And this entire thing hasn't been called out in totality by anyone. Just a while back, we were also speaking to Uday Samant, again another senior leader, this time from Shiv Sena party, who again said a very similar thing to what Sudhir Mungantiware said. Now, one thing that Uday Samant mentioned is that violence is completely wrong, and Eknath Shinde will talk to Sanjay Gaikwad about this. It's been more than 12 hours since this incident had happened. It's been more than 4 hours since the video has come out and everyone is talking about it. And yet Sanjay Gaikwad, who's been here since morning in Vidhan Sabha, he's carrying that dal, which was yesterday's dal, so of course it's gonna smell now. But he's carrying that dal and he's talking about how, in a way, he's defending what he said. He said that the food was genuinely bad, but not able to understand on how justification to violence is still being provided on a continuous basis. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who's also the Home Minister of the state, is in the Vidhan Bhavan right now. We're expecting him to step out in a short while after the lunch break, and he does address the media on a regular basis after at around 3 p.m. and that is when we're expecting him to address this matter as well. And it'll be interesting to see whether he also follows the same line of opinion as the other leaders and ministers, or whether a stern warning or a stern message will be given by him to his to his colleague.
All right, Anuj Raite, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Meanwhile, an FDA team they visited the canteen where the Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad slapped this canteen worker. The FDA team, they are doing an inspection of the condition in which the food is being prepared. They took samples. They also made videos. After inspection, a report is expected to be submitted by this evening. My colleague Abhishek Avasthi, he gets us this report from that canteen.
हम इस वक्त उसी कैंटीन में मौजूद है. आप देख सकते हैं फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट से अधिकारी यहाँ पर मौजूद है. और जिस तरीके से कल कंप्लेन आई थी कि खाने में ख़राब खाना दिया जा रहा है, उसके चलते यहाँ पर सर्वे या कई के जांच की जा रही है. फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट से यहाँ पर आला अधिकारी यहाँ मौजूद है और कहीं न कहीं जिस तरीके से खाना बनाया जा रहा है, उस खाने में किस तरीके की सब्जियों का उपयोग किया जा रहा है, उसके चलते यहाँ पर इंस्पेक्शन किया जा रहा है. कल जिस तरीके से एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ, उसके बाद हमने देखा किस तरीके से विधायक ने को एक दाल, जो ख़राब दाल दी गई, उसके बाद वायलेंस हुआ इस कैंटीन में. उसके बाद ही सरकार हरकत में आई है और कहीं ना कहीं फूड एंड ड्रग्स डिपार्टमेंट के लोग यहाँ पर आकर एक तरीके से इंस्पेक्शन कर रहे हैं कैसे खाना बनाया जा रहा है. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र की तरफ से अधिकारी यहाँ मौजूद हैं और तमाम सैंपल्स भी लिए जा रहे हैं, कुछ चीज़ें टेस्ट भी की जा रही है. और यहाँ पर लगातार जिस तरीके से MLA हॉस्टल की ये कैंटीन है, खाना परोसा जाता है, किस तरीके की इंस्पेक्शन की जा रही है अगर आप बता पाएँ, क्योंकि ये कैंटीन चर्चा में आ गई जब सोशल मीडिया पे वीडियो वायरल हुआ. साथ ही विधायक जी ने हाथापाई भी कर दी क्योंकि ख़राब दाल परोसी गई थी. क्या इंस्पेक्शन में पाया गया, किस तरीके की जाँच की जा रही है?
अभी तो इंस्पेक्शन हमारा चालू है. तो अन्न सुरक्षा मानदेय कायदा जो है उनके तहत अभी इंस्पेक्शन चालू है वही बेसिस पे. तो हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि किचन में साफ सफाई, ये सब जो कानून के तहत जो मुद्दे रहते हैं, इंस्पेक्शन के पॉइंट जो है वो हम वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं.
मतलब ये सब देखकर फिर एक रिपोर्ट बनाई जाएगी इसके चल
बनाएंगे.
सर वीडियो भी आप बना रहे हैं, क्या मापदंड?
हमारी इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए हम फोटो वगैरह निकालते हैं.
और सर अगर आपसे जानना चाहे लोगों को माध्यम से समझने के लिए कि क्या मापदंड होते हैं, किसके का खाना बनना चाहिए, क्या प्रोडक्ट्स यूज़ करने चाहिए, अगर आप बता पाएं.
अन्न सुरक्षा जो कानून है, अन्न सुरक्षा फूड सेफ्टी एंड स्टैंडर्ड एक्ट, उसके तहत साफ सुथरे वातावरण में सबके लिए, मतलब पब्लिक के लिए हाइजीनिक फूड मिलना चाहिए, मतलब सेफ और हाइजीनिक.
Well, after this, MLA Sanjay Gaikwad beats up the canteen staffer. What does he do? He then brags about his actions. He has absolutely no remorse. He calls it Sena style. He brags that he has absolutely no remorse for his actions. The big question is, will the government slap law on this MLA? Well, listen in to what Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad had to say.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नज़र आ रहे. पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें ख़राब दाल बताई जा रही है, क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी. मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गांव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ. तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था, सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था। और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा, सो मैं लगा कुछ मुंह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है, तो बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका, उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15-15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बताता हूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कहीं चिपकी ले आई, कहीं कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
ये वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांड पट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ, इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रोवोक्ट हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कोई कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये एक आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
ये मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के, कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लेंट करने का
शिव सेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा, वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा। और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है, मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे।
Well, I have no remorse at all, and this is the Sena style, is what Mr. Gaikwad had to say to Abhishek Awasthi. In fact, Abhishek also went back to the canteen where he spoke to the eyewitnesses, including the manager. Take a look at that report.
हम इस वक्त उसी होटल में हैं, हमारे साथ होटल का स्टाफ है। जिस तरीके से योगेश जी के साथ हुआ, आपके साथ भी हो सकता है। कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? अगर कुछ चीज़ खराब है उसका एक तरीका होता है, लेकिन क्या कहेंगे?
क्या करो? हाँ, बराबर है, कर सकते हैं। अभी अब मंत्री आके उसके साथ 20-25 आदमी जो रहते हैं, आके एक आदमी को मारना, गरीब आदमी को मारना, ये कौन सा तरीका है? ये कौन सा तरीका है? अभी वो कायदे कानून है, वो खराब है, वो करो, ये करो, कानून कायदे कानून वो छोड़ के मारा मारी। मंत्री बनते क्या मारा मारी करने के लिए बनते?
लेकिन आपने एक महत्वपूर्ण बात बताई कि उनके साथ 10-15 लोग थे जो मिल के मार रहे थे, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था क्या?
बराबर है, वो लोग ही आदमी था ना, वो लोग ही आदमी था, वो लोग ही मारा। पहला वो मंत्री ने वो काली बनीन में था, वो मारा, मारने के बाद दूसरा 2-3 आदमी मारा।
मंत्री नहीं, वो विधायक है सर, विधायक मतलब एमएलए है।
एमएलए क्या मालूम, भगवान जानते एमएलए क्या है।
लेकिन कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? कभी आप भी हो सकते हो, ये भाई भी हो सकते हैं, जो आप मेहनत से काम करते हो, कुछ अगर तकलीफ है तो उसकी बताना चाहिए कि इस तरीके से मारना चाहिए।
अरे मारा मारी नहीं करना चाहिए, जो चीज़ खराब है आके बोलना चाहिए, ये खराब है, ये करो, वो करो करके उसको सजा देना चाहिए। वो छोड़ के मारा मारी, ऐसा होता है क्या मारा मारी?
आप लोग जितने लोग हैं काम कर रहे हैं, दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, रोजी रोटी के लिए काम करते हैं, और इस तरीके का अगर हादसा हो जाता है तो सही है कि गलत है? ये
गलत है, एकदम गलत है।
गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है,
बहुत गलत है।
आप भी हो सकते थे, आपको भी मारा जा सकता है।
मारा जा सकता था, उंगली उठाया जा सकता था मेरे पे। मैं अन्ना को बचाया, मेरे पे हाथ उठा रहा था और मारने के लिए मेरे को हाँ मेरे को बोला।
नहीं, कल जब ये हुआ आप थे क्या?
हाँ थे, मैं था, मैं अन्ना को पकड़ के उठाया। ठीक है, बोलता तू मत बोले तो तेरे को मारूंगा मैं।
आपके जैसे अधिकारी या कहेंगे जो मैनेजर थे, कल रात को बैठे थे, जिस तरीके से घटना घटी, पूरा वायरल हुआ, आज पूरा देश उसे देख रहा है, कैसे देखते हैं? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ खराब हो जाता होगा, लेकिन उसका ब्लेम आपको पर आता है।
सर इसके बारे में मैं अभी कुछ बोल नहीं सकते, प्लीज़ सर।
आपको क्या जायज़ लगता है जिस तरीके से विधायक जी ने हाथ उठाया? कल आप भी हो सकते थे सर।
नहीं सर, ये आपको क्या कैसा लगता है? ये बोलिए।
गलत है सर?
तो गलत ही है ना सर, तब इससे आगे मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता, प्लीज़।
हम इस वक्त उसी कैंटीन में मौजूद है। ये आकाशवाणी कैंटीन है जो कि एमएलए हॉस्टल के नीचे है, और आपको बता दें ये उसी कैंटीन है जहां पर जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ का, जो एकनाथ शिंदे के गुट से आते हैं, जिसमें साफ तौर पर ये दिख रहा है किस तरीके से विधायक जी ने जो मैनेजर है उसको थप्पड़ मारा, घूसे मारे, क्योंकि उसने खराब दाल उनको दी थी। देखिए ये कैंटीन है, यहाँ पर काम चल रहा है और सुबह का वक्त होने से गर्दी भी ज़्यादा है, और ऐसे में आरोप ये लग रहा है कि इस कैंटीन में जो खाना परोसा गया था वो सही नहीं था। लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर कब से खा रहे हैं यहाँ पर, किस तरीके का खाना रहता है, क्या यहाँ पर कभी कोई कंप्लेन की है आपने या आई है?
मैं तो यहाँ फर्स्ट टाइम आया हूँ अभी।
नहीं, यहाँ पे तो ठीक है, खाना पीना सब अच्छा है और इतना ऐसा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं लग रहा था मुझे।
कल विधायक जी ने यहाँ पर प्रश्न उपस्थित किया था कि दाल खराब मिली थी और बल का प्रयोग भी किया गया था सर्वेंट के ऊपर। ऐसे में एक नागरिक होने के नाते कैसे देखते हैं इस चीज़ों को?
नहीं, ऐसा तो एक्चुअली उतना थोड़ा सा हाइपर होना नहीं चाहिए था उनको, लेकिन ठीक है, मतलब जो सिचुएशन के हिसाब से वो जो होना था वो हो गया। अभी हम लोग तो कल नहीं थे, हम लोग तो इधर।
देखिए ये वही कैंटीन है, कोशिश करते हैं जो यहाँ पर काम करते कर्मचारी, जो मैनेजर दिख रहा था वो फ़िलहाल यहाँ पर अभी नहीं है उनकी ड्यूटी, लेकिन कोशिश ये करेंगे कि बात करें लोगों से और समझने की कोशिश करें कि आखिरकार ऐसा क्या हो गया जिस तरीके से जो वीडियो वायरल हुआ है उसमें विधायक जी इतने भड़क गए कि अपने बल का प्रयोग वो करने लगे। दादा कितने समय से काम कर रहे हैं? कल जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ हो जाता होगा कभी कभी इस तरीके से घटना, कैसे देखते हैं आप सर?
नहीं ये गलत हुआ, ऐसा बोले सही बोले तो ये क्या है, थोड़ा एक सांबार के लिए, नहीं तो कुछ ऐसा मारता है बोले तो गलत है ना। अभी आमदार मारता तो अच्छा था, ये सब लोग मिल के मारा हुआ गलत है।
हाँ वो भी देखा गया कि खाली उन्होंने नहीं मारा, बाकी लोगों ने मिल के उस जो कैंटीन के मैनेजर है। आप भी यहाँ कितने सालों से काम कर रहे थे?
1 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, मेरा ड्यूटी नहीं था कल, मैं छुट्टी में था कल।
नहीं बराबर है, लेकिन इस तरीके की कंप्लेन आई है कभी, या इस तरह की कंप्लेन?
पहली बार
हुआ है। देखिए हमें बता रहे इस तरह की कंप्लेन पहली बार हुई है, और यहाँ के लोग जो यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं वो साफ तौर पे ये भी कहते हैं कि इस तरीके से जो मारा गया जो वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था। और इनके बात करने से एक और एक चीज़ समझ में आ रही है कि खाली विधायक ने ही नहीं मारा था, उनके साथ जितने कर्मचारी थे उन्होंने भी इस तरीके से हाथ उठाया, वो कहीं ना कहीं गलत है।
Meanwhile, NDTV's Anuj Raite, he spoke with the Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam. And this is the first official reaction that we are getting you on NDTV. The Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam, he says that no one can take law in their hands and a proper complaint should have been filed in the first place. Take a look.
We have Yogesh Kadam here with us. Mr. Kadam, what would we say to Sanjay Gaikwad? We've seen that his video has gone viral of hitting a canteen worker.
I think the due complaint should have been filed. He did not have to take the law in his hand. Thank you.
That was Sanjay, Yogesh Kadam, Minister of State Home Department, in a rush to attend the assembly right now, made it very clear that a due complaint should have been filed and violence should have been avoided.
Meanwhile, the Congress party has hit out at the ruling party there, the Shiv Sena. Nana Patole of the Congress party, he has said that action should be taken against Sanjay Gaikwad and that no one is allowed to hit the poor.
संजय गायकवाड़ का वीडियो सामने आया, उसके ऊपर आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या रहेगा?
उसके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ऐसे गरीबों को मारने का अधिकार नहीं है किसी को, और कानून हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
सर, अभी भी उन्होंने कोई माफी नहीं है इस चीज़ के बारे में। उन्होंने कहा है कि क्योंकि खाना अच्छा नहीं था इसलिए एक्शन लिया गया। तो ये दिखाता है
एक्शन कानून हाथ में लेके नहीं किया जा सकता ना।
और सर, क्या ये दिखाता है कि जो गवर्नमेंट है वो अपने खुद के आमदार या एमएलएज के खिलाफ एक तरीके से सॉफ्ट स्टांस रख रहा है? क्योंकि जब एमएनएस या फिर जो बाहर वायलेंस हुआ उसके ऊपर तो वो काफ़ी क्लियरली
सरकार प्रायोजित है। जो महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मराठी का जो झगड़ा शुरू किया गया, ये सरकार प्रायोजित है।
सर, आपकी इमीडिएट डिमांड क्या रहेगी इस संजय गायकवाड़ केस में?
सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए। कानून हाथ में किसी को लेने का अधिकार नहीं है। कानून सबके लिए समान होता है।
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे जी का भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जल्द से जल्द इस चीज़ पे स्टेटमेंट?
सरकार ने ही एक्शन लेना है। कानून किसी को हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
Meanwhile, this entire incident is turning into a political back and forth. Shiv Sena leader, Shiv Sena MP, Naresh Mahaske, he has in fact come out and said that don't use the term Gunda Raj to defame Maharashtra and that he strongly condemns such remarks. Take a look at that conversation.
लगातार महाराष्ट्र के अंदर गुंडा राज देखने को मिल रहा है। कभी एमएलए, कभी एमपी, कोई ना कोई किसी ना किसी के ऊपर हिंसा कर रहा है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ मराठी लैंग्वेज को लेकर।
देखो, गुंडा राज की बातें मत कहो। महाराष्ट्र की बदनामी करने के लिए जो लोग इसी तरीके जो बातें कर रहे हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान में फैला रहे हैं, उसका निषेध मैं करता हूँ। महाराष्ट्र में कायदा और सुव्यवस्था की जो व्यवस्था है बहुत अच्छी तरह की व्यवस्था है। बाकी के राज्यों से बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था हमारे महाराष्ट्र में। आप अपना जो बयान किया है वो पहला वापस लो।
एमएनएस के
आज की बात तो ये मत करो।
एमएनएस के एक नेता के
गलत है।
एमएनएस के बेटे नेता के बेटे एक किसी को मारते हैं, ये क्या गुंडा राज?
उसका सरनेम क्या है? उसका सरनेम क्या है वो बताओ। सिर्फ एमएनएस का नेता का नाम बोल, उसका सरनेम लो। अगर आपको न्यूज़ मालूम है तो उसका सरनेम आप ले लो। एंकर को आप उसका सरनेम ले लो। क्या है मालूम है आपको?
नहीं तो मराठी लैंग्वेज।
ये देखो, अगर आप बातें कर रहे हैं तो आप उसका सरनेम क्या है वो भी पूछो। आप भी वो भी बताओ। शेख करके कोई तो है जो उन्होंने दारू पी के एक लड़की के साथ, जो मराठी लड़की के साथ जो उन्होंने जो कुछ गैर व्यवहार किया था, उसके ऊपर तो कानूनी कार्रवाई हो गई। तो हर जगह हो रही है, सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है क्या? ये सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है। और उसका सरनेम भी बोलो। मराठी आदमी ने नहीं किया है, उसका सरनेम भी शेख करके है, वो भी आप बताओ। महाराष्ट्र को बदनाम करने के लिए आधी खबर मत बताओ।
नहीं, लेकिन अभी भी वो फ्री घूम रहे हैं, अभी भी कोई भी उनके खिलाफ
नहीं, जिन्होंने गलत काम किया उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
संजय राउत अभी ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि आपके एक नेता थे, कल एक एमएलए थे, उन्होंने थप्पड़ मारा किसी को और उसके खिलाफ होम मिनिस्टर देवेंद्र फडणवीस शांत हैं, कोई कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हुई?
देखो, जो गलत तरीके बातें करेगा, गलत तरीके बर्ताव करेगा, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई जरूर होगी।
Meanwhile, just a short while back, MNS workers, they were protesting against the action of Mr. Gaikwad. Some of those workers, they were detained as well during this protest. But while a protest by the MNS workers is taking place on one hand, on the other, some of the MNS workers, they were involved in an act of vandalism. They vandalized a toll plaza. This act of vandalism was caught on camera. A toll plaza was vandalized in Washim district. Then from Mumbai to Washim, these acts of vandalism, they seem to continue.
कल शाम को वाशिम रूरल पुलिस स्टेशन के जुरिस्डिक्शन में तोनगांव टोल नाके पे 3 आरोपियों ने वहाँ के टोल मैनेजर से पैसे छीन लिए 5,000 रुपये और साथ ही में वहाँ के टोल की काफ़ी तोड़फोड़ भी की है। इन लोगों ने कुछ दिन पहले टोल मैनेजर से पैसे की डिमांड भी की थी। उनके खिलाफ पुलिस स्टेशन में एफआईआर दर्ज की है रेलेवेंट सेक्शंस के अंडर और उन आरोपियों का नाम है गजानन वैरागड़े जो मनसे के वाहतुक शाखा जिलाध्यक्ष है, उमेश टोलमारे जो वाहतुक शहराध्यक्ष है और सीताराम चवड़े। इन तीनों को अरेस्ट करने के लिए अलग अलग टीम्स बनाई गई है और उनका लोकेशन हम रेगुलरली ट्रैक कर रहे हैं। इन पर पुलिस सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी।
Now, the NCP Sharad Pawar leader, Supriya Sule, she has questioned the violence in Maharashtra and said that it is a result of the mismanagement of the Maharashtra government. She has questioned the Maharashtra government over these incidents, over these acts of violence. She was in fact sharing the stage with Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray at this mega rally last week. She says that she is not against Hindi, but it should not be forced upon the people. She has in fact questioned the Gunda Raja. She says she has slammed the Maharashtra government and says that this is sheer mismanagement of the Maharashtra government.
Management of the Maharashtra government has again failed. कल जो चीज़ मुंबई में हुई वो गलत हुई और हम कोई भी हिंदी के खिलाफ नहीं है। हम सिर्फ कह रहे हैं कि कोई भी चीज़ आप फोर्स मत करिए किसी पे। और जिस तरह से गुंडागर्दी चल रही है, हम सबको मराठी होने का, भारतीय होने का हमें बहुत अभिमान है। लेकिन अगर कोई हमारे लोगों को पीटे, हमारे लोगों को धमकी दे और महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री इस पे कुछ एक्शन न ले तो क्या करेंगे लोग फिर? कैसे लोगों को डर लग रहा है आज कि महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री जिस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री है, दूसरा कोई भी आके हमको धमकी देके चलेगा और महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री कुछ नहीं कहेंगे।
All right, breaking news coming in at this point of time. A fighter jet has crashed in Rajasthan. This is an Indian Air Force jet that has crashed in Churu, raising concerns about aircraft safety, technical maintenance, etc. We'll be getting the details of this crash, what is the condition of the pilot, investigation, etc. But from what we get at this point of time, this breaking piece of information, a fighter jet has crashed in Rajasthan. This Indian Air Force jet has crashed in Churu. Shiv joins us to get us more on this. Shiv, take us through the details.
We're yet to ascertain what precisely has crashed. The information that we have at this time is that an Indian Air Force fighter jet has gone down in the Ratangad area of Churu in Rajasthan. It is not clear yet what aircraft type it is, but according to the visuals, we can pretty much tell that it is a fighter aircraft that has crashed. Now, remember, Rajasthan has a number of frontline airfields, whether it is in Jodhpur or in Bikaner and in other places. There are many air bases in the area. So where precisely this aircraft took off from, or whether it was from neighboring Madhya Pradesh, is also not known just yet. There is a lot of fighter jet activity that takes place in Rajasthan airspace on a routine basis, whether it is training flights, or it is combat air patrols in the wake of Operation Sindoor. There are many operational flights that take place as well, but we cannot speculate just yet as to what fighter this was, why it went down. All of that will be available a little later. I've just put in word with the Indian Air Force to get us a confirmation on whether a fighter aircraft of theirs has gone down, from where it has gone down, and any other public information they are able to put out at this point of time. The images on our screen show a wreckage that still seems to be on fire. As with most crashes that you see, villagers have rushed to the site, which means the aircraft went down not very far from a human settlement or a village. There are images of mangled metal on the ground. There are some media reports suggesting possibility of fatalities among the pilots, but there is nothing official, I repeat, nothing official just yet from the Indian Air Force, and we are awaiting an official word.
All right, Shiv Arur, thank you very much for getting us the details. This fighter jet has crashed, and this is what we are reporting. This crash took place near Ratangarh in Churu, Rajasthan. The police they have been dispatched to the scene. These are the visuals that you are getting on your screen of that crash that took place in Churu. We are still waiting for an official word, as Shiv was mentioning, about whether there have been any sort of casualties or not. But let me go back to Shiv Arur. Shiv, are there any sort of eyewitness account, any details about the circumstances? Have we heard anything from the locals so far? All right, we'll try and get Shiv Arur back on air, but these are the visuals that you can see on your screens of that crash that took place in Churu in Rajasthan. This is an Indian Air Force jet that crashed in Churu. This is a fighter jet that has crashed in Rajasthan. This incident took place near Ratangarh in Churu, Rajasthan, specifically near the village of Bhanuda. The police, they have been dispatched to the scene. These are the videos of made by the locals there that have been shared with us, and we are not speculating anything at this moment. We are still waiting an official word from the Indian Air Force and the authorities as to why this incident might have taken place. Is there any sort of casualty? We are still awaiting an official confirmation on all of that, and this is a developing story, and we'll be getting you all those details in just a short while. So this is the big breaking piece of information, breaking news coming in at this point from Rajasthan, specifically from Churu in Rajasthan. An Indian Air Force jet, it has crashed in Churu. This is a fighter jet that has crashed in Rajasthan. This jet has crashed, and this is being reported that this jet crashed near Ratangarh in Churu, Rajasthan, specifically near the village of Bhanuda. The police, they have been dispatched to the scene. These are the videos that we have been getting from the locals. There is no official word on what might have led to this entire incident. Is there any sort of casualty or casualties? We'll wait for an official word from the Indian Air Force as well as the authorities. Meanwhile, any sort of official confirmation on the casualties is still awaited. In fact, Shiv Arur joins us live to get us more on this. Shiv, what is this aircraft? What type of fighter jet is this that crashed near Ratangarh?
No information just yet. The Indian Air Force is yet to put out an official statement confirming any of the details regarding this crash. All we can actually confirm right now, including with these first images from the ground showing some mangled pieces of metal and some fire as well, is that a military aircraft of some kind has gone down. Whether it is a fighter or a helicopter is also not known, but it seems to be a fighter jet that has gone down. We will know in a short while from now what precisely it is. I can confirm that the Ministry of Defence or the armed forces, either the Army or the Air Force, have not put out any official details just yet. We are awaiting that. This is in a place called Ratangarh, very close to Churu in Rajasthan. Rajasthan airspace is typically something that, which actually sees a lot of fighter fighter activity because it's a frontier state, it's near the international border. There are many air bases in Rajasthan, Jodhpur, Bikaner, and many others, Jaipur as well, where fighting. So what fighter type this is, we can't tell just yet. It's difficult to say without a closer look at what this is. But the better thing to do at this point of time would be to wait. Apart from operational flights, a lot of training flight activity also does take place over Rajasthan. There are many fighter squadrons, like I said, which are based in different parts of those squadrons, and they operate quite often in this area. There are MiG-21 squadrons, there are Jaguars, there are other aircraft that operate there. Remember, fighter aircraft, by virtue of traveling very fast, could be from other states as well, Madhya Pradesh and elsewhere. So we don't want to speculate precisely on where this was from or what happened. That can only be the result of a crash investigation. But right now there are prayers as far as casualties are concerned. No information, no confirmed information, I'd rather say, as far as the pilot or pilots in this aircraft pertains to that aspect as well. So we're waiting right now, probably just minutes before we get the first official word from the Indian military.
Right, this is a developing story, and as Shiv mentioned, there has been no official confirmation on the casualties, the kind of aircraft, etc. And we'll wait till that information comes out before we give it to you. Meanwhile, we'll slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you all the latest from Bihar. The protest politics, it is peaking in Patna. The opposition has joined forces to take on Nitish Kumar and the NDA government in Bihar. Rahul Gandhi has once again raked up the voters list charge.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Well, the battle for Bihar, it is heating up, and protest politics, it is peaking in Patna. With Bihar elections just round the corner, the opposition has now joined forces to take on Nitish Kumar and the NDA government. Meanwhile, the Election Commission, it has been under the opposition fire. The Bihar voters survey that had basically erupted in an entire row. Now, Rahul Gandhi, the Congress leader, he has raked up the voters list charge once again, and He was in fact joined by RJD's Tejasvi Yadav for a chakka jam in Bihar over Election Commission's special intensive revision of the electoral roll. The protest started at the income tax roundabout in Patna. Rahul Tejasvi, they proceeded to the Chief Electoral Officer's office. The Congress MP, Rahul Gandhi's, this is his 7th visit to Bihar in the last 5 months. The assembly elections, remember, is just a few months away.
जिन जिन कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज में वोटर बढ़े वहां पर बीजेपी जीती। सारे के सारे वोट जो नए वोट आए वो सारे के सारे बीजेपी को गए। आज तक महाराष्ट्र की वोटर लिस्ट हमें नहीं मिली।
All right, the big breaking news that we are tracking at the moment, this is regarding the fighter jet that crashed in Rajasthan. This is an Indian Air Force jet that crashed in Churu in Rajasthan. This is the picture. These are the visuals that you can see on your screens of the crash, the videos that were made. This fighter jet, it crashed near Ratangad in Churu in Rajasthan, and specifically near the village of Bhanuda. The police from the local police, they have been dispatched to the scenes. There are multiple reports that are coming in. However, there has been no official confirmation on the kind of aircraft or the number of casualties. As of now, this wreckage has been found in Rajasthan's Churu, and the fighter jet has crashed in Rajasthan. We are waiting for an official confirmation on the casualties as well, and this is a developing story. Let me go across to Vishnu Shom, who joins us to get us more on this. Vishnu, take us through the details.
Very few details at this stage. The Indian Air Force are getting back to us very soon to share details of this and whether this is an Indian Air Force crash. There are unconfirmed reports which suggest that this might be an Indian Air Force fighter bomber. If indeed that is true, then we do not know about the state of the pilot or pilots, whether there was a successful ejection of the pilot or pilots. Not clear if it's a single-seater or a twin-seater aircraft which was involved. There are some photographs floating around which seem yes, it could be us, but they've asked us to wait at this stage as they check out. Now, check what may have happened. This Churu area of this juncture, I'm afraid that's all we have as we for confirmation. We will not get ahead of ourselves. Confirm what exactly it was at this stage.
Right, while we wait for an official confirmation from the authorities, from the Indian Air Force as to what led to this entire incident, what we can tell you at this point of time is that one person has died. This is in fact the pilot who has lost his life. The pilot's body has been found after this crash. This one person has been killed in this jet crash in Rajasthan. This Indian Air Force jet, it crashed in Churu in Rajasthan. Let me go back to Vishnu for more details. Vishnu, from what we understand, one pilot has died and his body has been recovered.
I'm not aware of this information at this stage. If indeed it is correct, then it is extremely sad what may have taken place. Again, we are waiting for this information to actually come through at this juncture. And once we do get, some sort of information of what may have happened, we'll certainly break it. But if this was a fatal crash of the Indian Air Force, there would be an inquiry. There is an inquiry whenever there is an incident. So we are waiting for those details to come through. I haven't received this information as yet from the Indian Air Force. So we'll have to wait for that. If there are ground reports which have come in, and they may well be correct, then, it's a very sad day, a very unfortunate situation indeed.
All right, this is a developing story, and we'll wait for an official confirmation on the number of casualties, etc. This fighter jet, it has crashed in Churu in Rajasthan, and one pilot's body has been found. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
A 36-hour non-stop flight
18
by a
into 2.
small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because the Department of Defense says at no point of time on this 36-hour journey was there any reason to believe that they were either detected or reacted to?
Well, they weren't detected, because if they were, then they'd be in some serious trouble. It's one of the most unbelievable missions, one of the most historic long-range strike missions. There were 7 B-2s, which by B-2 standards is a fair number of them. There was deception in the very beginning. There was a sense that some of them were flying west across the Pacific. In fact, they weren't. And even if a few planes were positioned in one area, they were not going to be flying the Pacific route.
That was the big distraction.
On social media said, you see the bombers, they're now flying west, so you know what's coming your way. But no. They flew them east across the Atlantic. There were 125 aircraft in total involved. Refuelers were involved at every stage. There were fighter aircraft which linked up 4th generation and 5th generation planes, 5th generation being stealth aircraft. And then after an 18-hour flight one way, right, shortly before they struck their targets, which was primarily Fordo, using a remarkable weapon which we'll talk about called the GBU-57.
Jaguar jet crashes in Rajasthan. Pilot dead in the aircraft crash. This is a crash that's taken place in Rajasthan's Churu. The Jaguar wreckage that has been found in Churu, and the police rushing to the spot. Sena MLA punches canteen staffer over food, and hours after the assault, the food police has reached the canteen questioning the food that was served to the MLA as opposed to taking action against the MLA. A bridge collapse has taken place in Gujarat. This is a 40-year-old bridge that collapsed and gave way. Well, 10 people have died in this tragedy. There are more who have been injured. The vehicles, there were 4 vehicles on that bridge at the time of the collapse, and all the 4 vehicles fell into the river. That has resulted in the death of 10 people. Karnataka Game of Thrones shifts to Delhi with DK Shiv Kumar there, having met Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Now she is going to be meeting with Rahul Gandhi as well. And it's Karnataka's Chief Minister reaching the national capital today. Will be meeting with the Defence Minister. DK Shiv Kumar there, maintaining that stand that there is going to be no change of guard because that place at that position isn't weakened yet. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have news coming in of a Jaguar jet that has crashed in Rajasthan. This was a jet that crashed in Churu and 1 person has died. We're talking about the pilot's body that's been found after the jet that crashed. And the Jaguar wreckage has been located in Churu with the police there rushing to the spot. And the visuals on your screen playing at this moment is the wreckage that has been found in Rajasthan's Churu. The pilot of that Jaguar jet has died in the crash that took place in Rajasthan just a little while back. And there you can see the wreckage that has been found in Churu. My colleague Shiv joining us to get us the very latest. Shiv, very tragic news coming off the crash that's taken place in Churu. Where was this Jaguar jet taking off from, and how long was it? How long before it crashed in this area of Rajasthan?
Very, very tragic news coming in from the Churu area of Rajasthan, where we can confirm on NDTV that an Indian Air Force Jaguar fighter bomber, which had taken off from the Suratgarh air base in Rajasthan, crashed very close to Churu in a place called Ratangarh a short while ago. We can also confirm that the pilot is dead. He has been killed in the crash. His body parts have been found at the wreckage site. Very, very sad. Obviously, no further information about identity, etc., is known just yet, nor do we know for how long the aircraft was in the air or the reasons why it went down, but we can confirm that it is an Indian Air Force Jaguar. The Indian Air Force will be putting out a formal statement very shortly, but sources within the military telling us that this was a Jaguar fighter bomber. It's a twin-engine, low-level, deep-penetration strike aircraft used by the Indian Air Force, basically for airstrikes and bombing missions. There are Jaguar squadrons located in Rajasthan and in other states as well. The Jaguar is a fairly old Anglo-French fighter bomber aircraft that the Indian Air Force began inducting and then license building via HAL in the 80s, 90s, and even in the 2000s. Many of these aircraft continue to be in service in upgraded form. These aircraft have served in the Indian Air Force for a very long time. The Indian Air Force has lost many Jaguars along the way, but this precise accident today, we're not sure just yet what caused it. It is difficult to speculate so early after a tragedy of this kind. There are many things that can go wrong in the air, from technical fault to engine failure to bird hit. There are many different combinations of risks that military aviation entails. So I don't wish to indulge in any guesswork as to what happened, but what we do know is that one family has lost a loved one today. A pilot is confirmed dead in this Jaguar crash, and the Indian Air Force will be setting up a crash investigation, which is basically called a court of inquiry, as we speak, to investigate this. As we've seen in the pictures, the police are already on site. Indian Air Force officials will also be arriving there shortly, because remember, whenever an accident takes place, it's crucial to get that preliminary forensic examination of the site to recover the remains, recover the parts of the aircraft, to enable a free and fair investigation into what made this aircraft actually go down. There are no details just yet about any emergency being declared, whether the pilot tried to eject. Remember, the Jaguar is an aircraft that does have an ejection capability. So why precisely this pilot either didn't or wasn't able to eject would be pure conjecture just right now. But we are sad to confirm that the pilot of this Air Force fighter bomber is dead.
Extremely sad. Shiv, let's just also get in our colleague Vishnu joining us to get us the very details. Vishnu, this is a very tragic incident that has taken place, and this is something that we've seen as far as the Indian Air Force is concerned. This was something we saw just in the month of April as well, and at that time they were saying it was a technical malfunction. Right now it's too early to tell what really went wrong, but what details do you have for us as far as this crash is concerned?
Well, we can confirm, and the only information I have is that this was a Jaguar fighter bomber. Remember the and that it has crashed in the Churu region of Rajasthan. Shiv confirming that there is unfortunately the tragic loss of a pilot. We are waiting for further details from the Indian Air Force in terms of an official statement that should come in a little while from now. The unofficial statement does account for this being a Jaguar fighter bomber aircraft. The Jaguar was acquired into the Indian Air Force in the late 70s, early 80s. It is an Anglo-French design. It's a low-level bomber. It's been upgraded substantially over the years. It comes in single-seat and twin-seat variants. At this juncture, I'm unaware of whether there was just one pilot or there were two pilots on board, whether one has managed to eject safely and the other one hasn't, or whether this was a single-seater variant, which appears to be more likely to be the case on this occasion. The big question is why was the pilot unable to eject in time? That's something they'll have to find out. You'd mentioned an earlier incident which took place a few months back. It's not possible to really compare any specific cause. There have been several crashes of Jaguar aircraft over the years, whether it's engine failure, pilot issues, or many other issues as well. But it's an old aircraft. It's a vintage aircraft. The age of the aircraft doesn't necessarily, give you a cause for the accident, but it is sad nonetheless that we've lost this.
Right, Vishnu, of course, not related, but that was also a very tragic incident that just took place months ago in the month of April. Shiv also with us. Shiv, when we talk about the Jaguar jet, how old is the aircraft, like Vishnu was mentioning, and how safe is the aircraft? Because this is the second such incident in a matter of, between April and July.
That's correct. Like Vishnu just said, the Jaguar itself began entering Indian Air Force service in the 1970s, but that doesn't mean that every airframe is that old. They've been bought in phases. The aircraft that has crashed, we don't know just yet what precise variant or vintage it was, because, like I said, the Jaguars have been built well into the 2000s by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. They've been upgraded as well. Their navigation attack systems and their avionics have been progressively upgraded as part of a phased upgrade program, making them far more capable fighters. Their engines have remained the same. That's been a dogged issue for the Indian Air Force. But that's a separate matter entirely, because right now we don't know just yet what precise vintage or how old this particular aircraft was, the one that crashed. There have been many Jaguars that have been lost along the way, but that's not specifically alarming, given that the Jaguars have been inducted over the years in large numbers. The Indian Air Force has a very strenuous operational chart in terms of using aircraft quite a lot for its many different operational missions and operational reasons, and therefore it's difficult to pinpoint precisely what may have led to today's crash until there is a preliminary look at the wreckage. The Court of Inquiry will be getting into that very, very quickly. A high-level officer from the aviation department of the Indian Air Force will be, getting into all aspects of what happened, communications between the pilot and the air traffic control, ground control at Suratgarh and possibly other bases in Rajasthan. Like I said, there are many air bases within Rajasthan that have fighter squadrons. So all of these complicated intersecting aspects will have to be gone into in detail before there can be a comprehensive sort of even preliminary look at why this aircraft crashed. But even in popular culture, Indian Air Force fighters, are an emotive issue. They've always been an emotive issue. We've seen them in cinema as well. This particular case is particularly tragic, given that the pilot is dead. His body has been found at the site, which seems to suggest that this was, like Vishnu correctly said, possibly a single-seat Jaguar. It also comes in a twin-seat trainer version, but there's no reason to believe that this had any other people. This was one pilot, at least as far as the information we're getting so far. But why the pilot didn't eject, like I said, despite there being that that capacity, that capability in the Jaguar, is not known. But once again, there are many different things that can go wrong in the air. Military aviation is inherently risky. Whether it is mechanical issues, whether it is environmental issues, engine issues, all of these things could possibly have gone wrong. But we won't jump the gun on that until we hear from the Air Force.
Right. We also have Vishnu with us. Vishnu, the Air Force has over 120 Jaguar aircrafts, and they really do plan to gradually phase them out, and there is a deadline for that as well, and that's 6 years' time from now, and replace them basically.
What I can share with you are a couple of instances when Jaguars went down this year. As I understand, this is the third time that there's been a crash. On the 7th of March, there was a Jaguar which crashed near Panchkula in Haryana. The pilot ejected safely. This was during a routine training sortie. The aircraft was flying out of Ambala Air Base. Ambala is one of the most prominent, Ambala and Gorakhpur, off the top of my head, most prominent Jaguar bases. On the 2nd of April 2025, a two-seater Jaguar crashed near Jamnagar in Gujarat on a night plane flying training session that resulted in the death of a flight lieutenant. The other pilot, a group captain, ejected safely but did sustain injuries. So this would make it likely the third time that there is a crash which has taken place this year itself, which is very unfortunate. The moment you get into a scenario where there are 3 crashes of a particular type within the span of a couple of months, it's just July, so halfway or so down this year, a little past that, then it's unfortunate for the Indian Air Force. There have been several crashes of Jaguars over the years. It's an older design. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's unsafe. But remember, when it comes to the safety of aircraft based on their airframes and the like. Newer aircraft tend to be a lot safer. As Shiv was mentioning, there has been an attempt to re-engine the Jaguars. For price reasons, that fell through, so they continue to operate older engines. It doesn't have a fly-by-wire system like newer aircraft. It's less computerized in terms of its flight surfaces, its control surfaces, compared to newer aircraft. Therefore, the redundancies or safeties on board are less than what newer generation aircraft have. That said, pilots are trained to operate this. It remains a primary type. It is scheduled to be de-inducted or decommissioned from service in the Indian Air Force over the next couple of years. But I think today let's spare a thought for the family, the loved ones of that pilot believed to have been killed in this crash.
Right, very unfortunate, very extremely tragic. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us those details. Vishnu and Shiv getting us up to speed with this very tragic incident that has unfolded in Churu. Now let's just switch tracks to Maharashtra in a shocking show of high-handedness. A Maharashtra lawmaker, upset over the quality of dal served to him at an MLA canteen in Mumbai, assaulted the canteen operator, hitting him on his face, punching him so hard that he fell on the floor. The incident that took place at the Akashvani MLA canteen, that is exactly where Radhika Ramaswamy, my colleague, is joining us from. Radhika, take us through. Of course, inspections are being carried out as far as the food quality is concerned. Questions being raised about the food quality, but no questions being asked as far as the MLA is concerned, and no action being taken in that very regard.
That's right, a troubling pattern of violence by political leaders and workers in the state of Maharashtra. VVIP hooliganism and a culture of impunity on display. That's what we've been seeing over the last few days. And in a recent incident, Sanjay Gaikwad, the MLA, went ahead and beat up a person, a poor canteen worker. In fact, that video has gone viral, in which Gaikwad aggressively beats up this person, slaps him, punches him, abuses him. And the reason? Poor quality of food. Of course, we are standing at that same canteen where this incident unfolded last night. In fact, we've been giving you ground reports from this canteen, eyewitness accounts, and as well as an account from the side of MLA Sanjay Gaikwad, who does not regret what has happened. In fact, he has justified this act. So therefore, today we ask, where does the buck really stop? And how is this culture of impunity being tolerated in the state of Maharashtra? Why is there no fear of law? To answer these questions, we have our reporters on the ground. We're joined by Abhishek as well as Anuj. I'll go across to Abhishek first. Abhishek, you brought us that exclusive conversation with Gaikwad, and also you gave us those ground details as to what exactly unfolded, eyewitness accounts as well. That man Gaikwad doesn't want to apologize. He seems to have no fear of law. But tell us what is happening politically in terms of the reactions coming in from the side of Shinde Sena. Are they finally going to act?
See, definitely, what we understand currently, as I personally spoke to him, we has an interview exclusively with NDTV. He doesn't show any sign of regret. In fact, he says that, and he labels this entire act as a Shiv Sena style of responding, which he did. Though he also mentioned a point that he has repeatedly complained about the quality of food that was served to him, and finally last night he created this entire drama and he punched him and he was abusing him. One more thing, when we spoke to eyewitnesses over there, we need to understand that it was not only MLA along with his people were present over there, and it was seen that not only MLA, the people belonging to him were also present, and they also tried to beat up that poor guy. But somehow the staff over there could intervene and manage him to escape from there, and somehow he was saved. But at the same time, speaking politically, we couldn't get any strict action. Definitely opposition is taking it head on and they want the action should be initiated. But we've seen the reactions from the people of Mahayuti, the alliance from which the MLA comes from. They are going soft. Now we see the government in action mode. FDA team is there inspecting the quality of food, the food preparation area, whether hygiene is being followed or not. We also spoke to the food safety officer. He said that we are here making videos, taking samples. We will submit a report. by the end of the day, right now our inspection is going on. This is how we inspect. But the question here is, can a public representative who is responsible to make laws in that assembly will be allowed to take law in his own hand and, beat up a poor canteen guy who was just doing his job over there? Definitely, there are questions that should be raised on the quality of food that is being supplied over there. But this is not the way to act. In fact, after that, when we questioned him, he said that he doesn't have any regret on the entire issue, and he went on to say that I will do it once again if such things happen, and this is the style, this is the Shiv Sena style that I am proud of and I will continue to do. So you can understand an MLA, a public representative, have such kind of mindset where he is openly beating up a poor guy from the canteen, MLA canteen. Definitely the issue that needs to be highlighted is of the food quality also, but the way the act was unfolded last night, it is also not acceptable. Now we are waiting for a strict action, at least, because what we understand from the sources, I have spoken to those staffers out there. They are not reluctant to speak directly on camera, though they have condemned it. They say that he has been said not to come to the hotel now anymore. He's left from there, though he was present early in the morning, but he's not now. And he's been forced not to file any complaint, not to register any FIR. That's what I can bring you from the sources till now. Now we will have to wait and watch out for how does this unfold, because in such situation the government should take note of that video and do a suo motu case against the MLA, and we need to see the action happening on ground, because time and again a chief minister has made a point that no one should take law in their own hand. We have seen the entire controversy that broke out, Marathi versus Hindi, and he is continuously telling that, but we need to see it happening on the ground. And now when his own MLA is into question, we'll have to wait and watch out for what statement does he gives and what action is initiated against him. Back to you.
Right, certainly Abhishek, FDA team was here, but irrespective of what the food quality is all about, the fact that this man beat up a poor canteen worker is absolutely unacceptable. Government is condemning it, but no real action being taken against this man. That's the fact. In fact, this is not an... We've seen MNS goons, unleashing themselves at people, beating people up in the name of language as well. Honest to you now, you're standing by at the assembly. You've been speaking to multiple leaders over the course of the last few days. All of them have been, condemning the action of several of these political leaders. They have said that law and order shouldn't be, is an issue and law shouldn't be taken in one's hands, and, violence has to be condemned and so on. Even Chief Minister of Maharashtra spoke up that day, said that further action will be taken and violence of this nature will not be tolerated, but it is continuing to happen. That's the fact.
Radhika, just to carry on from where Abhishek had left, we know that when this particular MLA spoke to NDTV early in the morning, and later of course he spoke to other media channels as well, he was here a while back and he still holds on to the same narrative that was set in earlier. And what that gives away is that the chances or the probability of any sort of fear from the higher ups, from the higher departments, and from the Chief Minister himself seems very bleak at the moment. And Mahayuti 1 and Mahayuti 2 both have had this very infamous culture of their leaders getting into some sort of trouble, some being very serious, other being not so serious. But the kind of action that is expected out of Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as the leader of this entire government and as the leader of the biggest electoral party in the state right now, seems to be a little inactive, pretty much on most of these occasions. Probably because there is also the involvement of a lot of an alliance dharma is what we talk about. But as far as this particular case is concerned, we've been speaking to leaders, we've been speaking to people in opposition and in the government. One thing to get out of the bucket first is that the food, the quality of the food is bad, is what we've known, is what we've been told, and it's been bad for quite some time. These MLAs, they have written requests, they have written letters to the speaker, to the government authorities and to the local authority there in that particular, canteen, but to no avail. While that is one thing, secondly, while the opposition is continuing to ask for government to take some sort of an action against their MLA, the government and the ministers in the government or the leaders from the government do not seem very prompt in taking action against their own person. They are still reiterating on how it is the food quality that was bad, which might have led to Sanjay Gaikwad losing his temper and hence behaving in this way. So we are seeing that some way or the other, the justification for violence is always getting carried on. And it is not just one-off instance that we are seeing here. Even when we talk about Meera Bhayandar, where there was a completely different terrain, there was a completely different party, MNS, which doesn't have a representation in Vidhan Sabha, but even then, when people or when leaders of MNS and of UBT, especially those who were supporting that sort of violence, even when they were speaking against the violence, it wasn't in a full-fledged way, and this puts a very important question or light on this question of fear of law and order here in the state. Devendra Fadnavis is often regarded as one of the strongest ministers, and he's gotten a huge control over the home department. That's what the BJP claims for the last 6 to 7 years. But the transition of that from talking about it or while addressing the media to actually walking the talk, that transformation hasn't happened much. Even if we consider the Meera Bhayandar issue, it was literally the Chief Minister himself who came on record and said that such kind of acts shouldn't be encouraged, and if it repeats itself again, then a strong action will be taken. And in less than 24 hours of this statement by the Chief Minister and Home Minister, we saw that another such kind of incident happened where the office of KDA was attacked in a very posh area in Mumbai, that is in Worli. And now we are seeing MLA, who was very well aware that a video has been made of him, not just get into that act because, even if one gives it to him that it was a fit of rage, but the fact that he went on defending it until now, he's, let alone apologizing, he's not even acknowledging the fact that he might have been on the wrong side, tells you a lot about the kind of dynamics that are existing in the Mahayuti government right now. Does he have the directive from Eknath Shinde, the Deputy Chief Minister, to go ahead with it? Is there some sort of pressure that Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is having, because of which he cannot give a clear direction to his MLA to not get involved into such kind of actions? We'll only know when Chief Minister speaks on this matter later.
Right. Thank you, Anuj, for getting us those details. A lot of equations at play, which is why they're not aggressively taking action, is what several people also feel here. Thank you to both Abhishek as well as Anuj for getting all of those details on this developing story. Meanwhile, Abhishek, my colleague, also spoke to Sanjay Gaikwad. He says he does not regret what he did. In fact, he feels that what he did was the right thing and has completely justified his violent act. Let's listen in.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नज़र आ रहे। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें ख़राब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गाँव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुंह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बता दूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कोई चिपकी ले आई, कोई कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है, तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
ये वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांडपट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ, इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रोवोक्ट हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कोई कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
ये मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के, कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे, और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का प्रयास
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा, वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र के हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा, और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है। मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे।
Absolutely no regrets on the part of the MLA there. In fact, Abhishek also spoke to a few eyewitnesses and hotel staffers who spoke about what exactly unfolded last night when the MLA bashed up and beat up this poor staffer here.
हम इस वक्त उसी होटल में हैं, हमारे साथ होटल का स्टाफ है। जिस तरीके से योगेश जी के साथ हुआ, आपके साथ भी हो सकता है। कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? अगर कुछ चीज़ खराब है उसका एक तरीका होता है, लेकिन क्या कहेंगे?
आके करो, हाँ बराबर है, कर सकते हैं। अभी अब मंत्री आके उसके साथ 20-25 आदमी जो रहते हैं, आके एक आदमी को मारना, गरीब आदमी को मारना, एक कौन सा तरीका है? एक कौन सा तरीका है? अभी वो कायदे कानून है, वो खराब है, वो करो, ये करो, कानून कायदे कानून, वो छोड़ के मारा मारी। मंत्री बनते क्या मारा मारी करने के लिए बनते हैं?
लेकिन आपने एक और एक महत्वपूर्ण बात बताई कि उनके साथ 10-15 लोग थे जो मिल के मार रहे थे, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था क्या?
बराबर है, वो लोग ही आदमी था ना, वो लोग ही आदमी था, वो लोग ही मारा। पहला वो मंत्री ने वो काली बनीन में था, वो मारा, मारने के बाद दूसरा 2-3 आदमी मारा।
मंत्री नहीं, वो विधायक है सर, विधायक मतलब MLA है।
MLA क्या मालूम, भगवान जानते MLA क्या है।
लेकिन कितना जायज़ लगता है इस तरीके से? कभी आप भी हो सकते हो, ये भाई भी हो सकते हैं, जो आप मेहनत से काम करते हो, कुछ अगर तकलीफ है तो उसकी बताना चाहिए कि इस तरीके से मारना चाहिए।
अरे मारा मारी नहीं करना चाहिए, जो चीज़ खराब है आके बोलना चाहिए, ये खराब है, ये करो, वो करो करके उसको सजा देना चाहिए। वो छोड़ के मारा मारी, ऐसा होता है क्या मारा मारी?
आप लोग जितने लोग हैं काम कर रहे हैं, दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, रोजी रोटी के लिए काम करते हैं, और इस तरीके का अगर हादसा हो जाता है तो सही है कि गलत है? ये
गलत है, एकदम गलत है,
गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है,
बहुत गलत है।
आप भी हो सकते थे, आपको भी मारा जा सकता है।
मारा जा सकता था, अंगुली उठाया जा सकता था मेरे पे। मैं अन्ना को बचाया, मेरे पे हाथ उठा रहा था और मारने के लिए मेरे को हाँ मेरे को बोला।
नहीं, कल जब ये हुआ आप थे क्या?
हाँ थे, मैं था, मैं अन्ना को पकड़ के उठाया, ठीक है, बोलता तू मत बोले तो तेरे को मारूंगा मैं।
No major disciplinary action against the MLA yet, but we have scores of political reactions condemning this incident. Let's take a listen.
साथ बीजेपी के सीनियर नेता सुधीर मुनगंटीवार है। सर, एक वीडियो हर जगह फैला हुआ है, हाँ, आप ही के अलायंस पार्टनर के एक MLA मारपीट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आपकी पहली रिएक्शन क्या रहेगी उसकी?
नहीं, मैंने जानकारी ली, आमदार निवास में बहुत ही घटिया दर्जे का खाना दिया गया। बार बार विधायक जी ने उस कैंटीन के ओनर को, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बार बार बताया, उसके बाद भी शायद उसने अपने रवैये को सुधारा नहीं। तो शायद कभी कभी उसकी वजह से विधायक जी ने जो गुस्सा है, वो गुस्सा ऐसे तरीके से उसने व्यक्त किया होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता। मुझे पूरी जानकारी नहीं है, मगर दोनों बातें हमें सोचनी चाहिए कि उन्होंने तो कोई रिपोर्ट नहीं दी जिसने मार खाया। इसका मतलब क्या है? उसको अपनी गलती का एहसास होगा।
रिपोर्ट ना देने का कारण ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि विधायक है, उनको उनसे आगे डर लग रहा होगा, शायद रिलेशन।
महाराष्ट्र में तो हजारों लोग केस करते भैया, क्यों किसको डर रहा है? लोग तो मुख्यमंत्री जी के खिलाफ में केस करते हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि डर होगा।
सर, गुस्सा आना लाजमी है, वो बात आपने ही, आपसे पहले जितेंद्र अवार्ड, उन सब ने यही चीज़ कही कि खाने की क्वालिटी थोड़ी क्वेश्चनेबल है, पर हिंसा किस हद तक जस्टिफाइबल है? क्योंकि वो खुद एक पॉलिसी मेकर है, पूरी देश आज इस चीज़ के बारे में बात करे और महाराष्ट्र का नाम कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज़ की वजह से खराब होते हुए आपको नहीं नजर आ रहा?
नहीं, आपकी बात से मैं सहमत हूँ, मगर इतना गुस्सा भी किसी ने दिलाना नहीं चाहिए। ये भी तो देखना होगा ना। देखो, हम विधायक भी होंगे तो एक आम आदमी है। विधायक होने से कोई हम भगवान ने हमें कोई स्पेशल कैटेगरी में डाल दिया, ऐसा तो होता नहीं है। तो कभी कभी ऐसी घटनाएं जो होती है, इसका हम समर्थन नहीं करते, मगर हमने इस विषय को लेकर सभी ने गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए। जब कोई विधायक किसी कर्मचारी पे हाथ उठाता है, नहीं उठाना चाहिए, मगर क्यों उठाता है ये भी सोचना चाहिए।
जो संजय गायकवाड़, इसमें जो MLA है, उन्होंने कल रात को इंसिडेंट हुआ, आज उन्होंने हमसे बात की, कहीं रिमोर्स, गिल्ट या हल्की सी भी माफ़ी मांगने की उन्होंने कोशिश नहीं की। ठीक है, हम समझ सकते हैं कि खाना शायद बुरा, क्वालिटी बुरी होगी, बट जैसे आपने कहा कि आप समर्थन नहीं कर सकते, कम से कम MLA माफ़ी मांग सकते हैं उस गरीब से।
ऐसा है, बहुत ही ज़्यादा गंदा खाना दिया होगा शायद कि वो गुस्सा निकल नहीं रहा होगा। ऐसा होने की संभावना नकार नहीं सकते। बहुत ही गंदा खाना दिया और एक बार, 3 बार, 4 बार, 5 बार कहने के बाद भी दिया, तो ये गुस्सा जो है तो वो निकलता नहीं है कभी कभी।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच। We have Yogesh Kadam here with us. Mr. Kadam, what would we say to Sanjay Gaikwad? We've seen that his video has gone viral of hitting a canteen worker.
I think the due complaint should have been filed. He did not have to take the law in his hand. Thank you.
That was Sanjay, Yogesh Kadam, Minister of State Home Department, in a rush to attend the assembly right now, made it very clear that a due complaint should have been filed and violence should have been avoided. का वीडियो सामने आया, उसके ऊपर आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या रहेगा?
उसके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ऐसे गरीबों को मारने का अधिकार नहीं है किसी को, और कानून हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
सर, अभी भी उन्होंने कोई माफ़ी नहीं मांगी है इस चीज़ के बारे में। उन्होंने कहा है कि क्योंकि खाना अच्छा नहीं था इसलिए एक्शन लिया गया, तो ये दिखाता है
अक्सर कानून हाथ में लेके नहीं किया जा सकता ना।
और सर, क्या ये दिखाता है कि जो गवर्नमेंट है वो अपने खुद के आमदार या MLAs के खिलाफ एक तरीके से सॉफ्ट स्टांस रख रहा है? क्योंकि जब MNS या फिर जो बाहर वायलेंस हुआ उसके ऊपर तो वो काफ़ी क्लियरली
सरकार प्रायोजित है। जो महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी मराठी का जो झगड़ा शुरू किया गया, ये सरकार प्रायोजित है।
सर, आपकी इमीडिएट डिमांड क्या रहेगी इस संजय गायकवाड़ केस में?
सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए। कानून हाथ में किसी को लेने का अधिकार नहीं है, कानून सबके लिए समान होता है।
क्या शिंदे, क्या एकनाथ शिंदे जी का भी कर्तव्य बनता है कि जल्द से जल्द इस चीज़ पे स्टेटमेंट?
सरकार ने ही एक्शन लेना है। कानून किसी को हाथ में लेने का अधिकार नहीं है।
लगातार महाराष्ट्र के अंदर गुंडा राज देखने को मिल रहा है। कभी MLA, कभी MP, कोई ना कोई किसी ना किसी के ऊपर हिंसा कर रहा है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ मराठी लैंग्वेज को लेकर।
देखो, गुंडा राज की बातें मत कहो। महाराष्ट्र की बदनामी करने के लिए जो लोग इसी तरीके जो बातें कर रहे हैं, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में फैला रहे हैं, उसका निषेध मैं करता हूँ। महाराष्ट्र में कायदा और सुव्यवस्था की जो व्यवस्था है, बहुत अच्छी तरह की व्यवस्था है। बाकी के राज्यों से बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था हमारे महाराष्ट्र में। आप अपना जो बयान किया है वो पहला वापस लो।
MNS के
आज की बात तो ये मत करो।
MNS के एक नेता के
गलत है।
MNS के नेता के बेटे एक किसी को मारते हैं, ये क्या गुंडा राज?
उसका सरनेम क्या है? उसका सरनेम क्या है वो बताओ। सिर्फ MNS का नेता का नाम बोल, उसका सरनेम लो। अगर आपको न्यूज़ मालूम है तो उसका सरनेम आप ले लो, एंकर को आप उसका सरनेम ले लो। क्या है मालूम है आपको?
नहीं तो मराठी लैंग्वेज
ये देखो, अगर आप बातें कर रहे हैं तो आप उसका सरनेम क्या है वो भी पूछो, आप भी वो भी बताओ। शेख करके कोई तो है जो उन्होंने दारू पी के एक लड़की के साथ, जो मराठी लड़की के साथ जो उन्होंने जो कुछ गैर व्यवहार किया था, उसके ऊपर तो कानूनी कार्रवाई हो गई। तो हर जगह हो रही है, सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है क्या? ये सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है। और उसका सरनेम भी बोलो, मराठी आदमी ने नहीं किया है, उसका सरनेम भी शेख करके है, वो भी आप बताओ। महाराष्ट्र को बदनाम करने के लिए आधी खबर मत बताओ।
नहीं, लेकिन अभी भी वो फ्री घूम रहे हैं, अभी भी कोई भी उनके खिलाफ
नहीं, जिन्होंने गलत काम किया उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
संजय राउत अभी ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि आपके एक नेता थे, कल एक MLA थे, उन्होंने थप्पड़ मारा किसी को और उसके खिलाफ होम मिनिस्टर देवेंद्र फडणवीस शांत हैं, कोई कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हुई?
देखो, जो गलत तरीके बातें करेगा, गलत तरीके बर्ताव करेगा, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई जरूर होगी।
In fact, a bunch of MNS workers vandalized a toll plaza in Vashim last evening. 4 to 5 workers, in fact, damaged some portions of that particular toll plaza. The reason? Because the road ahead of the plaza was not in great condition. Despite that, the workers there were collecting toll, which is why they went ahead and did that. MNS has justified this act. Let's get you some reactions.
कल शाम को वाशिम रूरल पुलिस स्टेशन के जुरिस्डिक्शन में तोंडगांव टोल नाके पे 3 आरोपियों ने वहाँ के टोल मैनेजर से पैसे छीन लिए 5,000 रुपये, और साथ ही में वहाँ के टोल की काफ़ी तोड़फोड़ भी की है। इन लोगों ने कुछ दिन पहले टोल मैनेजर से पैसे की डिमांड भी की थी। उनके खिलाफ पुलिस स्टेशन में FIR दर्ज की है रेलेवेंट सेक्शंस के अंडर, और उन आरोपियों का नाम है गजानन वैरागड़े, जो मनसे के वाहतुक शाखा जिलाध्यक्ष है, उमेश टोलमारे जो वाहतुक शहराध्यक्ष है, और सीताराम चवड़े। इन तीनों को अरेस्ट करने के लिए अलग अलग टीम्स बनाई गई है और उनका लोकेशन हम रेगुलरली ट्रैक कर रहे हैं। इन पर पुलिस सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी।
All right, post series of incidents involving all of these politicians and political workers, now citizens in Mumbai, Maharashtra are angry. They want strict action against several of these perpetrators, including this MLA Sanjay Gaikwad. Let's listen in to some of the reactions of the citizens.
विधायक द्वारा जब दाल सही नहीं परोसी गई तो कैंटीन के आदमी की पिटाई कर दी गई, ये आपको कितना सही लगता है? लेकिन पीटना चाहिए ऐसे?
नहीं,
गलत बात है।
गलत बात।
मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं?
मैम उसके लिए आर्गुमेंट कर सकते हैं, पैसे बिल के लिए हो सकते हैं, पर मारना पीटना गलत है जी।
मारपीट बहुत ज्यादा होने लग गई है महाराष्ट्र में, आपको ऐसा लगता है?
हाँ मैम, छोटी छोटी बातों पे होते रहती है।
वजह पाओ, कई बार ऐसा होता है कि देखिए आपका खाना सही नहीं होता, तो आप क्या मारपीट पर उतर जाएंगे सीधा इनके साथ?
नहीं, ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि भाई इंसान से ही गलती होता है। हाँ, तो कुछ जिस मिस्टेक रहेगा तो उनको बताएंगे भाई ये मिस्टेक है, तो उसको सुधार करेंगे।
जैसा व्यवहार किया जाए वैसा, लेकिन अगर सामने वाला शांत है, चुपचाप आपको सॉरी बोल रहा हो,
शांत समझो होगा। ऐसा खाने पीने में ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना, गड़बड़ी खाने पीने का मामला है ये, समझाऊंगा उसको 1-2 बार।
एक नेता है शिवसेना के, वो सीधा मारपीट पर उतर गए, कैंटीन वाले को बहुत जोर जोर का मारने लगे
क्या? लेकिन अभी उसके आगे पहले कुछ हुआ होगा ना, अभी क्यों मारा है? अभी कोई नेता किसी के ऊपर हाथ उठा तो कुछ ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा ना, वो भी तो मालूम होना मुझे ना।
तो ऐसा कभी हुआ है कि कुछ कंप्लेंट आई हो दाल को लेकर?
नहीं, हमारे इधर कंप्लेंट नहीं।
एक नेता है संजय गायकवाड़, उन्होंने क्या किया है कि उनकी दाल खराब थी, तो जैसे कैंटीन में काम करने वाले लड़के होते हैं उनसे मारपीट कर ली, बहुत मारा है उन्हें।
अपने इधर खराब दाल सीधा फेंक देते हैं, वेस्ट होता है वो हटा देते हैं।
लेकिन गलत है, जब अगर सपोज कोई आपके पास खराबी आए खाने को लेकर, तो आप लोग क्या करते हैं?
उस्ताद को रिएक्शन करेगा, उसको बोलेगा ऐसा क्या किया, कैसा हुआ, उसको समझाते हैं, बताते हैं।
लेकिन मारपीट करना ये सही है?
नहीं, मेरे को सही नहीं लगता।
Now, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has reacted to Sanjay Gaikwad's act. In fact, he has said such conduct does not send a right message. That's the statement given by Chief Minister of Maharashtra over the violent behavior of Sanjay Gaikwad, where he beat up this poor staffer at MLA Canteen. The incident transpired last night. Now, Chief Minister has reacted. In fact, he has completely condemned this incident, but something he has done in the past as well. When MNS goons targeted people in the name of Marathi language, he had condemned the incident, also said strict action will be taken. Once again, he is condemning the incident that happened last night at the MLA Canteen, where he has said this conduct does not send the right message. So Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis there reacting to NDTV's campaign. He is assuring action which is done in the past as well, but will some strict action happen on the ground in reality? That remains to be seen. Anuj is with us. Anuj, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis finally reacting. He says this conduct will not be tolerated and it does not send the right message.
There was a brief mention made by an opposition MLC in the House, and while reacting to that, Devendra Fadnavis, who is answering the questions of the MLAs, very briefly said that such kind of conduct does not send the right message. But we will be expecting a more elaborate statement from the Chief Minister later on, because, as you said earlier, this is something that Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis has been maintaining for quite some time, and this is the third instance in recent past where he's gone on to condemn the acts of individuals who are related to political parties, and in this case it becomes more important because there's a the individual involved here is the member of Legislative Assembly from his own alliance party. But what exactly does he mean by the fact that this incident does not send a right message? Does it kind of hint that a stronger action will be taken? There are a lot of questions over that, because as we were talking earlier, there have been instances in the past as well where the MLAs or the leaders from the ruling parties, including NCP, Ajit Pawar, Shiv Sena and BJP have kind of gone overboard with their acts and with their statements earlier as well. But no strong action has been taken against them unless there's a huge amount of pressure that has been built by the opposition. In this particular case, the opposition particularly does not seem to be taking much interest in the case either, which is quite surprising. But even as far as the government is concerned, they are, as we have been covering, they are in a way defending the act of the MLA by using whataboutery as far as the quality of the food is concerned, and about the number of requests or complaints that were made about the food made available in the Akashvani canteen, but nothing strong by them. We did hear the Minister of State for Home Department speak earlier, who also said the same thing that Chief Minister has said right now on the floor of the House, that there is a particular procedure. That procedure should have been followed, and violence as an act should have been avoided. And now, of course, Chief Minister is also carrying forward taking ahead the message of his deputy. But more important would be to know whether Chief Minister talks to Sanjay Gaikwad, or whether he deputes Eknath Shinde, who is the leader of Sanjay Gaikwad's party, to talk to him, or whether there is any sort of a tangible action that is initiated against this controversial MLA.
Right, Anuj, if I may ask about opposition reactions as well. There has not been any uproar in assembly. Usually when such things happen, outside of political circles, there is uproar in assembly. Opposition wants the government to act. No such thing has happened yet. So, is it because of their closeness to MNS at this point? Everybody is confused as to what stand they must take. So what are you seeing on the ground as far as opposition's reaction is concerned? Looks like they are also not as aggressively seeking action.
That's very well put, Radhika, because as we've been covering from assembly, the leaders in the opposition have been calling for an action against Sanjay Gaikwad, like how we heard Nana Patole. We spoke to him a while back. He did talk about how the government should take an action in this regard, but the kind of heat that an opposition should have, especially when it comes to a video going viral, making national headlines, and which in a way leaves the MLA in question here with no defense, because the video is there, the audio is there, and the context is very well put. We've also spoken to the eyewitnesses, so it's not a made-up story. It's not an old story either for them to say, oh, it happened long long time ago and the context is completely different. In fact, the MLA himself has gone on not just to acknowledge the fact that it happened, but to even defend himself, calling it the Shiv Sena style. But, there is again, it's very surprising that the opposition hasn't really shown a lot of interest in it. Now, we asked the same question to Bhaskar Zada, who is, who's soon to be the leader of opposition here in the assembly from UBT. He said that the reason why the opposition will not take this up in the House, and he mentioned it officially to us, is because whenever questions are directed towards the government, it is the chairperson of the House who takes it on himself to answer those questions, and that is why the questions wouldn't be asked. But even that is a very confusing answer. So does that mean that the opposition is going to give a free hand to the government and to their to their members of Legislative Assembly or MLCs to kind of carry on with their acts like these? Or the other possibility would be, because the opposition themselves have been in some sort of tricky water recently, right? Even they've had their people getting involved in some sort of violent acts. So is it some sort of an understanding between both the parties that whenever it comes to smaller acts of violence, we would rather maintain safer side?
Right.
That's an interesting perspective.
Absolutely. No firm stand by either the ruling government or the opposition. That's what we are seeing. Thank you, Anish, for getting us all those details. Of course, we'll keep tracking this story until an action, in fact, till some action is not taken against this VIP thug. This is a developing story. We'll keep getting you all the latest on this. For now, we'll slip in a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Jaguar jet plane has crashed in Rajasthan. The pilot is dead in that aircraft crash. Jaguar wreckage has been found in the Churu district. This is the third such crash of a Jaguar jet in this very year. Sena MLA punches canteen staffer over the food that was served to him. Hours after the assault, the food police reaches the canteen. No action being taken against the Neta. Scrutiny as far as the canteen staff is concerned. But Devendra Fadnavis now condemning that attack. A bridge collapse has taken place in Gujarat, claiming 10 lives. 4 vehicles that fell into the river post the collapse of a bridge that was 40 years old. And SDK Shiv Kumar, who will be meeting with Rahul Gandhi. He has met with Priyanka Gandhi, and it is the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah who's going to be meeting with Rajnath Singh. The top command there saying that this is just routine and that not to read too much into it in regard to the speculation of a team of gods.
जनता के पास सवाल ही सवाल है। जवाब ढूंढने को वो देखती है न्यूज़ और देखती है यहाँ तो सवालों का मायाजाल है। ऊपर से ये अलग फाइट है, कोई पूरा लेफ्ट तो कोई पूरा राइट है। बीच में मुद्दे के साथ कौन है, जनता को जवाब चाहिए। इसीलिए सवालों की परेड नहीं, मैं लाऊंगा खबरों की कचहरी। मैं शुभांकर मिश्रा, मेरे साथ देखिए कचहरी रात 8 बजे सिर्फ NDTV इंडिया पर।
If it matters to you, 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 it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100.
Welcome back. Jaguar jet has crashed in Rajasthan. The pilot has died. The pilot's body has been found in the wreckage that was located in Churu. An Air Force pilot was killed after that Jaguar fighter that crashed near Rajasthan's Churu district. There are reports that there might possibly be other civilians on board. There are reports suggesting that there were two others, possibly civilians, who were also injured. At this time, it's also unclear of the plane that crashed, in regard to, major specifics and details in regard to the kind of Jaguar jet it was. This is the third Jaguar fighter jet crash that's taken place this year itself. The first was in Haryana's Panchkula on the 7th of March and the second was near Jamnagar in Gujarat on the 2nd of April. To know more details that are emerging in this, we have Shiv joining us. Shiv, take us through the very latest.
Jaguar itself began entering Indian Air Force service in the 1970s, but that doesn't mean that every airframe is that old. They've been bought in phases. The aircraft that has crashed, we don't know just yet what precise variant or vintage it was, because like I said, the Jaguars have been built well into the 2000s by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. They've been upgraded as well. Their navigation attack systems and their avionics have been progressively upgraded as part of a phased upgrade program, making them far more capable fighters. Their engines have remained the same. That's been a dogged issue for the Indian Air Force. But that's a separate matter entirely, because right now we don't know just yet what precise vintage or how old this particular aircraft was, the one that crashed. There have been many Jaguars that have been lost along the way, but that's not specifically alarming, given that the Jaguars have been inducted over the years in large numbers. The Indian Air Force has a very strenuous operational chart in terms of using aircraft quite a lot for its many different operational missions and operational reasons, and therefore it's difficult to pinpoint precisely what may have led to today's crash until there is a preliminary look at the wreckage. The Court of Inquiry will be getting into that very, very quickly. A high-level officer from the aviation department of the Indian Air Force will be getting into all aspects of what happened, communications between the pilot and the air traffic control, ground control at Suratgarh and possibly other bases in Rajasthan. Like I said, there are many air bases within Rajasthan that have fighter squadrons. So all of these complicated intersecting aspects will have to be gone into in detail before there can be a comprehensive sort of even preliminary look at why this aircraft crashed.
Right, thank you so much for getting us all those details. In other news, let's get you the latest in regard to a tragedy that unfolded in Gujarat, where a 43-year-old bridge collapsed. The Gambhira bridge that collapsed and resulted in a tragic loss of 10 lives that have been claimed by that tragedy. 10 people have died and 6 others were injured. The bridge, which connects Anand to Vadodara, gave way during the peak hours. This is, during traffic hours early in the morning, resulting in fatalities and injuries, where the bridge, had multiple vehicles that plunged into the water. There were 4 vehicles, including 2 trucks, a Bolero SUV and a pickup van as well. They were crossing the bridge when it suddenly crumbled. Let's listen in to what the collector had to say.
यहाँ पर जो वाहन गिरे उसकी हमें डिटेल्स मिली है, उसमें 2 ट्रक्स है, एक पिकअप वाहन है, एक इसमें इको था, एक ऑटो रिक्शा था। इतना वाहन अंदर गिरे हैं। 2 व्हीकल ऐसे थे कि ब्रिज पर लिंगरिंग थे, उनको तुरंत ही बाहर निकाला था। कुछ लोग अपने आप वहां से बाहर निकल गए थे, तो बाइक वाले 3 सवार थे, वो तुरंत ही बाहर निकल गए थे। वो अपने उनका बचाव हो गया है। अभी कोऑर्डिनेटेड एफर्ट से रेस्क्यू में जो सबसे पहले अगर कोई ह्यूमन बॉडी है उसको बाहर निकालना है। अगर कोई वहाँ पर लाइफ हम सेव करते हैं तो उस दिशा में कोशिश हमारी जारी है। सेकंड प्रायोरिटी, उसके बाद जो व्हीकल्स है उसको हम बाहर निकालेंगे। ट्रैफिक डाइवर्ट ऑलरेडी कर दिया है और बाकी यहाँ पर जो ट्रैफिक जाम हुआ है उसको भी हम वहाँ पर धीरे धीरे क्लियर करने की प्रोसेस भी हमने शुरू कर दिया।
अभी टोटल तो पेशेंट तो 5 आए थे, 5 रेफर हुए हैं। अभी तक हमारे पास 8 और 2 10 बॉडी आई है।
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side with my colleague Osama. Do join us on the other side of this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Pressure on the Indian Air Force to get fighters, forget about stealth aircraft. The Indian government has made it clear that we're going to bet on the AMCA, which is India's own fighter. But getting these 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale, which you've already sunk an enormous amount of money into, even the Indian Navy has signed on for them recently, and there are still these delays. But with this announcement, Vishnu, and that's my next question now, I'm wondering whether this means that things are much clearer as far as the MRFA, or we still can't jump the gun on that. I know as far as Indian procurement is concerned, nothing is over until it's over, right? Nothing is over until it's over, especially when the Rafale is theoretically competing against American fighters like the F-15 Eagle II. Yeah. You've got Putin's Sukhoi 35s. You've got the Typhoon theoretically as well. So it ain't over until it's over, and I completely agree with you on that. But by putting out this partnership, and this is not an MOU, this is an agreement which I'm assuming is going to fructify into a joint venture. Yeah.
2028
is when the first fuselages will roll out. Which again, I'm assuming means that, work begins now. 2028 is 2 years away. That's like more than just a foot in the door?
No, I would suggest that they are leading in this competition. Yeah. All the Indian Air Force officers that we speak to, and they couch this language carefully, so I'm going to be responsible in how I report this. They say that they've had an exceptional experience with the Rafale. The Rafale is the aircraft of choice for them, but they will go through this process. It is a legal process. It goes down to pricing, tendering, terms, capability of the aircraft, relevance, weapon systems, integration with Indian weapons, and all of that, and then a decision will be taken. Now, we had that same language which was stated in 2018, 2019, same language.
We've heard this before.
2025, nothing.
A big NDTV impact. NDTV's relentless coverage of the Sena slapgag has prompted the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis to break his silence. He says that MLA's conduct does not send the right message. Remember, the Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad had slapped and punched a canteen staffer over food quality. Hours after the assault, the FDA is at the canteen. While there has been no action on the Neta, the canteen staff, they are under the scrutiny. An IAF Jaguar crashes in Rajasthan's Churu. A pilot is dead in the aircraft crash. Remember, 3 Jaguar crashes have taken place in 3 months. The police has rushed to the spot. Ten people have lost their lives after a bridge collapsed in Gujarat. The vehicles, they fell into the river post the bridge collapse. The Karnataka Game of Thrones now shifts to Delhi. DK Shiv Kumar seeks time to meet Rahul Gandhi. The Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is set to reach Delhi today. The NIA files supplementary charge sheet against 2611 mastermind Tehevvur Hussain Rana. The NIA court extends Tehevvur's judicial custody. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. The NDTV's relentless coverage, it has prompted the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis to break his silence. The Chief Minister, he has strongly condemned the Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad's behavior. The Chief Minister has said, and I quote, "This conduct does not send the right message." MLA's action has been termed inappropriate by the Chief Minister following NDTV's extensive campaign. Public pressure, NDTV's spotlight, it has all led to this political accountability. But the big question, it still remains, will the Chief Minister, will the government take concrete actions against the Sena MLA? And my colleagues Anuj Raite and Sujata Dwivedi join us to get us more on this. Anuj, the Chief Minister, he says that this does not send the right message. Does this imply that the government will take action against the MLA now?
Well, if that is the pattern that we are, which we have to believe, then action should have been taken in many other cases as well, including a stronger action in the MNS Meera Bhayandar Hooliganism Act or the KDA Office Vandalism Act. But that did not happen. So yes, accountability is an important start for the government's intervention into matters like these. But the problem with the entire setup in recent times, as far as the VIP hooliganism, which involves political parties, has been that post accountability, there is little that is done to strengthen the case, to set an example by the side of the government. We saw this in the Meera Bhayandar issue, where we covered how the cases that were put on those people who publicly shamed a man over their linguistic differences. There was, of course, hard words being used by the people in the government, but the clauses or the provisions used against them weren't the strongest. And then the similar kind of pattern followed. This time around, the situation is a little different, because the MLA involved in this matter is from the ruling dispensation, which and especially from Shinde Shiv Sena, which has put the Chief Minister also in a bit of an uncomfortable situation. However, he did not mince his words while speaking on the floor of the Vidhan Parishad after being asked a question by UBT MLC Anil Parab, wherein he said that this is condemnable. It needs to be condemned by everyone, and more importantly also said that it does not set up or does not give a right message as far as people's perception about public lawmakers is concerned. Now, we've been here in Vidhan Sabha since morning, and we've been trying to talk to people from both ends of the spectrum, right? People in the power and people in the opposition as well. And both of them have been giving surprising reactions to it, while those in power are talking against the act of violence, but are also justifying it by saying that the food was actually not good. While that can be understood, but there is, the fact that there is a failure to understand that a procedure should have been followed in that way, rather than the lawmaker taking the things, taking the matters in his own hands, hasn't been said very convincingly by anyone yet. So we are not seeing an unconditional condemnation of the MLA by any of the member of the ruling dispensation, except for Mr. Fadnavis, who has now spoken against it without really mincing his words about how the quality of the food might have triggered him to do it. On the other hand, the opposition has also not shown the kind of heat that they would usually do on matters like these. As I was speaking to Radhika just a while back about how in this particular case, the opposition has been provided with a video which has an audio, the context is there. The person in question here, the MLA, he has not just gone on to acknowledge the fact that he was involved in such of an act, but he even boasted about it, talking about how this is the Shiv Sena style of functioning, and has been giving repeated interviews, of course, starting with NDTV and later to the other channels here in Mumbai, about how because he's someone who doesn't hold back from putting up a fight with anyone, that is why he ended up doing this. We are not seeing a consistent line of thought or action from Mahayuti on this particular regard. Even as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, we had some senior leaders like Uday Samant and the others who talked about how violence is bad, but there's no remorse or no guilt or not even a small apology that has been offered by the MLA in question in this case.
Well, whether this is just lip service from the Chief Minister or not, or whether there is going to be a concrete action taken against the MLA or not, that is something that we still need to wait and watch. Meanwhile, Sujata Dwivedi also joins us to get us more on this. Sujata, the big question at this point of time is, the Chief Minister, he has reacted. Will Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde also react to this?
Well, this is something that everybody at this point is waiting to watch because the MLA involved in this entire matter belongs to Shiv Sena, and like he said that this is the Shiv Sena style representing the entire party here and taking a stand that if something like this happens, this is how the party would react. And he also represented the Shiv Sena party as well. So at this point, how does the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde himself react, and does he stand by what the MLA himself said is something a bigger question in the tray. But at this point, the FD officials too are at this food house where I'm present. And if you just, I would ask my cameraman to pan around and show you the visuals where a good amount of crowd are always present at this lunch home, and especially during lunch hours and dinner time, you'll see people around. And this entire incident happened last night when we saw that the quality of the food was not okay, because of which the server, in fact, not even the chef, was attacked, and he was hit and assaulted to an extent where today he is at the hospital treating himself. While we did try speaking to some of the other managers as well as the staffer around, but they say they condemn it, but at the same time they haven't been allowed to speak on the issue. So how does the government take what is the government's take on it is something important to watch, because these actions as well as the petty reasons that these leaders have led to violence getting increased in the state, not only here but across. And we see that now that he himself has justified it as the Shiv Sena style, then there are incidents like the Mira Road case as well as several other MNS videos being circulated where they claim it as the MNS style. So is it really violence that these political parties resort to create a sense of fear in the minds of people is something to watch out for, and how do they justify it is also a bigger question.
Right, Sujata Dwivedi and Anuj Raite, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, just to recap, for all our viewers, this Maharashtra lawmaker, he was upset over the quality of the dal that was served to him at this MLA canteen in Mumbai. He assaulted the canteen operator. He hit him on the face. He punched him so hard that he fell on the ground. This entire incident, it took place at the Akashvani MLA canteen in Churchgate. It was caught on camera. This entire video clip, it has now gone viral. It has raised so many questions about the conduct of elected representatives in the public. The MLA, Sanjay Gaikwad, he spoke to NDTV. He said that he does not regret his act and said that this was the Shiv Sena style. Listen in to that conversation.
पहली बात तो जो वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है सर, उसमें आप कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारते हुए नज़र आ रहे। पूरा मुद्दा क्या था? क्या आपको वो दाल परोसी गई जिसमें ख़राब दाल बताई जा रही है? क्या तकलीफ हुई?
उन्हें दाल परोसी नहीं गई थी। मैंने मेरे रूम में जो मेरा रूटीन टाइम होता है 10 बजे का, ऑलरेडी मैं कभी भी बाहर खाना नहीं खाता हूँ, ना गाँव में खाता हूँ ना इधर खाता हूँ। तो मैंने खाना पार्सल मंगाया जिसमें मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया था। सादा खाना मैंने मंगाया था और मैं एक दाल चावल का निवाला मैंने डाला तो मुझे बहुत गंदा लगा। सो मैं लगा कुछ मुंह में आया होगा। सेकंड खाया तो मुझे उल्टी हो गई और इतना भयानक फील होने लगा। तो फिर मैंने जैसा मैं जो कपड़े पे था वही कपड़े में कैंटीन में गया और वो जो जिन लोगों ने मुझे ये सब दिया था उनको पूछा कि आपने दिया है? बोले हाँ दिया है। तो मैंने बोला आप स्मेल लीजिए इसका। उन्होंने स्मेल लिया तो बोले बहुत ख़राब है। बाद में फिर मैंने मैनेजर को बुलाया, उसको मैंने स्मेल दिया। उनके 6 कर्मचारी को स्मेल देने के बाद में उन्होंने बताया कि ये खाने जैसा नहीं है, यानी वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। और फिर मैंने उन लोगों को 2-4 साल में जितनी बार भी उनको मैंने समझाया कि आप मुझे खाना अच्छा दिया करो, ये ख़राब खाना मत दिया करो। इनका मटन 15 दिन पहले का रहता, इनका चिकन 15 दिन का रहता, इनके अंडे अंदर से पूरे काले हुए रहते। मैं किसान हूँ, मैं सब्जी और सब के बारे में मैं आधे घंटे के हिसाब से बता दूँ कि सब्जी का खाना कब बनाया गया है। तो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में से आए हुए हर दिन सेशन में 10,000 लोगों के जान से ये लोग खिलवाड़ करते हैं, आमदार के जान से खिलवाड़ करते हैं, महाराष्ट्र से आने वाले किसानों की जान से ये लोग खेलते हैं। और इनकी मुजरी इतनी है, कोई कंप्लेंट करे तो उसका ये सुनते भी नहीं हैं। और कई लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि हमारे खाने में ये दिया, कोई सुतली आई, कोई चिपकी ले आई, कोई कुछ गंदा आया। और 200-400 कंप्लेंट होने के बाद भी आज ये जो कंत्राटदार है 30 साल से यहाँ पे कुंडली मार के बैठा है।
आप एक विधायक है, वो भी रूलिंग पार्टी के विधायक है, इस तरीके से हाथ उठाना कितना जायज़ लगता है आपको?
मैं विधायक भी हूँ और मैं योद्धा भी हूँ। जब सब भाषा में समझाने के बाद में कोई समझता नहीं है, तो बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको भाषा सिखाई भी है, जिसका इस्तेमाल मैंने किया है।
ये वो वीडियो में खास तौर से दिख रहा है आपने घूसों का भी उपयोग किया, झापट का भी उपयोग किया, लात भी मारने की कोशिश की। ऐसे में सर कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं आप?
मैंने कंप्लेंट किया, 4 बार किया, इसलिए मेरी जान मतलब मेरी सटक गई। मैं जूडो चैंपियन हूँ, मैं जिम्नास्टिक चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कराटे चैंपियन हूँ, मैं कुश्ती चैंपियन हूँ, तलवारबाजी, दांडपट्टा, कुश्ती का सब मैं चैंपियन हूँ, इसलिए मैं कुछ भी यूज़ कर सकता हूँ।
सर आप विधायक हैं, आपको लोग देखते हैं, आपसे लोग इंस्पायर होते हैं। ऐसे अगर आप देखें इस तरीके के कृत्य करेंगे तो लोग भी प्रोवोक्ट हो जाएंगे, कहीं वहाँ भी हिंसा होगी, क्योंकि एक तरीका होता है सर।
जब प्रशासन काम करता नहीं है, बार बार कंप्लेंट करने के बाद भी, तो जनता क्या करेगी? वो तो कायदा हाथ में लेगी ना। अब एक आमदार कंप्लेंट करता है और उसके अगर कोई दखल लेता नहीं है, उसमें अगर कोई कार्रवाई करता नहीं है, तो ये आमदार क्या करेगा? खुद की जान देगा? बार बार बोलेगा नहीं अभी इतना तुमने सड़ा हुआ दिया, कल कीड़े पड़े हुआ खाना हमको खिला, ऐसा बोलेगा आमदार? मैं इतना गांधीवादी नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से विवाद चल रहा है मराठी बनाम हिंदी का, ऐसे में इस तरीके की हिंसा करना कितना जायज़ लगता है सर?
ये मैं नीचे गया तो उनके माथे पे कोई जात लिखी हुई नहीं थी, क्या प्रांत लिखा हुआ नहीं था कि वे कौन से जात के कौन से प्रांत के, या वो जो खाना खिला रहे वो कौन से जाति को खिला रहे, वो खाने पे लिखा होता है क्या?
लेकिन सर आखिरकार जिस तरीके से वीडियो वायरल हुआ है, प्रश्न उपस्थित हो रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक विधायक होने के नाते एक मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। आपको थोड़ा भी मलाल है कि इस तरीके से नहीं होता? या
कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई मलाल नहीं है, मुझे कोई ये विषय में ऐसा महसूस नहीं होता है कि मैंने कोई गलत किया है।
अच्छा, इसकी आप कहाँ इसको उठाएंगे, क्योंकि ये बहुत गंभीर विषय भी है?
अभी हम विधानसभा में अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन में बात रखने का प्रयास करेंगे। कनेक्टिंग मिनिस्टर जो है हमारे भुजबल साहब, उनको भी हम बताएंगे, और फूड एंड ड्रग्स को भी हम कंप्लीट करने का प्रयास
शिवसेना स्टाइल की जो आपने बात की है वो हमने देखा, लेकिन इस समय जो वातावरण है पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, खास करके मुंबई में, वो स्टाइल मनसे और उभाटागढ़ भी करते हुए नजर आ रहा है सड़कों पर। कैसे देखते हो उसे?
तो उनके बारे में मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा, वो ये जो महाराष्ट्र में चल रहा है ये महाराष्ट्र की हित का नहीं है।
धन्यवाद। तो ये हमारे साथ थे संजय गायकवाड़ जी, जो साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं भले ही मैं विधायक हूँ, लेकिन बार बार अगर मेरी कंप्लेन को नज़रअंदाज किया जाएगा तो मैं इसी तरीके से फिर एक बार उस कैंटीन मैनेजर को मारूंगा, और ये शिवसेना स्टाइल है। मैं गांधीवादी मैं बिलीव नहीं करता, मैं उनको सबक जरूर सिखाऊंगा। हालांकि उन्होंने कहा कि इसका मुद्दा विधानसभा में वो जरूर उठाएंगे।
All right, after the Chief Minister, while speaking inside the assembly, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, he's speaking to the media, he's addressing the media. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
भाषिक दादागिरी आमच्यावरती होता कामा नये.
सर, मुख्यमंत्री यांनी
पहिला मला बोलू द्या ना, पहिला मला बोलू द्या. चल, मी आज विधिमंडळात येण्यापूर्वी आझाद मैदानला गेलो होतो, आणि आझाद मैदानामध्ये एकतर विना अनुदानित शिक्षक आणि दुसरं म्हणजे गेले अनेक वर्ष आम्हाला घरं द्या ही मागणी करणारे गिरणी कामगार, या दोघांची आंदोलनं तिकडे सुरू आहेत. मला एका गोष्टीचं वैषम्य वाटलं, महाराष्ट्राच्या विधिमंडळाचं अधिवेशन इकडे सुरू आहे, लोकप्रतिनिधी इकडे आलेले आहेत, परंतु लोक ज्या व्यथा त्यांच्या वर्षानुवर्ष मांडतायत ते मात्र आझाद मैदानात तिकडे आंदोलन करतायत. साहजिकच आहे, शिक्षकांना सुद्धा आम्ही वचन दिले की आम्ही तुमच्या लढ्यामध्ये, तुमच्या न्याय हक्काच्या लढाईमध्ये तुमच्या सोबत आहोत. गिरणी कामगारांचा तर प्रश्नच नाही, कारण गिरणी कामगारांचा संप जर का तांत्रिकदृष्ट्या पाहिलं तर अजूनही सुरू आहे, आणि त्यावेळेला
All right, we'll go back to that press briefing. While the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he is in Namibia, where he received the ceremonial welcome. A guard of honor for the Prime Minister Modi. He arrived in Namibia earlier, and this marks the final leg of his 5-nation tour. This visit, it is quite significant as it's the first time an Indian Prime Minister has visited Namibia in nearly 3 decades. It also highlights the growing diplomatic and strategic ties between the two nations. In fact, my colleague Mohammad Ghazali joins us to get us more on this. Ghazali, take us through the latest, and also explain the significance of this visit by the Prime Minister.
See, Osama, Namibia is the third largest producer of uranium in the world and also one of the largest producers of lithium, zinc and rare earth metals. So from investment point of view, this is very significant that for energy security deals and investment, India will be certainly tied to aim to deepen their ties with Namibia. And it is not a new relation between the two countries. We have a pre-colonial relations with Namibia because in their independence struggle, India, the government of India had supported the freedom fighters there, even assisted and trained the fighters. Indian Army had trained them. So we had a very long association with Namibia. Also, as you rightly pointed out, the last time it was an Indian Prime Minister, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who was going to South Africa for a NAM summit, non-aligned summit over there. And before going to South Africa, he went to Namibia to garner support back then. Even today, in the last couple of years of late or recently, we can say in the recent past, India has been assisting Namibia when it came to during COVID days. We provided them vaccine. Even during natural calamities, drought, India gifted them rice. And Namibia has also been supporting for a permanent seat for India Security Council as well. But in the larger context with Africa, we have seen the rising footprint of China over there and the debt trap diplomacy of China. We know that how it provides monetary assistance to those countries and then the countries get into the debt trap. But India has given much more value to the African region. We have assimilated the African Union as a permanent member in the G20, and Indian Prime Minister has always spoken about that how India carries out diplomacy in a way that it carries out public projects. It has taken the responsibility to develop multiple sectors in Namibia. So from that point of view, India also wants to replace or kind of challenge China's supremacy in the region, and that is why this particular trip is very significant.
Ghazali, what are the potential areas for economic cooperation between India and Namibia, and how can they benefit both the countries?
See, it is one of the largest countries in the African region. So when it comes to investment opportunities, for Indian investors, it's a big market. Whether it's in the sector of pharma, whether it's in the sector of energy, defense, space technology, AI, and our flagship program of the digital payment initiative is something which has become one of the largest, or say one of the very promising tech approach through which we are aligning with different countries. So from that point of view, from investment point of view, from having collaboration in defense sector, from having collaboration in energy sector, AI sector, emerging technologies, and critical minerals. That is also, as I rightly pointed out, that Namibia is the third largest producer of uranium in the world, one of the largest producers of lithium, zinc, and rare earth metals. So there is a great potential when it comes to energy security and kind of trade ties in that particular sector as well. So and India is also hinting that we are not just relying on one set of countries or just towards West for our needs, for our energy demands. We are not just reliant on Middle East or West Asia, but we are also exploring options in African region as well. And that is why that is important, because when it comes to global forum, that is when these countries step up for us, stand up for us. And we saw that happening in the recently concluded BRICS summit. Most of the countries, they condemned Pahalgam terror attack. And Indian Prime Minister was very vocal about it, that just condemnation won't work. You'll have to match or you just walk the talk. You'll also have to show it in your action. So all these, a lot of people may not understand that visiting these smaller countries or why an Indian Prime Minister has not visited in the recent past and Prime Minister Modi has visited there. In the long term, in the long innings of diplomacy, these visits do matter.
All right, Mohammad Ghazali, thank you very much for getting us all those details from the Prime Minister's visit to Namibia. Meanwhile, shifting our focus back to the big story that we have been tracking is the Slapgate, the Slapgate in Maharashtra. Mr. Sanjay Gaikwad, he goes on to slap this canteen worker. Later, he speaks to NDTV where he says that I am a champion in judo, gymnastics and karate as well as wrestling. I am not a Gandhian. I have no regrets. I don't think I have done anything wrong. I will raise this issue in the assembly as well. But the big question is, why is Eknath Shinde silent? The Deputy Chief Minister silent on this. The MLA, he slaps, but the party chief remains silent. Will the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister punish his MLA? That is the big question at this point. And my colleague Anuj Raite joins us to get us more on this. Anuj, as we have been asking, the Chief Minister, He has spoken about this incident. He has condemned this incident. He says that it doesn't sit right and this is not the way to go about it. But the Deputy Chief Minister from whose party this MLA is from, he has remained silent.
Eknath Shinde, and there's been a lot of talk about the kind of hold that Eknath Shinde has over his MLAs and whether the loyalty that his MLAs show to Eknath Shinde, is it the same kind of loyalty they show to Devendra Fadnavis as well? And we got a taste of it when the election results were announced and we saw Eknath Shinde in a way disappeared to his village for 5 days. And even then, while it was very clear that Devendra Fadnavis was going to be the chief minister with the number that he had, the statements suggesting that the MLAs of Eknath Shinde were having their dual loyalties, were getting questioned. And that becomes important to understand in this aspect, is because what a lot of people are also talking about, and whether, when you look at the politics and the equation between the Mahayuti parties, is whether somehow before the BMC elections, or just to keep the power dynamics on, is Eknath Shinde trying to keep his MLAs or trying to make his MLA follow a different line of instructions as compared to Devendra Fadnavis? And this is the second example of this. First example was only yesterday when we saw that the transport minister openly defied the order of his chief minister. Chief minister had spoken about the reason for denial of permission to the Marathi Ekikaran Samiti and the MNS workers, and minutes after that we saw a minister rush from Vidhan Bhavan to be a part of that protest. Today, after Devendra Fadnavis had stated it very clearly just a couple of days back that no act of violence by anyone with a political intention or with political connection would be tolerated and strong course of law will take place. Now we are seeing less than a week, in less than a week's time, a minister or a MLA of his own alliance party goes on to do such thing on record and not have any qualms about it whatsoever. The fact that it wasn't just a fit of rage and that it was, the MLA in question here was very much aware that he was getting recorded, went on to do it, and the fact that it's been almost 16 to 18 hours since that incident has happened, and even now, there is no sort of clarification that has come here. Now, when Devendra Fadnavis was talking about this, in fact, he became the first leader from the Mahayuti to completely condemn this act without giving any whataboutery whatsoever. That is what the other ministers and other leaders of Mahayuti have failed to do. Well, they have called out the minister for called out the MLA for violence. They've also backed it up by saying that the food is anyways not great. So if there is anger, we understand the anger, right? In a way, justifying the act of justifying the heinous act of the member of Legislative Assembly. But Devendra Fadnavis did not do it. Now the question remains whether Eknath Shinde will address this matter at all, and if he does, which line of perception will he choose?
Right, Anuj Raite, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, the fallout of this entire incident has been that the MNS workers, they staged a protest in Mumbai. Many of those MNS workers, they were detained by the police as well. But while these MNS workers, they are protesting out on the streets against the Shiv Sena MLA, these MNS workers, a lot of these MNS workers, they went on to vandalize a toll plaza. This act of vandalism was on full display in Maharashtra itself. A toll plaza was vandalized in Washim district. This entire act of vandalism, it continues from Mumbai to Washim.
कल शाम को वाशिम रूरल पुलिस स्टेशन के जुरिस्डिक्शन में तोड़गांव टोल नाके पे 3 आरोपियों ने वहाँ के टोल मैनेजर से पैसे छीन लिए 5,000 रुपये, और साथ ही में वहाँ के टोल की काफ़ी तोड़फोड़ भी की है। इन लोगों ने कुछ दिन पहले टोल मैनेजर से पैसे की डिमांड भी की थी। उनके खिलाफ पुलिस स्टेशन में एफआईआर दर्ज की है रेलेवेंट सेक्शंस के अंडर, और उन आरोपियों का नाम है गजानन वैरागड़े जो मनसे के वाहतुक शाखा जिलाध्यक्ष है, उमेश टोलमारे जो वाहतुक शहराध्यक्ष है, और सीताराम चवड़े। इन तीनों को अरेस्ट करने के लिए अलग अलग टीम्स बनाई गई है और उनका लोकेशन हम रेगुलरली ट्रैक कर रहे हैं। इन पर पुलिस सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी।
All right, shifting our focus to our other story that we are tracking at this time. Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu, he has reignited the debate over the border with China. The Chief Minister has said his state shares a 1,200-kilometer long border with Tibet, asserting that it was not with China. Khandu said that while China forcibly occupied Tibet in 1950, he maintains that his state originally shared a boundary with Tibet.
इनफैक्ट इंडिया से कोई भी स्टेट डायरेक्टली चाइना से बॉर्डर शेयर नहीं करता है. वी शेयर बॉर्डर विद टिबेट ओनली. ठीक है, 1950 में चाइना लोग वहाँ आके टिबेट को ज़बरदस्ती कब्जा किया, वो बात अलग है. सो तो ऑफिशियली यस, टिबेट अभी चाइना का अंडर में है, दैट कांट बी रूल आउट. बट ओरिजिनली वी शेयर बॉर्डर विद टिबेट. और अरुणाचल में वी शेयर 3 इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्रीज विद भूटान अप्रोक्सीमेटली 150 किलोमीटर्स, और टिबेट के साथ में करीबन 1200 किलोमीटर्स, विच इज़ वन ऑफ द लॉन्गेस्ट इन द कंट्री. और ईस्टर्न साइड में म्यांमार करीबन 550 किलोमीटर्स के आसपास.
Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Welcome back. Nimisha Priya, an Indian nurse, she faces execution in Yemen in just 7 days, and her desperate family in Kerala is pleading for last-minute help. Nimisha Priya from Kerala was convicted of murdering a Yemeni man in 2018. She allegedly injected him with sedatives during a fight over her passport, but the dose proved fatal. In fact, I'm currently joined by Advocate Deepa Joseph, the lawyer for Nimisha Priya. Deepa Joseph, welcome to NDTV. My first question to you is, and this is a very obvious question, is there any legal recourse left for Nimisha at the moment?
Yeah, after the Supreme Court order from Yemen, the only remaining option to save Nimisha Priya from execution in Yemen is if the family of the deceased, Talal Abdul Mahdi, to accept the blood money under Yemeni law. This is now the sole remedy available.
Okay, has there been any sort of communication with the Yemeni government or judiciary regarding a possible pardon in this particular case?
Actually, we had one team and we formed Save Nimisha Priya Action Committee. and one Samuel Jerome Bhaskar. He is the social worker as well as the power of attorney holder. He is handling and he is leading for the negotiation and all. And the central government has already appointed one lawyer. He is there for Nimisha Priya, and he is the leading part of the negotiation process.
You spoke about the blood money negotiations. If you could tell us what is the current status of these negotiations, if you have that information.
Now the negotiation situation and the procedures are over.
Okay.
Actually, pre-negotiation and the negotiation process, we had spent $48,000 US from Save Nimisha Priya Action Council. We collected the money out of the crowd fund and all, and we had sent that money for the negotiation process. Now the negotiation is completed, and we offered $1 million US.
Okay.
And still the family is not accepted, and we are waiting and we are hoping and we are praying. If the family is accepting, then we can save her life.
Okay. I also want to get a sense of, Nimisha as a person. If you can tell our viewers more about Nimisha, what has been her struggle like?
Actually, Nimisha, she's a Keralite girl, and she's an Indian nurse who moved in Yemen, I think in 2010. And by 2015, she had started a small nursing clinic over there in Yemen. When civil war broke out, her family returned to India, but the Nimisha Priya stayed on to run the clinic. Talal, Yemeni national who later visited India, and he was the family friend of Nimisha and family, and he visited India also. But recently, that 2016 onwards, their relationship deteriorated badly. And in 2017, Talal was found dead, leading to Nimisha's arrest in September 2020. The first appellate court sentenced her to death, despite her continued efforts through the Save Nimisha Priya Action Council and with the social worker and the power of attorney holder, the Samuel Jerome Bhaskar. We approached the higher court, and finally Supreme Court in 2023 upheld the capital punishment.
Deepa Joseph, has there been any sort of word from the Indian government? What do you hope from the Indian government now?
The government, we got a very good support from the Indian government throughout this time. And the government only appointed the lawyer for Nimisha Priya. And after we need to raise the fund, we had to send the support of government through MEA, through embassy, to the lawyer who facilitated the negotiation process and all. So especially we are very thankful to V. Muralidharan MOS. During that period, he supported a lot.
Deepa Joseph, do you have any sort of message from Nimisha for the Indian authorities that you would like to share?
Now Nimisha's condition is very bad. She is is under extreme mental strain. In her last message, she sent a message that a crying emoji, and now she is begging, and the support from all Indians and all the government support, and she is crying now.
Okay. One final question from you, Deepa Joseph, about the family. How is the family coping with this entire news, and will they also be traveling to Yemen before her execution?
Actually, her mother is in Yemen only last 1.5 years. She is there in Yemen, and she is staying there with the support of the Samuel Jerome Bhaskar. And we are planning to beg the pardon directly to the family by the mother. And she had, I think, her husband is here in Kerala only, and she is having one daughter, and 11 years old.
Okay. Deepa Joseph, thank you very much for speaking with NDTV. All right, shifting our focus to our other big story that we are tracking. A Jaguar fighter jet crash has been reported near Ratangarh in Churu, Rajasthan. The local police have been dispatched to the scene. Reports indicate that one pilot has been killed in this incident. However, an official confirmation is still awaited. This is a developing story. This crash took place in Bhanuda village, where locals, they reported hearing a loud noise in the sky, followed by flames and smoke rising from nearby fields. The villagers, they said that the crash triggered a fire in the fields, which they tried to put out themselves. The army will determine the exact cause of the crash. In fact, my colleague Shiv gets us the details.
Jaguar itself began entering Indian Air Force service in the 1970s, but that doesn't mean that every airframe is that old. They've been bought in phases. The aircraft that has crashed, we don't know just yet what precise variant or vintage it was, because like I said, the Jaguars have been built well into the 2000s by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. They've been upgraded as well. Their navigation attack systems and their avionics have been progressively upgraded as part of a phased upgrade program, making them far more capable fighters. Their engines have remained the same. That's been a dog issue for the Indian Air Force. But that's a separate matter entirely, because right now we don't know just yet what precise vintage or how old this particular aircraft was, the one that crashed. There have been many Jaguars that have been lost along the way, but that's not specifically alarming, given that the Jaguars have been inducted over the years in large numbers. The Indian Air Force has a very strenuous operational chart in terms of using aircraft quite a lot for its many different operational missions and operational reasons, and therefore it's difficult to pinpoint precisely what may have led to today's crash until there is a preliminary look at the wreckage. The Court of Inquiry will be getting into that very, very quickly. A high-level officer from the aviation department of the Indian Air Force will be getting into all aspects of what happened, communications between the pilot and the air traffic control, ground control at Suratgarh, and possibly other bases in Rajasthan. Like I said, there are many air bases within Rajasthan that have fighter squadrons. So all of these complicated intersecting aspects will have to be gone into in detail before there can be a comprehensive sort of even preliminary look at why this aircraft crashed.
The Gambhira Bridge collapse in Gujarat's Vadodara district has resulted in a tragic loss of life. According to the latest reports, 10 people have died and 6 others, they have been injured. This bridge, which connects the Anand and Vadodara districts, gave way during peak morning traffic hours, resulting in fatalities and injuries when the bridge, multiple vehicles plunged into the water. In fact, 4 vehicles, including 2 trucks, a Bolero SUV and a pickup van, they were crossing the bridge when it suddenly crumbled. This 43-year-old bridge's collapse, it has raised concerns about infrastructure safety and maintenance. And this is quite a shocking incident that has taken place. This bridge, the Gambhira Bridge on the Mahisagar River, it connects Vadodara and Anand. It collapsed. 10 people have died, 6 injured. They have been taken to the hospital.
यहाँ पर जो वाहन गिरे उसकी हमें डिटेल्स मिली है, उसमें 2 ट्रक्स है, पिकअप वाहन है, एक इसमें इको था, एक ऑटो रिक्शा था। इतना वाहन अंदर गिरे हैं। 2 व्हीकल ऐसे थे कि ब्रिज पर लिंगरिंग थे, उनको तुरंत ही बाहर निकाला था। कुछ लोग अपने आप वहां से बाहर निकल गए थे, तो बाइक वाले 3 सवार थे, वो तुरंत ही बाहर निकल गए थे। वो अपने उनका बचाव हो गया है। अभी कोऑर्डिनेटेड एफर्ट से रेस्क्यू में जो सबसे पहले अगर कोई ह्यूमन बॉडी है उसको बाहर निकालना है। अगर कोई वहां पर लाइफ हम सेव करते हैं तो उस दिशा में कोशिश हमारी जारी है। सेकंड प्रायोरिटी उसके बाद जो व्हीकल्स है उसको हम बाहर निकालेंगे। ट्रैफिक डाइवर्ट ऑलरेडी कर दिया है और बाकी यहाँ पर जो ट्रैफिक जाम हुआ है उसको भी हम वहाँ पर धीरे धीरे क्लियर करने की प्रोसेस भी हमने शुरू कर दी।
अभी टोटल तो पेशेंट तो 5 आए थे, 5 रेफर हुए हैं। अभी तक हमारे पास 8 और 2 10 बॉडी आई है।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पूरी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं
कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं, वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
A 36-hour non-stop flight
18
by a
into 2.
small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran.